It's his third all-time Cy Young after an incredible 18-4 season with a 1.75 ERA at 39 years old for the world champion Astros. Also, in the National League, Marlins young right-hander Sandy Alcantara was the unanimous choice as well. NBA, Luka Doncic on the sidelines watching. Houston Rockets win into Dallas and beat the Mavericks 101-92, just their third win of the season. Doncic was out resting after he played 40-plus minutes in a win over the Clippers the night before. Also last night, Phoenix took down Golden State in a marquee matchup in the desert, 130-119. All right. So, oops, sorry, I had to turn my mic off. But what a performance for the Longhorns last night. That was just, after what we saw last year in Spokane, where it was all Gonzaga and Drew Timme scored 37 points and they had no answer for him. Boy, what a different team this is. It was one of those games where it's just one game, but what we talked about throughout the offseason in the building of this roster, on paper, there's a lot to like. I mean, there's they go about 8 or 9 deep with talent. They've got really upgraded athleticism as a team.
No doubt.
And really upgraded backcourt as a team. I mean, this is a team that's got a lot of pieces that you like, and they put them all together last night for 40 minutes, and Gonzaga really had no chance.
Yeah, Marcus Carr looked absolutely fantastic. I thought his body lean and everything that he did, his movements were real natural. I mean, I thought this was a fluid-looking basketball team, but early it was kind of helter-skelter going up and down. Those first 2 minutes of a basketball game where every rebound, let's fast break, and you lose control of the ball, or you hit, you're hitting cutters that aren't even touching the rim at first. But boy, when you look at this team and the depth that they have, I mean, Bishop, 20 minutes last night, got 9 points. You get 9 points, you get 7 from Cunningham. You get Rice and those guys with 11 points. That in 27 minutes. That bench play is going to be very, very important to this team because I believe they're going to run. They're going to run. Run a lot, so they're going to need a breather here or there. And whoever comes in still has to score for this team, and I think they can do that now.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think the word that I'll use for this team that may separate them from most everybody is depth.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're watching, sluggish start, then Texas got control of the game. You look like Gonzaga wanted to make a run before the half.
Did you think that was just excitement of being in there?
Just feeling each other out like a boxing match. First couple rounds, you're trying to see what the defensive assignment will be, the alignment, how they're going to attack things.
Yeah, I almost rather for it to be that way than to be going half court and then throwing the ball away that way.
Well, and I really thought it changed when Dylan Dessou got the start, and Dylan hit a couple threes last night. He had 12 points. He does look healthy. The youngster from Pflugerville, the Vanderbilt transfer, but it really changed when Christian Bishop came off the bench, and he was the first guy in, and he brought some toughness on Drew Timme because Drew Timme was getting the ball too easy early in the game. And the Longhorns were missing their three-pointers at the beginning. That was really what that was about, but they kept shooting them. But really, I thought the game, when we talk about depth, when Texas had a double-digit lead and looked like Gonzaga wanted to make a run like good teams will do before the half, it was Brock Cunningham that came off the bench, and he was lights out for the final 5 minutes of the half. He had 7 points. He had a couple steals. He was really getting up in Drew Timme on the defensive end. And I mean, that's your ninth guy off the bench. I mean, you're going way down to there were times last year where Texas didn't go 6 or 7 deep.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, and you just know over the length of a 40-minute game, that kind of depth is going to wear on a team that can't go that deep. I mean, when you're bringing really talented players that far down your bench. And Brock Cunningham only played 12 minutes, but they were impactful minutes. He had, 7. He committed 4 fouls. Of course, he's going to come in hacking.
Well, yeah, of course.
Also had 7 points, but he's brought energy. The crowd gets behind Brock. But man, think about that, Buck. That's 9 or 10 down. Arturia Morris came off the bench and gave you 14 minutes. I mean, they are really deep. They are really athletic. And in the end, what wins in March is just guard play. And the Longhorns have it.
And they haven't even got Timmy Allen going yet.
The trio of Tyrese Hunter, Marcus Carr, and Sir Jabari Rice scored 53 points last night. 53 points. Hunter was electric. He's showing an improved jump shot. Which
Dude, if they can get those 3-point shots to go down.
Well, look, he's your point guard. I mean, he's your floor general, which is something they lacked all of last year. Not since Coleman have they had a true floor general. Tyrese Hunter brings that and more. He brings athleticism as well. But he's going to hit 5 of 8 from 3 and score 26 points in 26 minutes.
It sounded like a loud crowd, too.
Oh, man. They say the capacity there's 10,500. They got 11,300 somehow in their standing room only along the upper deck. And, boy, what a scene. We haven't seen that I mean, obviously the Irwin Center for 40 years, you couldn't create an atmosphere like that in the cavernous, dark Irwin Center.
There's their standard they played to last night. That's the kind of standard you have to play to.
Yeah, and to see it off the jump. I mean, it's everything. And you mentioned Timmy Allen. This team's so talented and athletic now that you almost forget about Timmy Allen. I mean, remember last year he had
to play well every game.
He had to be the star.
Right.
You weren't going to win. He had to put 20 on the board. But boy, you've got Dylan Mitchell.
He's just
freshman.
One of the pieces right now again.
Yeah, Dylan Mitchell, the high-flying freshman with all the dunks and just playing above the rim. Defense, offense. Dylan Dessou looks more healthy and athletic. Christian Bishop is what CB is going to be. But you didn't have one player outside of Marcus Carr. Marcus Carr played 37 minutes, which is probably going to be the case. He's your go-to guy. He's your sixth-year senior. But no one else played into the 30s. I mean, you had 26 minutes for Hunter, 24 for Mitchell, 27 for Jabari Rice. I mean, it's a deep, athletic team with great guard play.
Dude, I'd love to see Marcus Carr take the shots that he wasn't taking last year. I mean, he comes off and he is. If you don't have a hand in his face, he's going to shoot it. And he looks like he feels good about shooting it.
And he's playing off the ball.
Yep.
And that trio of Hunter, Rice, and Carr. Look, it's better. This is no slight on anybody that's been here, but it's better. It is significantly upgraded in the backcourt from the Andrew Jones, Courtney Ramey, Marcus
there's no
Carr
doubt.
Trio. And that's where the Longhorns struggled last year. They didn't have the depth. They didn't have the dynamic, athletic backcourt that had a true point guard. And so Timmy Allen's just going to be a piece to this team, which that's really good, right?
It's great for this team.
I mean, there'll be nights where he really gets going, but he played 26 minutes. He's only at one field goal last night. He scored 2 points.
Yeah, I think it was 1 for 5. That's it.
Yeah, Timmy Allen scored 2 points, and you won by 21.
You'll still need his toughness and his rebounding too.
Would have never happened last year.
Yeah.
And so last year's in the past. This team. And that's what's fun, I'm sure, for Chris Beard, or at least Chris Beard will never be fully pleased. But
athleticism on this team is different.
To see what the on paper thing show up on the court, and okay, this is why we built this roster the way we built it, to bring back 5 experienced players, to add 2 more transfers that bring experience like Rice and Hunter, and then to bring this freshman class in
and to bring this
Dylan
crowd
Mitchell
as a part of it and the student body. That's awesome.
It's a home court advantage.
Yes, it is.
There's no question about that. And there is a case to be made, and we talked about it at the end of the show yesterday. We're talking about the tiers of college basketball, and we haven't played much yet to really know. But there's a case to be made that 3 of the 5 best teams in all of college basketball play in the state of Texas, with the University of Houston, Baylor, and Texas last night announced to the college basketball world that, hey, we're right there. We're in this conversation because Tyrese Hunter is just not a transfer. Tyrese Hunter was the freshman of the year in this conference. Tyrese Hunter has a huge
he's a
ceiling.
baller. There is no doubt.
And if he's gonna shoot like that, because the one question on Tyrese coming in,
can he shoot it?
Could he shoot it consistently? I mean, he's an elite defender. He's elite with the ball as a true point guard, a floor general. But
that court looked very shooter friendly.
Yeah. It was impressive. I mean, and we could go on and on about it. We will throughout the morning. Take your thoughts if you were there. Ty Henderson, our producer, did you attend the game last night?
No.
You did not.
I'm not a fan of the 8:30 tip-offs, it's safe to say.
8:30 tips are a little late. When you've had a long day.
Well, I know this. They'll continue to have them if they get a crowd like that. They keep winning.
I kept watching, though. That was fun to watch. I haven't seen a Texas basketball game like that in a long, long time.
Well, if you went to, I don't know that we've seen one like that. They've never beaten Gonzaga. I don't think they've ever beaten a number 2 team in America that badly.
This early?
And I think the thing that can separate Texas, if the guards, if they stay healthy, is the depth. There's not many teams in America that can go 9 or 10 deep. When you can put a second 5 on the floor that includes Jabari Rice and Christian Bishop and Brock Cunningham,
and they score. They're not just there.
Defend, and they're athletic, and that second 5 could win some ball games. I mean, those guys can go, and that's your second group. That's a 10 deep basketball team, especially. This is what sometimes in recent past, the Kevin Durant's, that was a little further back, but Texas will bring in these one and done guys, and you're expecting this freshman to be a star, right? He needs to carry your team.
Sure, that's
never going to be good. That's never going to be what you want.
Well,
now you have these freshmen in Dylan Mitchell and Arterio Morris. They get to kind of just meld in, right?
And so does Timmy Allen now. I mean, to have all that pressure on him, going into year 2 of being here, he scored a lot last year. And we're talking about, we're not talking about a 6'8" guy, but let me tell you, to have him and his toughness still, get in there for the minutes that he gets, he's going to get way more than 2 points. I mean, he's filling his way out with these new guys, too. When he starts his rebounding and starts getting tough underneath the boards, this will be the depth on this team will be it's just perfect for Chris Beard.
It feels like it. There's a lot to like, and those freshmen won't be asked to do too much, right?
Right.
It's kind of what you want. And
but what's good is they can. There's a bunch of them that can play. Just absolutely
that's what I'm saying. Like they can develop like a normal freshman instead of being asked to do more than they're probably ready to do. And then, we could probably dovetail that into a conversation about Quinn Ewers at quarterback. I mean, just the way that goes. If you're going to ask a freshman to be your best player or be great every night, that's a lot. This team will not need that. And what can Dillon Mitchell be come February and March when he's just, coming along and, he's got good players around him? Because Dillon Mitchell, as we heard from Fran Fraschilla last night, if you were watching the TV broadcast, there were 26 NBA scouts on hand last night at that game.
Wow.
Most of them there to see the high-flying freshman from Florida. That's the guy they project as a one-and-done player. He's got the elite athleticism. He's 6'9", jumping out, putting his head up in the rim. He's a guy, but he's going to be able to develop nicely in this system and not be asked to do too much.
Sure.
There shouldn't be a freshman wall that he hits come January, February, because what did he play last night? 24 minutes? That'll probably be his role, 24 minutes a night. And scored 8 points, blocked a couple shots, had 9 rebounds, and then his 2 electrifying dunks late in the game. If you didn't stay up for it, man, he had an alley-oop flush, and then Texas went back down on the other end and played some tremendous man-to-man defense, forced a steal, and then
he's out on the break.
Then he threw it down on a break, and the place went crazy. Dillon Mitchell one to watch, but yeah, there's the good news was aplenty last night because Dylan Disu looks healthy. He's a 6'9" guy that has a chance to play professionally if he can continue to work on that jump shot of his. Jabari
I just like
Rice,
the way Hunter plays. I mean, I think he's just such
smooth.
a floor general. He is smooth.
He
knows what his role is.
What a player. I mean, there's transfers and then there's impact transfers.
Mm-hmm.
That's an impact transfer. I mean, that's big time right there. To me, the most important position in all of college basketball is point guard. And, there were times last night that this team looked like that Baylor team that won the national championship a couple of years ago where they had 3 guards that could beat you. And remember when they had Jared Butler and those guys, and they had 3 different guards that could score 25 on a night if they needed to. Texas has that in Hunter, Carr, and Rice to where you feel like, man, any of the 3 could go off tonight.
You're right.
And that makes you very, very tough to defend. Any of the 3. And that Baylor rode that plus depth and athleticism to a national championship a couple of years ago. All right, so Texas gets the win. They beat Gonzaga 93-74. We'll hear more from Chris Beard coming up. How about 47 points first half, 46 points second half? I mean, that's
a lot of points on a really good basketball team
that typically doesn't get blown out. It's one of the Gonzaga's worst losses in their program's history under Mark Few. Man, there were times where Texas struggled to get to 50 points last year. They almost scored 50 points in each half.
Oh, yeah.
Of this game last night at the Moody Center. And the Mood
Gonzaga's big guy, the 6'7" guy. Wow, he's a player, too.
Yeah, Julian Swather.
Wow.
Strother from Vegas. Well, but you just go to the Gonzaga box score, right? Gonzaga is number 2 in the country. They're one of the teams people think can be a contender to win in the national championship. Well, they had 3 guys play 30 or more minutes. Texas only had 1. Texas is deeper than pretty much anybody they play. I know when you get to Big 12 conference play, you're going to see the likes of Kansas and Texas Tech and Baylor and
yep.
I mean, there's no slouch in the Big 12, but that depth can really be the separator over the course of a 40-minute basketball game. Depth, athleticism, and elite guard play can take you a long way. And let's not forget about that team down in Houston. The Houston Cougars beat up on Texas Southern last night. They're really good. I mean, gosh, again, 3 of the 4, maybe 3 of the 5 best teams in college basketball may be residing in the Lone Star State right now with the performance Texas put on last night. 3-0 now. They'll play a game in Edinburgh. They play in Edinburgh coming up on Monday night. That's Chris Beard trying to spread the brand kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're going down and play a road game in Edinburgh. We saw the baseball team do that, remember?
Yep.
With David Pierce. Kind of cool. But so their next, that's Monday night that they're going to go play Northern Arizona down in Edinburgh, and then they're going to play back at then they're going to come back on November the 26th, right after Thanksgiving. They're going to play the game at Gregory Gym.
Now you're talking.
For the students with a UTRGV. And then their next big game is a Thursday night special back at Moody Center with Creighton. Creighton Blue Jays, one of those teams picked to win their conference this year out of the Big East. So 2 games that should be very winnable. Northern Arizona, UTRGV, Creighton. We're followed by Illinois, by the way, on my birthday, December the 6th.
The Classic.
Yeah, playing that one in the Jimmy V Classic. So cool. Good basketball to come. That was fun. Can the Longhorns play some good football on Saturday? That becomes the question. A bounce-back game is necessary after the loss to TCU. We'll get into some of that coming up. Also, start to preview Week 11 in the NFL, Week 12 in college football, and get you cranking up here on a chilly, but what Buck mentioned should be a nice Thursday. If it's Thursday, Buck, we also need your Buck-ons and Buck-offs. So deliver those. Specs text line 512-337-3776. Who has earned the pat on the back? Who has earned that kick in the high quarters? And I'll start that. Buck on to the Longhorn Hoop Squad and the Moody Center crowd and the balloons and the students. That was great. Also, buck off to the Cowboys for blowing a 14-point lead at Green Bay.
We're going to have to buck on TCU.
Yeah, we got to sing the fight song, apparently. We lost a bet to our guy Jake from Student Loan Payment Lawn Care.
Absolutely.
He's a TCU alum. You know, when he pays, it's Student Loan Payment Lawn Care.
Lives in the basement of his mom's house still, yeah.
When he's paying the loans, when he mows your lawn, it's going to TCU.
Yes,
or whoever lent him the money so that he can go to TCU. Maybe Joe Biden's going to let him off the hook. That could be good for him.
Let him off the hook.
Let him off the hook.
That's right.
But buck-ons and buck-offs all morning. Let's hit it. Let's also get a Craig Way report. Craig with a great call last night. Hopefully you were listening to some of the radio broadcasts with Craig and Eddie. That was awesome from the Mood. We'll also get some facts of the day and some buck-ons and buck-offs. It's B&E on a Thursday. BetUS, Buck, 1-800-79-BET-US. Also, BetUS.com. It's where you and I go to have a little fun.
That's right. You know me. I call them up to talk to the people there, of course.
You're just lonely. You just want to talk to
somebody.
Yeah,
I just want to talk to somebody all hours of the day, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you name it. They're open just for you. And whether it's the NBA, Major League Baseball, you name it, MMA, getting ready for World Cup play, BetUS has always been there. 29 years coming up on NFL football. Amazing.
No kidding. And that's what you want, right? I mean, you're talking about the integrity and the long-standing relationships. 30 years almost. 30 years. There's so many new companies that have come online and sports books and websites. This one's been doing this 28 years now. And guess who's going to be on the show later?
Oh, Barry's coming back, folks.
Barry from BetUS will be on this show in the 9 o'clock hour.
Wake up, Central Texas. Barry's coming on.
That is usually some like a train, out-of-control train going down the hill. So you'll probably want to hear that coming up. Do trains actually go downhill? Sometimes
they do. Very
slowly. We'll be back. We'll finish it up. It's BetUS, 1-800-79-BET-US, online at BetUS.com. Remember, our promo code is HORN, H-O-R-N. That's H-O-R-N to get you up to 200% in bonuses for your first action. Get after it at BetUS.com.
take the break slow.
Thursday on the Horn, that makes it a Buck Off Thursday here on the Show of the People, because you know without you, the people, there is no show. And on this day, it's your day to let somebody have it. It's a buck off. Who needs a kick in the rear? How about this guy? Fire chief out of Arkansas, has been fired over improper use of emojis. Be careful with your emojis. He was fired for using a middle finger emoji on social media and having other disputes with firefighters he worked with. He's out. See ya. Don't be inappropriately using emojis. You send emojis?
Do I?
Yes.
No, only the emoji I really send out is the heart one. That's about it.
Oh, because you have such a kind heart. That's
well,
good.
no,
I like that.
it's just easy enough to do that.
Yeah, you can say a lot
Yeah,
with an
I love you.
emoji,
Yeah.
a lot quickly without typing. We've had that debate on the show before, and this is what makes the Show of the People balanced. You're in your 60s, I'm in my 40s, TY's in his 20s. So, is there, because there's generational conversations here. Do you use emojis a lot there, TY?
Just when my girlfriend makes me,
Oh man!
or it's funny, or
I keep
ironic.
getting this
So
zucchini. When I
big-
keep getting this purple zucchini emoji.
Oh,
what
you
are
must
we
be
talking?
delivering.
What is that? What's that
Are you the-
about?
What are you, Tristan
Is
Thompson
that,
over there
what
now?
am I? Is that having to do with being a gardener?
Pete
Is
Davidson? What are you, Pete
is that a
Davidson?
gardener or something?
Yeah, you have a nice zucchini.
Oh, thank you, y'all. Appreciate those.
so Ty saying is just when his girlfriend makes him. That means being whipped. And they knows
keeping
no
my lady
age.
happy. Keeping my lady happy.
Oh, no,
There you
that's
go.
right.
Keep your lady
Oh, that's
happy.
true.
That's right.
I can say that differently. Happy wife or girlfriend, happy life, knows no generation or no age bracket.
That's correct.
I like that.
How about
But,
this?
so that's the only person you send emojis to would be your girlfriend. Like male.
Yeah.
Oh, if you still got a mom,
I mean,
around,
my
you send
mom-
one of those to your mom.
My mom sends me emojis.
All right.
Sure.
So dude emojis.
Dude, don't know.
What?
No.
Dude to do. Is that like
Oh.
riding on a jet ski,
I don't
butt
even-
to butt with a dude?
Yeah, I don't even like
Unless you're doing
LOL from a dude. I don't even like those little LOL. I mean, not emojis, even LOLs. Just talk to me. Dudes, no emojis
I'm
to me.
okay with LOL.
it could be
or
ironic.
WTF or
Like if you're doing it to be funny, like if it's like the zucchini emoji, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't think I have the middle finger emoji. You know what I mean?
That one's new.
I do like the way you can kind of just say, just reply with a like. I like that. That
Yeah,
means
they've
you've
got the
replied and
skin
you've
color
liked it.
emojis. I'm like, dude, okay. I mean, really? If you're going to send me to hook 'em, I don't need to know you're black to send me
well,
hook 'em. I
like
mean,
my daughter and my
really?
wife have created their own little animated character that they can.
oh,
send me.
oh, yeah, they do lookalikes. They have facial lookalikes. I mean, no.
Yeah, we got
The
their own
memoji.
the memoji. I've not gone that far. I probably will not, but maybe one day.
All right, let me get mine over with real quick here.
Give it to me.
TCU. Riffity raff, wahoo,
Wahoo.
lickety chickety,
Lickety.
zoo zoo. You know what I'm saying? Lickety chickety, zoo zoo, hullabaloo, canoe, give 'em hell, TCU. Or I got a hole in my canoe. I mean, one of those deals. There you
Give 'em hell,
go, Jake.
TCU.
There you go, Jake. Riff, raff, wahoo, lickety chickety, zoo zoo, hullabaloo, canoe, give 'em hell, TCU. How's that? That's close enough, isn't it?
Sounds like girls' summer camp.
Really?
The
wow.
girls' summer camp.
Wow.
Well, TCU may have a lame little fight chant there, but they're a pretty good football team, and they're fourth ranked in the country.
People
and
got them on upset alert this weekend. Really?
Well, it's
Come
one of
on.
those. Look, I mean, their offense did not play well against Texas. This is why this is frustrating for the Longhorns because Texas just suffocated their offense outside of two plays, and that. And if the offense had brought anything to the table, the Texas defense set them up with short fields over and over again. Texas could have made, a typical Texas offensive output makes that a one-sided game potentially at home. Instead,
The way the defense played, yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
But obviously, you got to give TCU's defense a lot of credit. They had a great game plan, and Texas did not. Their quarterback played a rough night, and the coach never changed it, the Longhorns. And, here we are. But, is TCU on upset alert? It's just tough to go. It's tough to go undefeated. Let's say that first and foremost. But it's also they're on week 9 in a row now without a break. They've got to go to Waco, and Dave Aranda's team just got smoked themselves, and typically there's a bounce back
There needs to be a real bounce back for that offense, that's for sure, in Baylor.
Yeah. Well, that offense had been getting cranked up. They scored 45 in Lubbock. They had won 3 in a row. It looked like they found a running game with the freshman, Reese, and then all of a sudden they just get dominated by K-State. I expect a much stronger performance from Baylor in Waco on Saturday than we saw, but that doesn't mean TCU can't beat them. I mean, TCU's shown to be able to take on all comers, and they've got a veteran quarterback and team. They've got a defense that – well, the defense.
Oh, dude, if they play that defense like they played this week, that Baylor offense will have real problems.
Sure. And but they have to continue to play with the chip on the shoulder. They can't get complacent and feel like they've arrived, because there's still work to do. They've got this game, and then they've got Iowa State, and then a Big 12 championship game that they've already secured a spot in. But yeah, I mean that's an upset alert thing, right? Because you played a national game, College game day, and then going right back out on the road. And there's an opportunity for a letdown, or at least just a slide back performance where you expect Baylor to bounce back at home. They much like the Longhorns, put an embarrassing display out there for their home crowd last Saturday in Waco against K-State. So yeah, but I think TCU can win the ball game. But what the line is like 2. Vegas is calling it a field goal game, coin flip. I mean, it's right there, and I kind of think that's the way it should be. But you got to go earn it, Buck. It's hard to go undefeated. I mean, Georgia's got to go on the road to Kentucky this week. Georgia's got to, I think they can handle that, but you can expect Kentucky, kind of like Baylor. Kentucky embarrassed themselves last week, losing at home as a 17-point favorite to Vanderbilt. So I expect Mark Stoops' team to come, but they can't go athlete to athlete with Georgia. Maybe nobody can.
Not when you got a national championship.
Yeah.
In the balance.
And a chance to go back to back.
I mean, some of these teams know what it's like to be under that kind of pressure, I mean, I don't know how TCU could understand it. I mean, in the first year of Sonny Dykes, I mean, this is a lot of adrenaline. This is a lot of, veteran players that just know the process of what they have to do. They understand their defense. And they've understood their offense until last Saturday when Texas put it on them.
Yeah, well, Texas kind of gave you a blueprint to how to, and Gary Patterson was a part of that, you have to believe, along with
they moved the line of scrimmage. That really happened. That whole thing where I say, let's give me some sacks and not pressure. Well, they got both. They got pressure and they got sacks on the quarterback.
Well, they took everything away except for 2 plays, and I know those 2 plays count for touchdowns, but if you tell anybody observing college football that TCU is going to score 17 points total, they're going to give up 5 sacks and 14 tackles for loss.
I would say Texas would win on a bad night.
Texas wins on a bad night in that game. Defense did everything possible. And did they show a recipe? Did Gary Patterson kind of put some cheat codes in there? Because we know he knows that personnel. He helped to design the game plan with PK and the coaches, and they just suffocated TCU. But TCU did the same thing to Texas, and that's the question Longhorn fans are asking about their coach is, what was that game plan? I mean, did you mail this one in? What was going on here? Or was it just a bad night where both defenses and defensive lines got the better of struggling offensive lines? And
well, you had a bad night. You definitely had a bad night offensively, but you're still creating 80 yards in penalties, which we've been seeing that throughout the season. That's not just a couple games. That's a ridiculous amount of penalties for this group at this part of the year.
Yeah, it was not.
No.
And I will say this, in their final couple years in the Big 12, the Longhorns, you realize the Longhorns all season long with the defense that they have, the top pressure rate in the country, the Longhorns still lead the nation in pressures. And last week against Max Duggan, they finally got home for 5 sacks.
Yes.
You realize all year long the Longhorns have only had 2 accepted holding calls by the opposition's offense, 2 all year. All season, the Longhorns have had 2.
This group went through a whole game at Oklahoma State.
Without a penalty call.
I mean, that's bizarre.
Well, and again, if you have the number 1 pressure rate team in America.
Somebody's holding somebody.
Somebody's holding somebody, right? They've had 2 accepted holding calls against their defensive line all season long. That seems – that's I don't know that that's possible for those 2 statistics to measure together. But again,
and there's people saying they're on the Specs text line, is it the defense or was it more TCU's defense or was it more of Texas offense being inadequate? I thought TCU's defense was really – I mean, that's as well – I mean, they played strong. That was a physical group. They moved the line of scrimmage. They played in Texas backfield.
They took advantage of a rough night and some young guys, some experience. That young Texas offensive line.
They got to him. Somebody got to him. Yeah. And Bijan Robinson he wasn't making cuts at the line of scrimmage. He was having to make cuts before the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
and it made him look like he was tiptoeing at times, but there was nothing before.
I mean, they were moving the line into him.
Yes,
and this is what they're going to do. And this is that three high safety defense, right? One of the things that the three high safety defense that John Heacock at Iowa State has pushed,
that so many other people are playing it all over the nation now.
And this goes to Steve Sarkisian. This goes to the conversation I put out there this week about. I don't know, this looked like a distracted offense. It didn't look like they installed a good game plan. It didn't look like they called a good game. It didn't look like they took the TCU seriously.
Well, and he needs to understand everybody's going to play that defense again. They're going to find out how to play that defense against this team.
But that's even more infuriating because they've seen it 4 times already this year because everybody in the Big 12 is playing it. And what it calls upon you to do is be patient, take underneath throws, and you got to be willing to stick to the run even though it may not be working. That's the one thing you say about TCU. Their run wasn't working with Kendre Miller most of the night, but they stuck with it. And in the end, he popped a 75-yarder and went to the house. But, the three high safety defense wants to funnel your running backs to the outside. They want to push it. They want to push the interior.
You have all the speed guys out there.
And the speed guys come downhill and collapse on your backs from the linebacker and from the safeties because you got an extra safety up there. That's what the three high safeties do. And then they read your predictable run direction, and they spill it to the outside, and then they're going to collapse it with speed. And, Steve Sarkisian has to know this by now. You see this all the time in the Big 12. Everyone's running it. And yet I thought it was a lazy install. I don't think it was a very good game plan. It obviously wasn't executed very well. And the adjustments within the game were non-existent.
And for those folks that continue to say stuff about Bijan, he's playing for the NFL. No, dude, that guy is a football player. He plays hard all the time. But believe me, you talk about getting frustrated. It gets frustrating when you're making cuts 2 yards deep in your backfield, having to make a cut before.
Well,
you got to do that's your coach has got to give you an opportunity every once in a while.
Come on, Bijan. Somebody says playing for the NFL, dude. He had 37 touches the week before. I hardly think he's playing for the NFL.
No.
He didn't get any touches, and the Longhorns abandoned the run. And was he his best the other night? He looked like that pounding may have taken a little bit of a toll on him from K-State, but we won't know because he and Rojo didn't touch the ball in the second half.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know?
How do you know?
What one play does for him?
They didn't get involved in the passing game. They didn't run screens to him. It's really hard to know, and that's on Sark. That is on Sark that they didn't have a. That's the thing, and it's complete my mind speculation. But it just felt like a head coach and a play caller who was distracted last week, maybe by recruiting, maybe by what was going on outside, maybe what it was just because again, the TCU's defensive performance deserves huge credit. A huge buck on to what they did on the defensive side of the ball. But it's not like it's not a defense Texas hasn't seen a lot this year from other Big 12 teams. It was almost a replica of what Oklahoma State did in the second half in Stillwater. And Sark still hasn't adjusted to it. And when we went into the game, it was a pretty even matchup, it felt like on paper. That's why I took the 7 points in TCU saying, come on, this is an even game. I'm getting 7 points. I'll take the Horned Frogs. But if you said, well, which defense is going to most likely to dominate? You would have said Texas.
Yes.
By every metric, every statistic, every eyeball test.
And I know they only had 2 big plays, but they gave up 138 yards to the running back.
Because they stuck with the run. Because they stuck with the run.
Yeah, they said we're going to keep on going.
Well, and that's so again, Texas having a great defensive game plan at night with Gary Patterson's assistants, not surprising. TCU's defensive performance, even to TCU fans, they're like, where did this defense come from?
Absolutely.
Coming into the game, TCU had led the Big 12 in explosive plays allowed for touchdowns.
And as I said, if TCU brings that, if they bring that down to Waco, the way Baylor's playing offense right now, they'll swamp them. I mean, if that defense shows up again on Saturday.
And agreed. And if Dave Aranda and his offensive staff install as lame an offensive game plan as Sark did, then yeah, they'll have that chance. Because I think those two things went hand in hand. I think Sark, I don't know, man. That was as bad as it gets. And that started on Monday and Tuesday, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it does. You're right.
And then within the game, the inability to adjust to it, the inability to look again. It's
his inability in the second half right now is getting. That's kind of getting borderline ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, I've said all week that outside the Oklahoma game, they've averaged 6.5 points in the second half of Big 12 games. 6.5. That's not good enough. That means teams are adjusting to your script and adjusting to your game design, taking it away, and you can't adjust to it. This time, TCU brought it from the jump, and you didn't have a great script.
Your first parts of your script, your first 15 were no good.
I mean, we only have 22 games of evidence on Sark. but that game plan was far and away the lamest we've seen. That was the least prepared offense we've seen. Even last year in a 5-7 season, they scored 40 points most games or close to it. They just couldn't stop anybody on defense. That was curious to me. And again, I'm not trying to take anything away from TCU in their ability on defense, but that was an outlier. That's their best defensive performance by a mile this year. So there had to be Texas playing into it and playing predictable football that helped them become this dynamic defense of all of a sudden, because statistically they were average in every category.
And it helps you an awful lot when you're an undefeated team and you have a ton to play for. I mean, just a ton to play for. But I would think if you're a Texas Longhorn football player, you can still get to the championship. You had a lot to play for last week. A huge amount.
No, I mean, flat out. I mean, Texas was outcoached in that game from Monday on, or from the install of the game plan through the end of the ball game, and that's all. That's why credit to Sonny Dykes, credit to TCU, credit to them being number 4 in the country and a chance to go play for a national championship potentially.
Yeah, but your stars have to be stars.
And they were not.
No,
they were not. On defense, they were. On defense, they were.
Yeah, I mean, they took away your stars. On offense, they just took them away, and you let them take them away.
Well, think about that. I mean, we're still on Thursday rehashing that game, and we need to start looking forward to Kansas. But
I am, because I got the Kool-Aid out. Well, I didn't want to tie his drinking.
To win a championship, your stars have to play like stars consistently. Yes. And even though they didn't play great the other night, in the end, Kendre Miller was a star when they needed him to be. Quentin Johnson scored a touchdown when they needed him to score a touchdown. Max Duggan made a couple of big throws when they needed it. He didn't play great by any stretch.
No.
But, Texas didn't have an offensive star step up and do much of anything except for Jordan Whittington, and they only gave him six chances to play that role. We'll pick it up on the other side. We'll hit some facts of the day. We will talk later in the show to our buddy Jerry Hamilton from On3 Sports and Inside Texas. How did the recruits take what we saw on Saturday? And obviously Jerry will weigh in on this basketball performance last night, because it was, first big-time atmosphere, big-time game at the Moody Center was one to remember. Without a doubt, Longhorns absolutely trounce Gonzaga. We'll continue that conversation as well. First, it's Craig Way. Callahan's General Store. Listen, make it a Callahan's Day whenever you can for all of your needs, whether it's for your home, your ranch, the lease, wherever it might be. Callahan's General Store always has what you need. What a great place. I mean, and with the new 183 tollway done, the construction is finally finished out there. It is so simple to get in and out of Callahan's right now. Since 1978, they've been a Central Texas legend without a doubt. And whatever it might be. As I say, when you walk in the front door, you'll first go, man, this place is really big. I didn't realize from the road how large this place is. But off to the right, they've got the Western wear at Callahan, so you need some boots, some hats, some jeans, some gear. They've got it all for you, especially if it gets cold. They got that cold weather gear now for you at Callahan's. They got the hardware and the housewares, the feed, and if you have big pets and dogs, they've got an unbelievable selection of pet food, especially local area pet food that you're not going to find anywhere else that's more healthy for your animal. I promise you that. Plus, as we've been telling you, to get your yard winterized and ready for the spring, Callahan's has all the seed and the feed and the fertilizers you need and the people to help you buy the right stuff, apply it properly, and make sure your lawn is ready to roll, to be golf course ready come springtime. And it's all at Callahan's General Store. It's still going after all this time, since 1978, still locally owned and operated, family owned and operated at Callahan's General Store. Find them online at callahansgeneralstore.com. And remember, make it a Callahan's Day.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
Dylan Mitchell just dunked again. Dylan Mitchell, the freshman, just
Left hand, right hand.
threw another dunk down on Gonzaga. Holy cow, what a performance last night for the Longhorns. Reset it coming up in the top of the hour headlines. Also taking your buck-ons and buck-offs. Longhorns won every major category last night. Obviously, the biggest category being the win-loss column. Longhorns win going away over Gonzaga. But, man, the depth, the athleticism. Think about this. The points off turnovers last night, Buck, 27-8, which means they were forcing defensive turnovers with their aggressive pressure. And
they got hands everywhere, that group.
They do. Well, and that's been a consistent. Once Tyrese Hunter committed and announced he's transferring to Texas, you just felt Chris Beard saying, "Okay, we can really push the tempo. This can be the guy with the ball in his hands, and because he's elite on the defensive end, in addition to the offensive side, and they're so deep, they're just going to try to run people." And not get caught and bogged down in half-court offense as much as they did last year when it was like an arm wrestling match, and getting to 60 points at times was a challenge.
Well, they're not waiting till the end of the clock for sure. They are running and moving on offense too.
When we talked to Coach Beard last week, he talked about that. He's trying to drill into them. A lot of times, the best shots you'll get, even in a half-court, is in the first 6-8 seconds of the possession. There's no reason to bleed the clock all the way down if there's a good shot early on in the shot clock. And this team isn't messing around with it. And obviously, if you shoot like they did last night, if you're going to make 13 threes, Tyrese Hunter is going to be able to shoot off the bounce like that and just knock down threes.
And Marcus was hitting him. I mean, he was both those guys, man. Those guys can be dynamic together.
Your three-headed backcourt of Hunter Carr and Jabari Rice hit 10 threes. Hit 10 threes last night. And obviously, it was a stark contrast to what we saw at times last year with the Andrew Jones, Courtney Ramey, Marcus Carr group that they'd go over the three-point line a lot last year, this team, at least for one night, and hopefully they continue. But if you combine this game with I didn't see the game in late October when they played the exhibition game with Arkansas, and the Longhorns won that game by 30, and Arkansas is a top 10 team for a lot of people.
And you'll see that Arkansas team getting really good towards the end of this season too. They got a lot of youngsters.
Yeah, and this is what I really like about this Texas basketball team, is that Arkansas team is going to rely on 5 or 6 freshmen. And who knows, over the course of a long season, do they hit that freshman wall? Texas has 3 freshmen that are going to come along like a freshman should. They're going to get to play, 12 to 16 minutes a night. They're not going to be asked to be, foundational kind of players. Dylan Mitchell's going to get to be a high flyer and block shots and dunk and rebound because the heavy lifting is going to be done by the backcourt, by Dylan DeSue, by Timmy Allen, Christian Bishop. Those are the guys that are going to, really lay the bricks, and then Dylan Mitchell can just be a freshman.
Oh, yeah, and it's great that Timmy Allen will get his. He just doesn't have to press. He just can play basketball right now.
That's a stat that jumps out, too. There's a guy, Timmy Allen, who was your best player last year, and if he didn't play well, they had no chance.
Yes.
He scored 2 points. 2 points, and your team scored 93, and you won by 21, or 18. They were up by 25 at one point, 26. But impressive for the Longhorns last night. No doubt we'll continue to recap it. Hear more from Chris Beard coming up in our Coach's Corner. Also hear from you on a Buck Off Thursday, talking Longhorn football and basketball. Could be snow tonight at Lambeau Field, Buck. The tundra will be frozen because tundra is always frozen by definition.
There were a couple games in the
MAC last night in the snow. And the NFL apparently is talking and discussing about moving the Bills-Browns game this Sunday. I'll tell you why coming up. They're actually talking about moving it Sunday at noon from Buffalo. Details to come. It's a Buck Off Thursday, 17 November. Appreciate you being with us. We continue to roll on with you on 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260, streaming always on the Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com. I want to introduce you to my friend Brian and his team at Data Savior, folks. Brian and his whole group there, they're tremendous, 20 years strong here in Central Texas, and they're here to help. If you have a small business and you are concerned about your data, your IT, that information technology that is the lifeblood of your business, no matter how small, how large, whatever it might be, the loss of that information and that technology will cause a financial disaster. And it happens a lot more often than you think to hacks, to theft, to ransomware, even fire and flood sometimes. And it can just collapse your business if you lose it and can't get it back. Even if it's for a couple of weeks and you can get it back, that 2-week lapse can really, really set you back. That's why you need Data Savior. Brian and his team at Data Savior join your company as a team member, not a vendor, and then they become your guide to data security. And it starts with a complimentary on-site assessment. They just figure out what's going on, where your holes might be, where you're vulnerable, and then they plug them. And then they monitor that back up 24 hours a day and provide you daily updates. Brian tells me the stories all the time, people who call after the fact. It's kind of too late at that point a lot of times to get back that valuable data. Let Data Savior get ahead of it and monitor it right now 24 hours a day. There is no commitment fee. Simply become part of your team, provide that data backup that you have to have. It's HIPAA compliant. It's top-level service. And all you have to do is go to the website, datasavior.com, to set up an appointment and that complimentary on-site assessment. That's datasavior.com, or call Brian 707-0026 at datasavior.com. B&E on a Thursday. It was absolute mayhem at Moody last night. Longhorns demolished Gonzaga 93-74. Send a message to the rest of college basketball. After the demolition, the head coach of the Gonzaga Bulldogs, Mark Few, in his post-game assessment, said that is a really, really, really good basketball team. They are the real deal. And Mark Few's seen some good basketball teams. He was obviously impressed with the depth of the Longhorns, the athleticism of the Longhorns, and the backcourt was pretty darn tremendous as well. So we'll get back into that here from Chris Beard coming up. We'll hear his post-game thoughts and interview with Craig Way and Eddie Orrin from the court side of the Mayhem at Moody. That place was...
Yes, it was. I got a feeling that Coach Few thought that after the helter-skelter start that he could slow things down a little bit and kind of take control of the game with some of his players, and it never happened. It just kept on going. That wave just kept coming at him all night long.
Well, as we said it earlier, I mean, if Brock Cunningham's your eighth man off the bench, and he brings that kind of energy, and he can impact the game like he did in a short amount of time at the end of the first half. I mean, gosh, that is scary deep. If the ninth guy on your roster is getting 14 minutes, and that was Arterio Morris, and then he was playing in the first half. I mean, these weren't garbage time minutes. I mean, he played almost 15 minutes of basketball last night. Very few teams can go that deep and that talented, especially when your backcourt shoots like it did, and the points off turnovers, everything we've talked about. But yeah, Mark Few, pretty impressed. I think Chris Beard was too, but he won't say it to that extent. But the Longhorns beat Gonzaga for the first time in program history. They'd been 0-4 against the Zags all time. Last night, a resounding win. Also on the way to the timeout, I mentioned that the NFL is looking into potentially moving Sunday's game in Buffalo. The Bills are playing the Browns with Josh Allen and company.
Are they trying to get that to Miami?
I don't know, but here it is. The newest model has more than 70 inches of snow falling.
Snow.
70 inches of snow falling in less than 24 hours in and around Buffalo, New York. It is shaping up, it says here, to be one of the most extreme snowstorms in U.S. history. So, obviously, you can't play football in 6 feet of snow.
No.
That ain't going to work. And that's just not safe for the players, the fans, anybody. So we'll see. I don't know if waiting a day is going to help anything, move it to Monday night.
Oh, there'll still be snow around. That stuff will be hanging around there until June.
But if the storm itself stops, could you get it plowed and get the field ready to play if it stops snowing? And you can get people in and out of the building. I don't know. There's a lot to consider there. Because, look, I mean, you're going to bring 70,000 fans out. You don't want people in their car. I mean, everybody's saying, don't drive, don't get in your car, don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere, yeah.
Well, then you can't have an NFL game and say, hey, come to our football game.
We need you to pack the stadium.
Yeah, tailgates and fun. 6 feet of snow will slow that down pretty quickly. So we'll keep an eye on that. Heck, there was snow last night in the Maction game. T.Y., did you win your Maction bet of the night?
I did.
You took Miami of Ohio on the money line?
Oh, yeah. And I had two others off-air picks, so I'm undefeated in Maction this week.
He's got his Maction going. He knows his Maction teams.
Well, he knows the MAC, the Mid-American Conference. And
who doesn't?
That was a snow game too, right? They had that snow on the ground.
Yeah, and the over-under in that one was 50.5.
Nice.
Or no, not the Miami, Ohio. The Eastern Michigan. One of those games, there was a lot of snow in the first half. And it was pretty fun to watch. So, I mean, I'd be interested to see what that looked like on Sunday.
7 feet of snow. I mean, if you get 4 feet of snow, let me tell you something. It's not going to be pretty.
4 feet of snow, 6 feet.
It's not going to happen.
How is that even possible?
Well, I mean, it's
off
called
the lake.
It's called lake effect snow coming off the Great Lakes there, and I've
been in a few five footers in Boston. It is ugly. It's pretty in the start, but about a day and a half into it, it is just you can't go anywhere. You're stuck where you are.
You can't open your door.
Can't open up the door.
You can't even get out of the house.
How do people go to work?
They don't. No, you shut down. The only people to go to work are the snowplow guy.
Snowplow guy, and if the trains are running, you get on those trains.
But
they get all that stuff cleared off, and you take that transportation. Take the T.
Well, the T ain't running.
T will run. Oh, the T will get going. It's only a matter of time before the T gets going in those big cities. They get get going.
Well, then they start plowing this because Ty's only seen snow twice in his life.
But nothing's open. But I mean, where are you going to?
Nowhere. Ty's only seen snow twice in his life. Let's keep that in mind. And that was it. You went skiing with your buddies, but you didn't ski because you couldn't afford it.
No, yeah, and I don't know how to. I just went up to the mountain.
And that's where so when they start plowing the snow, then it kind of packs, it builds this wall of snow as the plow kicks it off to the right or the left. And
it ain't going anywhere.
As my first 8 years of my life in Akron, Ohio, the Akron and that whole northeast Ohio corridor will get that lake effect snow off of Lake Erie. And I've told you, I think in my 8 years in Ohio, I think I had 2 birthday parties canceled because of lake effect snowstorms on December the 6th. 2 of them. Like, oh man, having my friends over.
So
no party.
If you got 2.5 feet of snow in Boston, you're going to school. You're going.
But if there's a threat of like sleet here.
Oh yeah, we shut it down. We shut it down. Oh yeah, because you know how it is back east, Buck. You got to throw your boots on, all your winter gear. Then my brother and I would trudge up the 2.5 blocks or
it's
3 blocks.
Like a Christmas story when they wrapped that poor kid up and sent him off to school.
We'd walk up to St. Martha's where we went to school. But then you put all this gear on, then you
Sweat
walk up,
like
and then
dog.
you pull it all back off.
Oh.
Like as soon as you get there, it's miserable. Thank gosh we don't live in that anymore. Okay, let's get to the headlines and the trending topics to start this busy Thursday morning. UBL Business Services brings it to you. Start with the Longhorns. Yeah, the first big-time nationally televised game ever at the Moody Center last night is one to remember. The 11th-ranked Longhorns absolutely demolished second-ranked Gonzaga 93-74 in front of a frenzied crowd of more than 11,000 at the new building. After a bit of a sluggish start, the Horns really hit their stride, and that national audience got to see the Longhorns show off some elite depth and athleticism to go with a dynamic backcourt led by the Iowa State transfer guard Tyrese Hunter at the point. He led all scorers with 26, hit 5 3-pointers. His wingman Marcus Carr added 16. 3 other Longhorns into double digits. They shot over 51% from the field, hit 13 balls from 3, and Chris Beard fairly impressed.
Yeah, I thought we played well. We said we played well before the game. It would take our best 40 minutes to the season thus far to get it done. I think that's what we did, to really control both halves, win the first half by 10, win the second half by 11. That was the consistency we were looking for. We hit on some targets tonight. We get the 4 guys to double figures with a couple guys at 9, 8. That's the balance we want. We have a low turnover game. And I thought we made Drew Timme work really hard. I mean, look, he's an All-American. He has 18 points and 9 rebounds, but we made him turn it over 5 times, and I thought we were dialed in and played really well against one of the best players in college basketball.
All right, there's Chris Beard afterwards. Longhorns now 3-0. Their next game coming Monday night on the road. Texas football. Longhorns continue their game week prep for this Saturday afternoon's game with Kansas. The Jayhawks, both teams 6-4. Game at 2:30. Yesterday, Texas running back Bijan Robinson named a semifinalist for the Walter Camp College Football Player of the Year award. He's the first Longhorn to be named to that list, the semifinal list, since Deontay Foreman back in 16. To week 12 of the NFL kicks off tonight in Green Bay. Packers hosting the Tennessee Titans. Thursday night football. Game time temps around 24 degrees. Snow flurries in the forecast. Could be one of those fun games. Might be a big Derrick Henry night in that one. College football weekend kicks off tonight as well. Actually, the MACtion did, but 21st ranked Tulane, first ranked team in action. The Green Wave will host SMU tonight. College baseball awards week continued last night. No surprise in the American League or National League Cy Young Awards. As expected, Houston's Justin Verlander named the unanimous choice for AL Cy Young. JV gets his 3rd all-time Cy Young on his way to the Hall of Fame after his incredible 18-win season. In the National League, Miami Marlins right-hander Sandy Alcantara was also the unanimous choice. In the NBA, with Luka Doncic watching, Houston Rockets went into Dallas and beat the Mavs. Just their 3rd win of the season, 101-93. Also last night, Phoenix took down Golden State in a marquee matchup in the desert, 130-119. Says in 2015, when I was going to school in Buffalo, they had a storm like this, 65 inches in like 2 days. Yeah, that's not good.
Oh no, the snow drifts up there are amazing.
It says you saw what 6 inches did to Austin. Well, look, we're not built
No.
to handle that, but the freezing for a week was the bigger issue too with the grid. But either way, yes, I mean Buffalo gets this every year. Maybe not this severe, obviously, but you learn to deal with it. But then somebody said that's why in the East the doors open inside. You know that? That's pretty cool. I didn't even realize that. Your door will open to the inn.
Mm-hmm.
So that if it does get that high that you can actually open it and tunnel out and not be stuck and buried in your house. I guess that's an interesting. Is that true? That's pretty incredible. Somebody said they can't move the Buffalo-Cleveland game back a day because the Bills play Thursday night.
There you go.
That's interesting. Now, what I read this morning was the NFL is looking into moving the game to somewhere else, like getting the teams out. Don't ever have Cleveland fly in because they probably won't be able to. It's not a far trip from Cleveland to Buffalo, but you don't want Cleveland traveling.
Where's the Cuse playing this week? Oh, they're home. It's got to be towards the end of the season.
I mean, obviously they wouldn't
games.
play it in a neutral site. I mean, they wouldn't play it in Cleveland, but could they play it in? I don't know where.
The Carrier Dome.
Oh, go indoors.
I don't even know if is this still the Carrier Dome? Did they change their name? It's got to be changed by now. It's got to have a new name by now.
Well, it looks like Syracuse could be dealing with some of that snow too. So maybe get further.
Oh yeah.
Get down to Philadelphia? No. The Eagles play at home? Where could you go? Philly, Cincinnati? Somewhere Pittsburgh? Yeah. I'm sure somebody's playing at the Giants Stadium, Giants and Jets.
Well, it's supposed to
Somebody
snow in
always plays
Pennsylvania anyway, but they're only going to get a couple, and they're not going to get that kind of madness.
Yankees Field.
Oh,
They could go somewhere nice. Like go to, like you said, Miami. I don't know. We'll see what the NFL comes up with in this spot. But that obviously game set for noon on Sunday. I also read that the Buffalo Bills are dealing with a bit of an illness that's making its way through their locker room.
look out.
That's not good with Josh Allen's team just coughing up that game to the Vikings.
The vid's
last
out
week.
again?
I don't know. Might just be the flu. Might just be the flu this time. Hey, can we dive into the Coach's Corner? It's brought to you by Audio Visual Consultations, avconsultations.com. All right. It says, I have not watched a college basketball game from front to back, start to finish, like I did last night. That was impressive. It says all house doors open in.
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm trying to figure out who's got a house that the door opens outside,
That's true.
to the outside.
I don't. Mine opens in.
Yeah, back in Pennsylvania, mine's still always open. It never opened out. Silly.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if we have a door that opens out. Nope.
The little things you don't think about in life.
The little things you don't think about until you think about them.
Yeah, the ones I really don't care about.
Yeah. Okay, so here's some Chris Beard here in our Coach's Corner, brought to you by avconsultations.com. This was afterwards, of course, Craig Way with a great call last night. A lot to get excited about. Longhorns run it up on Gonzaga. They scored 46 points in the first half, 47 in the second. Shot 50+% from the field in both halves, but also played at a pretty aggressive brand of defense and showed off the depth. Here was Chris Beard sitting down with Craig and Eddie after the ballgame.
Back on the Bud Light postgame showing interviews of Longhorns head coach Chris Beard. I don't know how you could have drawn it up much better, much harder, much more thorough than what your guys showed on the floor tonight.
Yeah, I thought we played well. We said before the game it would take our best 40 minutes to the season thus far to get it done. I think that's what we did. To really control both halves, win the first half by 10, win the second half by 11. That was the consistency we were looking for. We hit on some targets tonight. We get the 4 guys to double figures with a couple guys at 9, 8. That's the balance we want. We have a low turnover game. And I thought we made Drew Timme work really hard. I mean, look, he's an All-American. He has 18 points and 9 rebounds, but we made him turn it over 5 times. And I thought we were dialed in and played really well against one of the best players in college basketball.
I also noticed, too, with your substitution pattern in the first half, how much of that was directed toward making sure guys were rested and also keeping them out of foul difficulty as you rotated it and really kept guys out of foul difficulty in large measure.
Yeah, a little bit of both. We got such respect for Mark Few, the coach, and Drew Timme, the best player. And so we just wanted to make sure we could get to halftime and not be in major foul trouble. So we got some contributions from Brock and D. Mitch guarding the post, and Timmy Allen. Maybe not at his best stat game, but I'm telling you, he made some big-time plays, winning plays. So, yeah, it was good to get in at halftime and relatively not be in foul trouble.
Chris, talk about your guys. I thought it was really big that your guys coming off the bench. They were ready to play the first half. I think it was like 18-4 in points. But I thought that bringing those guys off the bench, they were ready to play. Sometimes guys aren't. But talk about the guys coming off the bench and how they contributed.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Coach. Our teams over the years are 6th man, 7th man. We always like those guys to be our best players or some of our best players. So Jabari Rice and Brock Cunningham, Terrio, and certainly CB right now, we lose nothing when we come into the bench. So in my mind right now, we have, 8, 9 starters, and we've got some guys that are doing really well in practice right now that are working hard towards getting in the rotation.
Toward that end, I wanted to ask you about something we've talked a little bit about, and that's that whole thing about getting a cohesive group. And Eddie and I were talking about how it may be more challenging than ever before in college basketball with the transfer portal, with freshmen, incomers, to get a cohesive group. You guys have been working very hard. Was tonight kind of a step closer into what you're talking about that?
Yeah, I think so. Each day is a step. We're a no excuse culture and program, and I know that's kind of the narrative, but at the end of the day, it's still coaching. You had 12, 13 guys, got some coaches, and you got to put a team together. And I thought tonight we played like a team. Now, look, it's early. This is the 3rd game of the season, so I don't think we need to bring out the Super Bowl punch bowl yet. But a lot of respect for Gonzaga. We played really well tonight. Can't get too high or too low. I think the feeling around here really is based a lot on our respect for Gonzaga.
I got to ask you one more thing, and that's about in the days to come before heading down to the Rio Grande Valley with all the hard work your guys put in. What's the schedule going to be like for your guys as you lead up to the game down in the Valley on Monday?
Yeah, tomorrow off day. Get the guys back focused on academics full time. Get in that training room. Get some mental rest. Enjoy Austin, Texas. Get back to work the next day. Clean this game up a little bit. There's some things we got to do better, and then look forward to our first road game together, road trip together. Getting on the road. Can't wait to play in front of the Longhorn Nation in South Texas. The baseball team had a great experience out there in the Edinburgh Valley last year, I believe. We're excited to play. Any Texas fans listening, short road trip down south. Eddie Orm has a great restaurant recommendation down there. Come down south. And then, Craig, if I could, the next home game is in Gregory Gym. It's the Saturday after Thanksgiving. It's 3 o'clock. It's open to the general public this year. $10 tickets. Anybody listening, get those tickets now. I think it'll sell out in the next couple of days. But if you didn't join us last year in Gregory Gym, I thought it was one of the coolest things we did year one.
All right. Appreciate the time. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
That's Longhorns head coach Chris Beard.
There
More
we go.
coming up.
See Craig Way and Eddie Orm with Coach Beard, and did a good job of wrapping that up. Northern Arizona, the next opponent Monday. It is down in Edinburgh, following the baseball suit to spread the Longhorn brand, and then Gregory Gym. That's only about 3,000 people. So after 11,000 plus jammed into Moody last night, you may want to get those tickets because UTR
for
TV,
sure.
that'll be a rim rattler for sure with Gregory Gym. Then the next big game at the Mood will be December 1 against Creighton. The Blue Jays come into town ahead of Illinois. Up at Madison Square Garden in the Jimmy V Classic beyond that the following Tuesday. So good hoops. Longhorns win. Good questions, I thought, from Craig and Eddie. The depth just jumps off the page to me. I know they're talented at the top, and their guards are improved. They have a true point guard in Tyrese Hunter, in my mind. They go with a slim down and Marcus Carr able to play off the ball. And those three guards, by the way, Buck, Rice, Hunter, and Carr played the most minutes in the game last night. They were your leaders on the floor. But at the same time, it's just amazing. I thought Christian Bishop, when he came in for Dylan DeSue, first man off the bench, that kind of changed the game.
Oh yeah, he was like that last year. He brings that real live energy.
Yeah, he's just
inside, and it's one thing to take a bunch of threes. I mean, they did that a lot last year. It's another thing to hit these threes, and they got guys that look like they're taking jump shots and 3-point shots with a lot of confidence.
All right, coming up, we're going to tell you some buck-ons and buck-offs and get those for you. Let me tell you about our friends at Viking Fence, the best fence company in Austin, Texas. You know it, you love it. Since 1972, the premier fence company in the ATX. There are plenty of fence companies you can find. You can put it in the Google machine, and they'll tell you. But I promise you, none of those fence companies have their own on-site lumber mill, the custom cutting facility where they mill the Western Red Cedar, pre-staining equipment to use that Ready Seal stain on all that Western Red Cedar ahead of time, which adds to the quality, and you don't have to do it later. Also, the same thing for the iron fence. If you need a gate or a handrail, automated gate like the Buck has over there, you can get. They have their own, iron division, where they do all the custom iron work and the bending, the CNC bending. It's Viking Fence. Since 1972, the premier fence company in the ATX, the longest warranties, the best install in the industry every single time, whether it's commercial or residential, is going to be a Viking Fence. 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com, because when you think fence in Austin, Texas, think Viking. It's Viking Fence. Okay, so somebody mentioned Florida has doors in their homes that open out for hurricane resistance. Hurricane resistance. Okay? Okay. Appreciate that. This says home doors open in, commercial doors open out.
Okay.
And screen doors open out. So if you have a screen door.
Oh, yeah, I don't recall a screen door that pulls in.
Okay, now that wouldn't make a lot, because you couldn't do both. You got to have the door in and door out. Door out. So.
Yeah, I got to keep this in mind the next time we have that 5 feet of snow coming through here.
Hey, by the way, today is National Unfriend Day. So if there's someone you would like to unfriend, like you just need to cut the tie, quit messing around, today's the day. Today's that day.
Is it the day she tells you or you tell her?
Either
Is that
one.
how that works?
You could be unfriending someone, or you could be the person being unfriended.
There you go.
That's the way that goes.
Get it over with
be
today.
Ready for it.
And before the holidays start, before the gifting starts.
Just, don't be surprised if it happens, and your guys here on the show, the people, let you know. Oh, why are you unfriending me today?
Yeah, why today?
Why would
Come
today
on.
be the day? Well, it's National Unfriend Day.
When you do that on Christmas Eve or something? If you really wanted to get me, why do it today?
We had the emojis talk earlier. Maybe you could do it.
Oh,
with
you guys
emojis.
emojing us out right there, too.
You could do emojis to break up. Hey, coming up, we got Hot or Not for the end of the hour. Also, as we mentioned, Jerry Hamilton will join us on 3 Sports Inside Texas.
Barry.
Wow. Barry from BetUS will join us. But Jerry will talk to us about the recruiting impact. And we know it was a big recruiting weekend last week for the Longhorns. They lost the ball game. Still feeling good about some of these top recruits. We'll ask Jerry that question in the 8 o'clock hour. Also, he's covers basketball for Inside Texas. His thoughts on this Longhorn team last night, putting on an impressive show for the nation to see at Moody Center. Also coming back, our buddy Jake from Student Loan Payment Lawn Care needs us to settle a bet based on the Texas TCU game. So we'll get into that as well.
Yeah, we got to get that over. He's semi-whining, so we need to get that over with.
We'll get that done.
You never see a screen door on a submarine. Yeah, thank you.
Screen door on the submarine, people. Oh, man.
They have to get it all in.
Love you to death. B&E on the Horn.
Folks, Dr. Greg Eckert and his all-star group of professionals do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. And the most advanced work, restoring teeth. And I had mine done in just 2 visits thanks to Dr. Eckert and his wonderful staff. But if you're interested in that, folks, or you're interested in dental implants, find out if you're a candidate for those dental implants because he is going strong with dental implants. And whether it's one tooth or many teeth, Dr. Eckert can give you that smile. Turn that frown upside down right off the bat in just 1 day. Leave with teeth with Dr. Greg Eckert. 512-345-3166 is his telephone number. Make that appointment. Use that dental insurance because we're starting to come towards the end of the year, and you want to use that dental insurance, and this is the opportunity to do it with Dr. Eckert. He does await your phone call, believe me. And for general dentistry, if you've got trouble, extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, get those teeth fixed. Really, it'll help your overall, of course, it's going to help your overall physical. You're going to feel better physically, believe me. I've got this little cavity Dr. Eckert told me that I need to get done, and I need to get it done in a hurry. And, folks, you can get that done with Dr. Eckert, too. And if you have dental anxiety, and a lot of folks do, they just won't go to the dentist because they're scared. Don't be scared. This is the guy and the staff that you want to be around because you're not going to sit out in the waiting room and wait for hours on end. A lot of times you go to the dentist's office and people are going to be just a little late back there. Not with Dr. Eckert. If you've got a schedule, he's going to be on time with you, and then you go back there with he and his staff, and you guys make the decision together. Over 1,400 cases of restoring teeth, over 27 years of business. Dr. Eckert is absolutely the very best. And as I said, turn that frown upside down in just 1 day with dental implants. Telephone number, once again, 512-345-3166. He's our dentist, and he should be your dentist also.
Go on and share a howdy. If we go bless this mood, we gonna have the ways.
Oh, man, the Minister of Culture on a Thursday. I didn't know Matthew McConaughey had a hit single. Did you find that, Ty?
It's Bless the Mood. CB hit us up on Twitter. I guess they came out with a video last night.
Very nice, very nice.
It's a whole full 3-minute long song.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary, but that's okay. That's cool. They need to get Coach Patterson in on that so he can play a little guitar.
It's pretty good. What's it called?
I think it's just called Cool Church. # Bless the Mood was the
Bless
tweet.
the Mood.
Bless
That's right.
the
Bless
mood.
the Mood.
Very
I like
nice.
that.
Thank you very,
McConaughey,
very, very much.
Minister of Culture. Delivering.
Someone's asking about the Farmer's Almanac for this winter. According to my Farmer's Almanac, it'll be very similar to last year, but less wind. It was windy last winter. We had a lot of winds. Remember, it wasn't as cold, obviously, but it was cold enough, just a kind of a normal. But what they called for in the Farmer's Almanac last spring was the fact that it's going to get back to normal in the summer. That didn't seem normal to me last summer. That seemed like it was hot as you-know-what last year. But they said we'll be ready for those normal temperatures. I guess for Texans that have been around here for 1,000 years, that was a normal summer. That didn't seem normal to me. I've only been here 30 years, but I have not been in one of those like we did. But as for the winter, it will be a little bit colder than it was last year, but hopefully less wind. Man.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to normal. Obviously, a couple years ago, we had the blizzard, the ice storm.
Yeah, I mean, that was a week of stuff.
Apocalypse.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll see that again. Hopefully not. But, abnormal in Buffalo, they're looking for 7 feet of snow coming up over the weekend. And, abnormal in West Texas yesterday, might have been an earthquake at the Moody Center last night when they were trying to blow the roof off the place when Dylan Mitchell dunked again late in the game.
Oh,
but
the house was on fire in there last night.
But there was an actual earthquake in West Texas yesterday. An actual earthquake, 5.4 quake. One of the largest in Texas history, according to geologists.
Is that felt back here by folks, too?
Apparently, it was registered here in Austin, and that wasn't the Moody Center. 5.3 magnitude earthquake in West Texas, centered up near the Texas-New Mexico border, and could be felt as far away as Austin, Texas. So,
wow,
that's out of the normal. That's out of the norm. Also, we had the Longhorns trouncing the Bulldogs last night. Justin Verlander won another Cy Young.
Yeah, big buck on him. 39 years old, Tommy John surgery. I mean, talking about having to get it done. Wow.
And come back better than ever.
Yes.
He was asked last night on MLB Network when he was at, it was Dallas Keuchel, his former teammate and good buddy, that presented him with the award, at least announced that he had won it. It was of little suspense. Everybody knew he was going to get it, and it was a unanimous vote. But Verlander said one of the keys, and this could be Bucky's tips for kids or adults. He said one of the keys to his ability to come back and be better than he was before was a positive attitude. That he just stayed positive. He didn't get down. He just he looked at the numbers and said there's an 89%, success rate with this surgery now coming back if you do the right things and you come back to full strength and sometimes even better.
Yep. Somebody once told me, change your attitude, change your life.
Yeah. Your attitude is your decision each day.
That's right.
Each and every day. How you approach things is on you. You can let other people affect it, but really shouldn't. But Verlander now has 3 Cy Youngs. He's an MVP, 2 World Series titles, and it's not off the radar for him to get to 300 wins. He's got 246 wins now, career-wise. He'd have to play 4 more years and average about 17 wins a season to get there. That's pretty bold for a guy 39. But the report surfaced yesterday that he's looking for something in the neighborhood of the Max Scherzer deal, 3 years.
He wants to bust that bank.
$150 million, and he's earned it, and we'll see. He said he's talked to Jim Crane, the Astros owner. They texted, hadn't talked to him since they spoke after the World Series, but Jim Crane made it clear he wants to be involved. Astros don't have a GM right now. Obviously, they fired the GM because he and Jim Crane didn't see eye to eye and didn't really get along very good. Saw the vision for the franchise differently, and so Jim Crane is looking for a GM. But Verlander said he made it clear that Jim Crane wants to be involved and he wants him back. But obviously, the market is the market now, and other teams are going to be interested. He also, Justin Verlander, could get to 4,000 strikeouts. There's only 4 pitchers all time that have that resume: 3 Cy Youngs, an MVP, 2 World Series titles, 300 wins, and 4,000 strikeouts. They are Nolan Ryan, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, and Steve Carlton. JV could join that list, and we'll see. He's 39. But he feels like he's got a new right arm.
Well, he threw that way last year for
He
sure.
certainly did. And obviously, this says Kate Upton keeps him young. That's true. That's true. Kate Upton can keep you young. They also have, he's one of those workout guys. Nolan Ryan's his idol and his all-time hero, and he does that off-season regimen and gets his body ready and kind of Tom Brady-like. Just keep on cranking.
And I think they have 2 kids now, I believe.
I think he's got a 2.5-year-old Genevieve, who we saw on TV last night.
One maybe a little older.
One younger.
Younger? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. All right, so Longhorns trounce Gonzaga. We're talking Texas football. NFL weekend starts tonight. We're taking your Buck-ons and Buck-offs as we get cranking into your weekend now, which gets going tonight on this National Unfriend Day. So it's also, what does this say? Shaquille O'Neal. We had the conspiracy theories yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
About did we land on the moon because of the Artemis rocket that launched? And
Our producer
Ty's one
gave
of those
into
guys,
that.
one of those people. But on the inside the NBA last night, Shaquille O'Neal said he believes there's more than one moon. More than one moon.
Ask Lizzo.
Oh, God. Dang, that was quick.
Shouldn't have said that. That's not good. That was not good. That was very bad of me.
Lizzo has 2 moons over my hammy.
Boy.
And she's got a bunch of Grammy Award nominations, too.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Lizzo.
Shaq.
Fat shaming is wrong with me.
You know, there's a new...
Almost the holiday season. What am I doing, Ty? I can't be doing that. Maybe I just had to get it out, though, right?
Yeah, it's until Thanksgiving, you're good.
I'm good?
I think so.
Did you hear that, E? No, we can. Well, that just slipped, really.
Hey, do you know that...
Funny guy.
I thought it was very funny. I laughed. I laughed at Lizzo. Did you know that Shaquille O'Neal, there's a new 4-part documentary series on HBO that's out called Shaq? It's all about his career, his life. I haven't seen that yet, but might have to. And I still need you to see the Say Hey Willie Mays documentary.
I've got to see that.
That's one-timer. That's a one-parter. It's really good. Several people have mentioned, how did Nolan Ryan make that list without winning a Cy Young? That's true. The list of 5 pitchers that I talked about, that's 300 wins, 4,000 strikeouts. Eliminate the Cy Youngs in the World Series. 4,000 strikeouts, 300 wins. Only 4 pitchers have ever done that. Nolan, the big unit, the Rocket, and lefty Steve Carlton. Justin can join that. Eliminate the fact that Verlander's got 3 Cys, an MVP, and 2 World Series titles. That would put him in very rarefied air as far as all-time pitchers, without a doubt. Thank you for checking on that. Appreciate it. All right, so we got a Buck on, we got Buck offs, we got Texas football. As you said earlier, Buck, some people putting TCU on upset alert, and you're not among them. You think they're going to handle Baylor this weekend?
Yeah, I do. I think teams that have really a lot to play for are still just going to play well. They understand what's going on. I mean, like the Georgia-Kentucky game, I don't expect Kentucky to go in there and do anything to Georgia except for get mauled. I mean, those teams are getting ready for, you're talking about conference championships and national championships. And I just expect TCU, I mean, if Sonny Dykes can bring his team in here, I don't expect then a week later for them to think that this was the game of the year for them, that they don't have anything else to play for. They know they're going to the Big 12 championship no matter what, and just beating Texas is their end all for their season. I think they have bigger hopes because a lot of people don't believe that if they got into those final games, if they can hang with teams like Georgia or Ohio State or anybody.
And this is a huge buck off because ESPN, shame on them. Yesterday there was a viral video that went viral because that's what they do, with Paul Feinbaum and this guy Mad Dog Russo from New York, who never watches college football, doesn't know a thing about it, and then Stephen A. Smith, who also doesn't watch college football and doesn't say a thing about it. But these are the big screamers on ESPN, and they were talking about TCU and their strength of schedule, and of course Feinbaum and Stephen A. Smith are ripping it, saying it's not strong enough. Even though I'm not here to carry TCU's water, but in the Sagarin ratings and ESPN's FPI Power Poll, TCU has a stronger and higher ranked strength of schedule than Georgia, Ohio State, or Michigan.
I got to believe definitely Michigan and Ohio State.
I mean, hey, Stephen A., go to your own damn website at ESPN.com, where you're the highest paid employee, and have a look at strength of schedule ratings before you go on the television and say dumb things like their strength of schedule is too weak compared to the other schools. It's actually stronger by ESPN.com and the FPI, the power poll that they have. Their strength of record is number 1, TCU. And so just because Stephen A. Smith and Paul Feinbaum don't know much about Oklahoma State or K-State or the top teams in the Big 12, Baylor, I mean, it's a good conference this year.
They only know really about the SEC and the Big Ten.
I would say Mad Dog Chris Russo doesn't know anything about college football. Living in the heart of New York City and only yelling about the Yankees and the Giants and the Jets and the Knicks. He doesn't know anything about college football. They just bring him on to get people like me talking about it, I guess. But come on, you can't go on. If your own website's power poll says that TCU has a stronger strength of schedule.
Why do you have that on your website, dude?
Why are you allowed to say that? Like, what's the point of having the Sagarin ratings or the ESPN rankings and the ratings? The strength of schedule for TCU higher than Georgia, Ohio State, or Michigan. Certainly strong enough to warrant being in the Final Four. And this was the debate, Buck. If they win out and are undefeated, should they be in the Final Four? Are
of course
you kidding
they should.
me? Well, they were trying to argue no, that they should put a 1 or 2 loss SEC team in there.
Or USC.
Yeah, come on. You know, and Stephen A. Smith actually tweeted out the video saying competition matters. That was the 2-word tweet.
Are we talking about the SEC that this week will be playing St. Mary's or, Stony Brook in their 11th week?
There's Upper East Coast homerism, and then there's craziness. And then there's Paul Feinbaum, who's just going to
forget about it.
Carry the mail for the SEC all the time. Because, yes, he would love to see Georgia, Tennessee,
LSU.
and LSU all get in.
All 3, yeah.
All get in. If
they could find a way to get Alabama back in there, they'd do that too.
I mean, come on. Just Google the power ratings of your own website. That's not that hard to do in preparation for the conversation you're going to have. It is, and TCU warrants where they are, in my mind, by every metric. So hope they can keep winning. But obviously the Baylor game, here's the only way I would say trap game, Buck. You played your best game of the year defensively against Texas.
Yes.
And you survived a game in which your offense got pretty much smothered for 4 quarters. And you found a way to win. That was a real gut check game for them. Sonny Dykes is now getting a lot of national accolades, not from Stephen A. Smith, but from those who know college football. And Baylor got smothered at home and put on a pretty pathetic performance last week against K-State.
Yep.
And lost in front of their home crowd 31-3. That is the ultimate, to me, worrisome trap game where one team's going to have a bounce-back week. They had a rough week of practice. They really dialed in on some issues. Whereas TCU,
well, they need a bounce back offensively, TCU.
Well, did they get a little high on the hog? At the same time, there's just human nature that goes into these things with human beings playing a sport. That TCU, I think the fact that they know they control their destiny to the Final Four, that was a good way to avoid a letdown.
That's why it's good to have veterans on your team.
That's right. And they're a very veteran football team that can kind of almost smell the finish line now if they can go out and find a win at Waco. And you just have to, if you're Sonny Dykes, you just have to expect them. You're not getting the Baylor team you saw Saturday against K-State.
I mean, that's every week when you play. I mean, if a team falters the way Baylor has done offensively, their defense is still good. It's not good like last year. They lost too many guys to the NFL. They just lost too many players, and they've had a lot of injuries. But no, I don't expect them to at home to go back-to-back weeks. I don't really expect them to play that way offensively either. That was Texas-like, the way they've been playing offense at Baylor right now.
Well, and much like Texas, we thought Baylor had turned a corner. They had won 3 in a row and were playing some pretty good football. And Texas had just beaten K-State in Manhattan. That was just such a weird Saturday. All right, coming back. That's the way Saturdays can go, by the way, in college football in November, unfortunately for the Longhorns. So we'll hit the hot or not topics. Ty Henderson will lead us through some things we've missed halfway through this Buck Off Thursday. Plus Jerry Hamilton, always a great conversation from inside Texas on 3 Sports. After the top of the hour, talking about the scene at the Mood last night and the recruiting landscape for the Longhorns coming off of the tough loss to TCU. That's all coming.
Folks, you need to sell your home quickly, but you're worried that you've missed the boat on maximizing the home sale price. Even though the market is starting to cool down a little bit, homes are still selling at like crazy. and you need to get the most, and you need to be with the best. And the best is the guy who's number one every year when it comes to home sales. That's Christopher Waters, the only man I trust to sell my home. And Chris Waters' success stories are just amazing. Like John in Round Rock, he and his wife wanted to move out of the country to be near family as soon as possible, but they knew this would be a costly move, and they wanted to be able to afford it and their new home. They listed their home with Christopher Waters, and they were able to sell it in days at $20,000 over the asking price. And no repairs were required with Christopher Waters, which is absolutely crazy. And there was an awful smooth closing also. Christopher Waters guarantees that he will sell your home at an agreed-upon price and a deadline, or he's going to buy it from you. As I said, no costly repairs to your existing home. And, folks, you can get out of the contract at any time, but why would you? Go to ChristopherWaters.com. That's Christopher Waters with 2Ts.com. Or give him a call today at 512-829-8000. That's 512-829-8000.
This segment brought to you by Altstead Beers, brewed right here in the heart of the Hill Country. Check out their state-of-the-art brewery, tap room, and restaurant next time you're in Fredericksburg. Altstead Beers, no impurities, no regrets.
Good morning to the folks out in Lago Vista this morning, E. Listeners out there. Lago. Love it.
Absolutely. Not hot. The average Thanksgiving meal will cost $6.41 per person, up 20% from a year ago. $6.41 per person, so be careful who you invite.
Yeah.
I think Ty had a little Thanksgiving feast for his friends last night. We need to hear about that. But also on the not hot side, hearing more details on this the horrible tragedy at Virginia, with Virginia having canceled their scheduled game with Coastal Carolina this weekend for obvious reasons, as 4 members of the football team were shot on Sunday night.
Yeah, as we get close to that game, I got to believe that that's it for the season. I know they have that last game, and I'm thinking to bring that state together for I mean, it's hard to come together and mourn at a football game. You know what I mean?
Well, it's hard to even think about football when you're going to be going to 3 funerals. Fortunately, gosh, great news on the running back, Mike Hollins.
Mm-hmm.
He's off a ventilator now. It looks like he's going to make it. But you're making arrangements to go to 3 funerals for your teammates. I mean, I can't expect. Nobody should expect them to go to football practice while that's going on. It's just the way that goes. But it does turn out that the alleged shooter who's been arrested was on the bus with the players and went to the Washington, D.C. and saw the play and was coming. And when they came back was when he shot 5 people who was on the bus with all afternoon.
Shot the one running back in his sleep.
He was sleeping. And just such a terrible story, but not hot at all. And, of course, Virginia shouldn't even worry about playing football at this point. Also, Buck, as we get you ready, I saw where Tyreek Hill's getting a little frisky. He had a tweet that asked, why is Keyshawn Johnson on TV? He's going after Keyshawn Johnson. And you can understand, here's the 2 things. Tyreek Hill is going to bat for his quarterback, Tua, because people continue to bash Tua, even though he's having the best season of any quarterback in the league.
Right.
And he's saying, why are you guys talking about that? Also, I got to think Tyreek Hill, Ty, you can relate to this because he's Ty and you're Ty. He's Tyreek, you're just Ty. He's watching Justin Jefferson make these catches. Everybody says he's the best receiver in the league, while Tyreek Hill is having one of the greatest statistical seasons a receiver's ever had. And so Tyreek is getting a little, hey, what about me?
What about me?
We're 7-3.
What about
We're
me?
undefeated with 2 at quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm going to have 2,000 receiving yards here coming up.
What is it that you do, Keyshawn? What about me?
What is it that you do, Keyshawn? Ty, did you have a Thanksgiving feast last night?
I did.
For your friends?
I went to HEB. I was gonna make a tri-tip for the Texas game for me and some buddies, and I got inspired walking through, seeing the pies at the front. So I decided to get a turkey, and then I was getting a ham, and then get another free frozen turkey if you buy a ham.
Oh, you got the freebie show.
Yeah,
I love
there
that.
you go.
Yeah.
By the way, Ty, thank you very much for the tip on honey baked ham over there in
Texas honey ham. You like
Texas
it?
honey. Yes, I did. I had breakfast there.
What'd you have?
I had a couple eggs over easy, of course, with one pancake, monster.
Yeah, big pancakes.
Oh,
there.
big blueberry pancake, and the people there were so courteous and cordial. They've got a young guy that walks in there and helps you around, and it was wonderful. I really appreciate it, dude. I couldn't finish that one huge monster pancake.
No.
I just did about half of it.
No, I usually get 2 chocolate chip ones, and
Oh,
so halfway through, I'm regretting it.
How did the feast go over with your friends? How many friends came? That's a lot of food. Tri-tip, ham.
No tri. So I eliminated the tri-tip.
Oh.
It was a ham, turkey, stuffing, green beans, gravy.
Look at you, Mr. Cooker over there.
Rolls. It was nice.
You had to have a lot of CBD oil to go ahead and do that, didn't you? Wow.
A lot of food. Too much food. Ended up. I'm probably taking half of it to my girlfriend's today for her to eat the rest of the week.
Did your girlfriend come over?
No, it was a boys' night.
It was boys' night. Oh, nothing like boy.
Watching hoops.
Where's those
feast?
emojis?
Yeah.
Get the emojis out.
But that's why
Zucchini.
I think that's why I was running a little late this morning.
Get the emojis out. Boys' night.
Ty was coming in hot this morning. He was a little behind. Had to wake him up. But maybe it was that tryptophan from the turkey.
It had to be.
No, man, don't buy that. Don't ever buy that tryptophan stuff. Knocks you out.
That's true. It does.
Something.
It's absolutely true. That's not a conspiracy theory.
That's conspiracy.
That's not for rumor. That's for fact.
Nah, there's no juice in that. That's pure turkey.
What do you have for us, T.Y.,
Pure turkey meat.
Mr. Chef?
Well, Chris Boyd, former Texas Longhorn DB, who now currently plays on the Minnesota Vikings,
Yes.
took to Twitter to call out Taylor Heineke and the Washington Commanders for, they mimicked the plane, with the chains that the Vikings had done with Kirk Cousins the previous weeks.
Right.
He said, "Stop trying to effing be us, lames. You couldn't hold Kirk's strap strap. Find your own trend. Y'all blank don't even like y'all don't even look like y'all having fun enjoying it. It didn't hold anything back. So
all right, so okay, let's paint. So Chris Boyd needs to probably get off Twitter. Who cares? I mean, imitation is the finest form of flattery, Chris.
Yes.
And they were imitating because Kirk Cousins went into Washington, his former team, and they beat the Commanders 20-17, and then we saw the video of Kirk. Everybody's seen it on.
Oh, try not to have any fun, y'all.
Dancing and doing his thing. So then the Commanders went into Philadelphia and beat the Eagles on Monday Night Football. So then Taylor Heineke, they had him do the same thing. He kind of really didn't want to do it. They were just having fun. Hey, Chris, lighten up. You guys are 8-1. Beat the Cowboys this week, right?
Yeah, lighten up the mood.
No.
Well, there you go.
Patrick Peterson's making all the picks there in Minnesota.
Finally.
But can the Cowboys beat the Vikings? Justin Jefferson against Trayvon Diggs, what a matchup that is.
No, they can't beat the Minnesota Vikings.
They beat him last year with Cooper Rush. They're 5-1 in their last 6 matchups.
I know.
With Vikings.
I'm going to give Bucky a buck off today. I rarely buck off my partner, but his team is 8-1.
I'm being very silent about it.
No,
I'm just there. That time will come where Brett Favre comes back and throws that pick.
The Longhorns are 6-4, and you're still talking about Kool-Aid.
Yeah, you got to have that Longhorn Kool-Aid.
Your team's 8-1, and you don't even talk about it.
Hey, the offense here took a week off. They took a week off. Everybody's ready to go here with the horns. Don't worry about the Vikings. They'll find a way to lose.
Because everybody knows the greatest Kool-Aid flavor was grape.
Hey,
so purple.
Believe me, the purple will find a way to lose one.
We'll reset that big
more.
win for the Longhorns last night at the Mood. Jerry Hamilton from On3 Sports Inside Texas will join us to talk about it. It's B&E on a busy Thursday. QC Kinetics, folks, in Austin and in Round Rock, 2 great locations helping people through their pain. And it's amazing once people, who have been living with chronic pain, dealing with it with pain pills or steroid injections, just trying to tolerate it, finally get in and talk to QC Kinetics and learn from the medical pros there why it works and how it works. It's amazing how often they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense, because it really is it's advanced regenerative medicine using your body's own healthy blood cells, highly concentrated, injected back into those areas. And what it does, it promotes the healing. It provides the relief. It rebuilds and restores the tissue. And what's causing that pain? Well, it's the bone on bone. There's no tissue there. And it's old sports injuries, arthritis, just old wear and tear over time. Well, this advanced regenerative treatment regenerates that tissue, so you get a little cushion in there. All of a sudden, the pain is gone. You're back doing your thing, and it's a long-term solution, not a masking agent like the typical things are. Call QC Kinetics. Talk to them. If it's in your hips, your shoulders, your elbows, your knees, your lower back, can all be treated naturally with the biologics from your own body. These are powerful healing agents, highly concentrated, and ready to help you and bring you the relief. All you have to do is call our friends there, 593-4303. That's 512-593-4303. They have appointments available this week and even in the next week for Thanksgiving at QC Kinetics, 512-593-4303. It's QC Kinetics. Put them together. That's right. Your hands together for Thursday on B&E. That makes it a Buck Off Thursday. Your Buck Ons, your Buck Offs. Still bucking off that Longhorn offensive performance last week against TCU, but no Buck Ons or nothing but Buck Ons for the Longhorn basketball team last night. Their performance was unbelievably good. Strong, deep, athletic, and great guard play. A lot of recipes that performance there is just one game for Texas over Gonzaga, but it checks a lot of boxes as far as teams that make deep runs come tournament time because guard play, depth, experience, the ability to get out and transition, a lot of things that can you win your ball games come March. And I know it's only November, but that was impressive last night.
Yeah, and Buck on a tie, just guys being dudes.
Just guys
having a little meal together.
Yeah, and Buck on the tie, making dinner for his dudes.
Making dinner for his dudes. There you go. Yeah.
This is the point where you were supposed to make Bucky's chauvinist comment of the day and say,
do you?
I'm trying to teach my girlfriend, maybe get her some cooking classes for Christmas.
Please do that.
Such a backhanded.
Please do that.
She told me, she's like,
like a gift card to a cooking class.
No, she asked for it.
Okay, well, that's fair.
But that means you have to go with her.
Yeah,
that's going to suck.
You got to do that together.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those. I'll do it, but you're going with me.
That's like getting her a gym membership and then not going to the gym with her.
No,
I think that's a backhanded comment.
No.
Well, so are cooking lessons.
The good part about me, I don't have to cook anymore. I used to do all that, but I'm not allowed to use the stove.
I know you can go.
How's that, Ty?
You can do lessons for anything, but I always get frustrated with people who say they can't cook. And I used to say this to my buddies, my guy buddies, like, y'all, you just trial and error. You just learn to cook. You just cook stuff. Sometimes it'll be good, sometimes it won't. And you could also go to the YouTube. They'll teach you how to cook anything.
That's how I learned all my stuff.
It's
watching
all
cooking
there.
shows and YouTube.
It's all sitting there for you. All you got to do is buy the right ingredients.
Yeah, I do.
Watch TikTok videos. It'll teach you how to cook anything.
Also, for anyone that says that you need to prep for Thanksgiving food or anyone that's complaining about that, I learned yesterday that you can go to HEB at 1:30 and have a turkey full spread of food out by 7:30.
But is it good?
It was. Hey, you can ask my boys.
I'm limited. I was the cook, but I'm limited on what I can do. I can't. Because I don't like to follow directions, and on stuff like lasagna, you got to follow most of that stuff to the T. You can't bring in. You can't bring in like government cheese and put on top of lasagna and expect it to be. You can't just say, okay, they don't have that.
Though? I don't like to follow instructions.
I don't like to follow instructions when it comes to cooking.
Eyeball and stuff.
Or
what does that mean?
Doing bicycles and stuff. My kids are like, "Hey, Dad, put this together at Christmas." I'm like, you probably don't want me to do that.
One time you and I were driving to Dallas and the tire went flat. I had to change it for you because.
No.
All you got to do is follow basic instructions of how you change the tire.
No, I did
Bucky
have that.
Doesn't like to follow instructions.
I don't like to follow those type of instructions. Not when it comes to cooking.
You don't like to read the manual?
No, I don't like to read the manual.
Just wing it.
Just wing it. Says 1 cup of this.
Well, so that would be my argument to anyone that says they can't cook. It's really very simple.
Oh no, they don't like to follow. And most of them don't like to follow
directions.
They don't follow directions.
And every time it'll come out pretty darn good.
Most things I'm good in directions.
If it doesn't work, you didn't follow the directions properly. You didn't buy the right ingredients, or you cooked it too long, or whatever. It usually comes out pretty good.
I've never had a problem with a baked potato. I've always given out
and then the more you cook and follow the instructions, the more then you can try your own thing and add a little of this, add a little of that, and all of a sudden you can cook a little better. And
and by the way, Ty was giving me some instructions on where can I get a baked potato. Ty, I mean, that's really good all the time.
Jason's Deli.
Jason's Deli. Okay, yeah. Good call.
They are good. Hey, let's get to the headlines because we got a very special guest coming your way. We're also going to give you their history can be made tonight at Lambeau Field, like big time history, like all time NFL or professional football history. We'll tell you about that on the other side of a quick check of the headlines. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news. We start with the hoops. Chris Beard's Longhorns made their first big time game at Moody Center, quite the one to remember, as the 11th-ranked Longhorns demolished second-ranked Gonzaga 93-74 in front of a frenzied crowd of more than 11,000. Bit of a sluggish start for both sides, but the Longhorns really hit their stride, and the national television audience got to see a Longhorn team show off its elite depth, some athleticism, the big-time athleticism to go with a dynamic backcourt led by the Iowa State transfer Tyrese Hunter. He led all scorers with 26 points, hit 5 3-pointers, 5 of the 13 3 balls the Longhorns hit. His wingman Marcus Carr added 16, 2 other Longhorns in double digits. They shot over 51% from the field and post the program's first win in 5-time all-time meetings with Gonzaga for head coach Chris Beard.
Yeah, I thought we played well. We said before the game it would take our best 40 minutes to the season thus far to get it done. I think that's what we did. To really control both halves, win the first half by 10, win the second half by 11. That was the consistency we were looking for. We hit on some targets tonight. We get the 4 guys to double figures with a couple guys at 9, 8. That's the balance we want. We have a low turnover game. And I thought we made Drew Timme work really hard. I mean, look, he's an All-American. He has 18 points and 9 rebounds, but we made him turn it over 5 times. And I thought we were dialed in and played really well against one of the best players in college basketball.
Chris Beard's text message is blowing up on the interview there.
Boys are calling him.
Texas football Longhorns continue their game week prep for the Kansas Jayhawks this Saturday afternoon in Lawrence. Yesterday, Texas running back Bijan Robinson named a semifinalist for the Walter Camp College Football Player of the Year award. He's the first Longhorn to make that semifinalist list since Deontay Foreman back in 2016. NFL Week 12 kicks off tonight in Green Bay. Packers hosting Tennessee on a Thursday night football game. Game time temps should be around 24 degrees. And yes, snow flurries in the forecast for greater Lambeau Field area. College football weekend kicks off tonight. 21st ranked Tulane hosting SMU. Actually, the first ranked team in action tonight. Baseball awards, no surprise. It was Justin Verlander, the Astros ace, unanimously as the American League's MVP or Cy Young Award winner, his third. National League had Miami Marlins right-hander Sandy Alcantara taking the honors. Also unanimous. The MVPs will be announced tonight in both the American and National League. Aaron Judge, the heavy favorite in the AL. NBA last night, Luka Doncic. Well, watching on the sidelines, it was Houston Rockets winning just their third game of the year, this time in Dallas, 101-92. They get the win. Doncic was out for the night. He played 40-plus minutes in a win over the Clippers just the night previous.
Says, don't like to follow directions, Bucky? Well, you must be my wife. Really? That's not nice. Come on now.
It says, guys, you mentioned our friends in Lago Vista who listen to us. They said, where is the game watch party this Saturday? That's going to be at Lavaca Street Bar downtown. Because we have a Lavaca Street in the Domain, a Lavaca Street on South Congress, but we're going to the original on Lavaca Street in downtown Austin. That's where we'll be for our pregame at 10:30 for Texas and Kansas. And we'll certainly be there for the watch party. So come on out on Saturday. Real quick, Buck, tonight history. If the Packers follow up a win over the Cowboys with a win over the Tennessee Titans tonight and Ryan Tannehill?
Or if it's going to be cold, good luck tackling the big monster.
Well, if I'm Green Bay, I'm saddling up my big monster.
Oh, yeah, they got
Dillon,
2 of them.
See if you want to tackle him. But Packers enter tonight's game with 786 all-time wins. That's tied with the Bears for the most in NFL history. A win tonight, and the Green Bay Packers become the winningest team ever in American professional football. And the Bears have owned the outright lead in all-time wins since 1921 when they stole the lead from the Buffalo All-Americans.
How's that Titans secondary playing, E? I know they had some injuries early. That's the deal for them because...
Did you hear what I just said? The Packers could be on the winningest team ever.
Ever?
Ever. Bears have held the record for 100 years.
But you like your coach at the Titans, though, too.
I like Mike Vrabel, but they've held that for 101 years, the Bears, as the winningest team all time. The Packers can pass them with a win tonight on Thursday Night Football. Speaking of passing and wins, the Longhorns certainly passed a lot of eye tests last night in a win over the Gonzaga Bulldogs. With that in mind, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline. Check in with our buddy Jerry Hamilton inside Texas on 3 Sports. Give us your thoughts, Jerry. Pretty impressive last night at the Mood.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I think, one of my prevailing thoughts watching the game, guys, was a lot of people didn't see the exhibition game against Arkansas. And I tell you who wasn't surprised last night, Eric Musselman. Exhibition game or not, when you beat Eric Musselman's team, a talented Arkansas team, 90-60 in an exhibition game that could have been a lot worse, Texas has a really good team. My thoughts on this team haven't changed. What makes them a lot better than last year is they can score the basketball when they're not hitting threes. But when they do hit threes, they're going to produce some 80-plus point games against quality competition, as they have twice this year already. Yes, Tyrese Hunter was huge in the portal. Jabari Rice, huge in the portal. I think more as important as the talent these guys have on the court, Beard got his OKG, our kind of guys, right? Guys that are tough, leaders that have completely bought into his program and his coaching style and where he wants to take the Texas program. And you put a bunch of those guys together with talent, you got a pretty good team.
And Jerry, it gives Timmy Allen, he doesn't have to have a great game every night. Last year, in order for them to be in it, he had to have a great night. And now he can just kind of be himself. And I know he's going to score more than 2 points in a game, but and he's got to score more than 2 points. But I think he can do the things that he's suited to do and not ask him to be a big man when he's not a big man.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the key with this team is, look, there will be games that three doesn't fall. And Timmy Allen has to produce more offensive in the half court, and he can do it. He's proven that over 4 years as a college basketball player.
Right.
But to your point, he can play to his strengths. Him and Marcus Carr don't have all the pressure in the world on them. See, where Texas is really a lot better team this year. Last year, they were very limited attacking off the bounce on the wings. And so people just put a lot of the blame on Marcus Carr. Well, Marcus Carr's not a breakdown, drive and dish point guard. Not what he has ever been. So I think the expectations were out of whack with him. But what you have now is multiple guards that can attack off the dribble from the wings. And that makes Texas a much more dangerous team in the half court because they can apply a lot more pressure on the defense. But to your point, they have multiple guys that can score. They have multiple guys that can make plays. So everybody doesn't have to be on all the time. And that's when you have a really good team as long as they completely buy in.
No question. Jerry Hamilton with us Inside Texas on 3 Sports. It was 47 points in the first half, 46 in the second. And as you heard Chris Beard say in the headlines, won both halves. And doing it with a dynamic backcourt, Jerry, you mentioned Eric Musselman at Arkansas would tell you they're really good. After the game last night, Mark Few said that's a really, 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 really good team. They're the real deal. Gave them 4 really goods. Mark Few has seen some good teams as well. Tell me about the backcourt. I mean, Tyrese Hunter, we know, is a special player. Freshman of the year in the Big 12 a year ago at Iowa State. Marcus Carr, and then Jabari Rice. Those 3 guys combined for 53 points last night. They hit 10 3-pointers. And as you said, they can attack the rim off the bounce and as they spread the floor. That backcourt, that's what wins for me in March. Looks like the Longhorns have one.
Well, and think about this for the Texas fans that are just now going to start watching this team. Jabari Rice, Tyrese Hunter, and Marcus Carr were all starting point guards last year on round of 32 teams or better in the NCAA tournament. Now they're all on the same team, and they're all experienced players, and they all have bought in. I mean, Jabari Rice came to Texas out of the portal being told he was going to be the 6th man. A guy that started for 3 years at New Mexico State, was a 2-time all-conference player. He's fine with the role. I mean, and he will play starter minutes, but he's fine with the role. Christian Bishop is fine with his role. I mean, that's kind of when a team has a chance to be really, really good to me. But this backcourt, and here's the thing. Here's the thing about having Carr, Hunter, and Rice. It takes pressure off Arterio Morris to be an impact player night in, night out. And he's going to keep getting better. And, like, when you look at the Texas team, the upside of the team is what really excites me. Because as well as they played against Arkansas, as well as they played in games where they didn't shoot it well, then did shoot it well last night, Dylan Mitchell and Arterio Morris have played 3 college games. Dylan DeSue is finally healthy. Those 3 guys can get a lot better this year. Jabari Rice will keep getting better. I mean, this team, while they look really good early, they aren't close to a finished product. I think there's 2 keys that are going to be big for this team. 35, 36% from three-point land on the season. If you can average that, hit 72, 73% from the line, they're going to be really dangerous because they can score without hitting threes this year. But when they do hit threes, if they can consistently be a quality shooting team, then they have a chance to make a real run because you know they're going to be coached well on the defensive end. You know they're going to compete hard. You've seen it already. So if this team maximizes offensively and those 2 young guys come on and DeSue stays healthy and keeps getting better, he could be a difference maker. A lot of Texas fans haven't seen him play well. He made 75 threes in 49 games at Vanderbilt and led the SEC in rebounding before he got hurt. He can stretch the floor even more for Texas, and he gives another scoring threat. He's just got to stay out of foul trouble.
You know, Jerry, as for the football team going to Kansas this week and trying to shake off what happened to them last week, I've been around teams that have been really good offensively and has struggled on defense, and it really doesn't matter to me. I know it matters to a lot of people, and you got to have your offense going, especially when you're an offensive-minded coach. But winning the game is most important, and I don't know if Sark gave him an opportunity. It's about winning the game. I know it's about getting your young quarterback into the right frame of mind, but when your young quarterback is saying, "I've been lazy with my footwork," and you've been a quarterback yourself as a head coach and a guru when it comes to calling plays and been around quarterbacks, that's not something that you just say, okay, we'll fix that in the offseason. That's bullcrap. You fix that on a day-to-day basis. And his footwork and the positioning of his feet and not getting set and things like that, that can't wait till the end of the season. That has to be done on Sundays and Mondays and Tuesdays, and every time he drops back. You have to do those things in order, because your job is to win the game. It's not to worry so much about how the quarterback does this, and we'll worry about him next year. You got to win the games this year.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And look, I mean, it's part of Quinn is such a talented guy. He's such a gifted arm guy, right? That he's always been able to get away with back foot throws, right? Throws off balance. And that's part of what makes such a tantalizing talent. And he oozes all that ability and potential. And so I think this is a really key stretch for him in his development, obviously. And I couldn't agree with you more, Buck. I'm not worried about Quinn. I think he's got so much talent, and I think sometimes all these guys need wake-up calls, and sometimes it sucks that it comes when you lose football games.
Mm-hmm.
I also think, with Quinn, maybe an element of, that hit he took against Alabama. I mean, he has a short memory as a passer of the football. I mean, but you got to have a short memory, and it's easier said than done. Look, I'm sitting over here on the radio talking about it. You got to have a short memory when you get really struck to the ground too, and I think some of that affects you in your play.
And stepping into throws and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jerry Hamilton is with us inside Texas on 3 Sports. So coming off of that game, obviously can't do anything about it now. But try to get better and go get a win at Kansas. But we know it was a huge recruiting game. We talked to you about that last week with all the 5-star players, and Anthony Hill was here. Arch Manning came in to be a part of it. What's the word? How impactful was losing that game, if at all?
Well, when you talk to prospects, it's interesting. I think the fan base reacts different than the prospects react a lot of times. The atmosphere, I talked to a number of kids, coaches, whatnot. The atmosphere they thought was better than even the Alabama game. I mean, so the atmosphere sells really well. What the Chris Del Conte, from a game experience, and everybody at the university has done such a great job that I think you can sell. You can sell on nights where you struggle, but you still have to come back and win. There's a certain winning number. I've said 8 all year. I mean, a 3-game improvement's a big deal to me, because that means you're ranked in the polls. That means you take away negative recruiting, questioning if the program's headed in the right direction. I mean, so they need to come back and win in a tough environment. I think it's going to be a tough game Saturday for Texas. I really do. I think it's going to be a struggle. It's going to be 30 degrees. It's not ideal weather. Kansas, well, however many fans they have that aren't watching basketball practice, are going to be fired up. So they got to come back and win the game. But there hasn't been negative fallout in recruiting. Look, I mean, everybody wants to ask you about Deuce Robinson. Well, Georgia and USC have a huge lead in that recruitment before a visit, right? Anthony Hill decommitted from A&M. Texas, one thing this staff has proven is they recruit through the whistle, and that whistle was December 21st. And the feedback that I've received, they had Marcus Deal, defensive lineman, for an official visit. I haven't heard anything negative on that. Does that mean he's going to Texas? It certainly doesn't. But I haven't heard anything that Texas is out of contention or really knocked Texas down in that recruitment. Not at all. Johnny Bones is a kid, a defensive lineman out of Converse Judson, a former A&M commitment that was on hand at the game. And he's liked Texas more than he did before the game. But look, so it's also different positions, right, guys? The defensive line kids that watched that game saw the Texas defensive line disrupt the backfield, make plays behind the line of scrimmage. So it's almost position to position, too. If you're a defensive lineman and you were on campus at Texas and watched that game, win, lose, or draw, you said, that looks fun to play in. And that matters in recruiting.
Jerry Hamilton, always great stuff on basketball last night. The mood was rocking, and the Longhorns cranked out a big win over Gonzaga, have a higher ceiling than even what we saw last night, according to Jerry. Also, no terrible fallout from the loss for Texas. Got to go get a win at Kansas, though, this Saturday afternoon. Jerry, thanks so much.
You got it, man.
See you, Jerry.
Jerry Hamilton on 3 Sports Inside Texas. That's an interesting – well, he always makes interesting points, but the point about the fact that Jabari Rice, Marcus Carr, and Tyrese Hunter all ran point for teams last year that made it into the second round of the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I said coming in to start the show. That Baylor team that won the national championship a few years ago, they had 3 point guards. They had 3 guys on the floor that could go for 25 on a given night, but could also get their own shot. And when you have those 3 guys on the floor together, man, that is – or you substitute them in, so you always have 2 really dynamic guards on the floor. That's pretty special
Yeah,
stuff.
everybody doesn't have to be on.
Yeah. And as you said, Timmy Allen can just be Timmy Allen. Doesn't have to carry the scoring load. That's impressive because those are the teams that win deep and go deep in March. Gonzaga knows that very well. They lost to that Baylor team for a national championship, and they saw it again last night with Hunter, Carr, and Rice. That was impressive. We'll come back. We'll pick this up. We'll also dive into our flex segment as we've got area round playoffs on tap. Plus, a terrible story in our flex segment out of New Braunfels, Texas, Buck. Not good. We'll get that for you. And Craig Way has a report. Salacious gossip and a blitz for the end of the hour. More Buck-ons and Buck-offs.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
B&E with you. It is smooth Buck Off Thursday. NFL opens tonight. We mentioned the Packers can pass the Bears on the winningest professional football team in North America ever with the win tonight. Take it away from the Bears, the hated Bears. That'll be an interesting game with Aaron Rodgers. They stole one from the Cowboys on Sunday, that's for sure. Cowboys still smarting from that one, where it felt like they were the better football team, but did not win the game. They lost in overtime 31-28. And a lot of conversation with the Cowboys centered around Dak Prescott. And obviously when Cooper Rush goes 4-1 in 5 starts when Dak was out and Dak comes back, they beat the Bears and Lions, but then, the run game's not as good. He's throwing interceptions. The people are frustrated. You lose a game you should win. Dak Prescott now back under a microscope, and he's got a big one on Sunday in Minneapolis against your Vikings, Buck, who are 8-1. Feeling pretty good about a game they stole in Buffalo. And
talking about stealing one. Wow.
Yeah, man, Cowboys better be careful. They play the Vikings on Sunday. That'll be a tough road environment to say the least. And then you're going to turn around and play the Giants, a 7-2 New York Giants team on Thanksgiving, 4 days later. At 6-3, you still feel good. You feel like you gave one away, but you could be not careful sitting at 6-5 and going, "What the heck just happened?" And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the Vikings, that's a tough game. That's a tough place to play. It's loud, and you got to find a way. And then
you got to stop the run for sure.
And that's right, and that becomes their issue. And you can't turn the ball over. And against the Packers, they couldn't achieve either of those. They turned the ball over.
14-point lead. There was no reason for that.
Yeah, and people talk about the secondary letting a rookie get up over the top of them, but if Aaron Rodgers can get single coverage because they're able to run the football, that's when the Cowboys' secondary can become vulnerable. And especially with a guy like Aaron Rodgers, even throwing to a rookie wide receiver, well, the Cowboys couldn't stop that run game, which is what led to single coverage on the outside, which will lead to play action. And guess what? The Vikings are going to do the same thing with Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, because that dude is the fastest guy on the field for them. He can find a way to get open. It's a matter if he catches it or not. And he's probably pretty hyped up after catching 3 touchdown passes last week.
Yeah, they'll play tonight against Tennessee. Snow flurries in the forecast. Will be cold, and as you said, who wants to tackle Derrick Henry in the goal?
Oh, my gosh.
That'll be an interesting game tonight. Tulane plays SMU in college football. Longhorns basketball, center of attention this morning. A lot of people nationally paying attention to what happened last night, as they absolutely – that's the worst Gonzaga loss for that program in 8 years. They haven't lost a game that badly and that long. And the Longhorns just dominated every phase of that game.
Boy, they were all over them from the beginning, too.
Yeah, a little bit of a sluggish start, but once they, I really think when they inserted Christian Bishop into the lineup for Dylan DeSue, the defensive pressure on Drew Timme got more aggressive, and Bishop started to bring it to him, get him off the block, push him back a little bit, and that's when the Texas team cranked it up. And then when Brock Cunningham came off the bench and he brought his energy, man, that game really flipped. And that's where, as an observer, I'm looking at that going, man, they're bringing so much talent off the bench. Over 40 minutes, that's going to wear a team out. I mean, you're coming in with quality, and you're not dropping off. That's the depth that can really just wear a team down. And then what do you see in the last 5 or 6 minutes of the game? This freshman Dylan Mitchell, kind of a tired Gonzaga team, he's just playing on top of them. I mean, he must have had 4 dunks in the last.
I think 3 of his last plays were 3 dunks in a row.
And so that now all of a sudden you've kind of taken the starch out of Gonzaga. That game was decided by then, and he was just having fun putting on a highlight reel. But that's what that depth and tenacity can do to you.
Well, that's kind of the way I felt from the beginning. I know it was loosey-goosey at first, everybody feeling themselves out a little bit, but I just thought they looked like the better athletes out there all over the place. And plus, if they were hitting their threes, it looked like it was going to be a long night for Gonzaga. It really did.
Well, that's number 2 in the country, and now, of course, I think a strong case can be made that 3 of the 5 best teams in the country are playing in Texas, with Houston, Baylor, and Texas. I mean, those are, not apologies to Kentucky or, Kansas and Duke. There's going to be really good teams. I get it, but these backcourts are ridiculous with Sasser and the crew at Houston, what Baylor does with Scott Drew, and obviously Texas made a statement last night that they plan to be a tough team to beat come March. All right, let's dive into our Flex segment. It's just after 8:30 every day here on the show, The People. It's Flex 30.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to The Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit brainvault.com and join the movement.
All right, Buck. So this story flexes high school football area round playoffs, including the Westlake Chaparrals. They're going to play at New Braunfels. Actually playing San Marcos down at Rattler Stadium, that beautiful complex at San Marcos High School. They're going to play there on Friday night. So last week, somebody sent me a text, or somebody on our text line sent us a text and let us know, or at least put it out there, that the quarterback at New Braunfels had taken a fall from a pole.
Colonel Flowers texted us about that.
No, it was before Colonel did. It was a texter from New Braunfels who I didn't want to say anything about it because I couldn't verify it. Right,
okay.
It's a young guy. I mean, this was last Thursday or Friday that we got a text on our Specs text line, and I went to Snoop and I said, Snoop, did you hear this? And he said, no, I haven't heard that. Well, New Braunfels, with their backup quarterback, went out and won their game last weekend, like 17-13 in the by-district round. Well, now the news is out, so we can report it. It's from down there in New Braunfels, KSAT News, that their starting quarterback, Leighton Adams, the junior, was climbing a utility pole and fell like 20 feet and broke both legs, and may have been shocked by the electrical wire at one point.
Ooh.
He's okay except for a couple broken legs, but man, what a scary story that is. What are we doing up 20 feet on an electrical pole?
Is that young kids doing young kid things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously. I mean, he's 20 feet up climbing an electricity pole. Yeah, man, let's hope the best for him. Shocked and then fell, broke his legs. Gosh, Lee, but that's obviously the team that Westlake will play this weekend, and they won't have their starting quarterback. They're going to be their backup in for obvious reasons. So, hey, kids, don't be kids.
Yeah. Be smarter than that.
And thanks to whoever the texter was who texted that last week. I couldn't say it on the air because that's just not until you can verify it and know that it happened. That's why I asked Snoop and some other people. No one had heard of it. But it just happened. Like, it was Friday morning when we got that text that it happened on that Thursday.
And he is alive and well, though. Just
he's
a couple
alive.
Broken legs, yes.
And lucky for that.
Alive and lucky. How's that?
Alive and lucky is a good way to say that. But all right, so. The area, as we said all week, you have the game in Pflugerville.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be with Lake Travis and Cibolo. That's one of the games because, Lake Travis is Lake Travis. They've been one of the power programs of Central Texas and really in the state for a decade now. But they've had a 4-loss season.
Sure.
So
not used to seeing that.
So they're playing, they had to go play Round Rock on the road. They're having to play Cibolo, who's probably favored as far as that goes at 11-0. And undefeated, but this should be a fun one. Also, Lake Travis, in addition to Lake Travis and Steele, we mentioned Westlake and New Braunfels for San Marcos. Vandergrift will play Judson this weekend. Vandergrift undefeated in their first round games, 11-0, but this is where it really steps up to get to the area round. Vandergrift one of only 2 area teams that haven't allowed more than 23 points in a game this year. Think about that. 23 was Dripping Springs total when they beat them in week 1. They haven't allowed that many points or more than that all year since. The only other team that can say that is Westlake. So Vandergrift playing some really good defense.
This is that time, week 2. You get past week 2, things start getting real, real tough. But you got to get past. You got to really get past. This is the week right here.
Speaking of defense, how about Dripping Springs? They're going to play San Antonio Brandeis tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers have posted 3 shutouts this season. That's the most in 35 years that they've posted. They're playing great defense to go with the great quarterback play with Novosad and the crew. They're going to play Brandeis. Tough game there. Liberty Hill plays Mercedes at that level this weekend. So looking forward to these games cranking up. Georgetown Eagles, good luck to them. Rouse playing Lake Creek. That's game down in College Station.
Nice.
This weekend. Wimberley and Orange Grove, Lockhart and Flower Bluff. Smithville, Silsbee, Lago Vista will play Sinton. You mentioned the guys listening out in Lago Vista. They're going to play the Sinton Pirates in Seguin. Also, you live in Dripping Springs, but right next to that is Blanco, Buck.
Yep.
Blanco.
Right down the road.
Playing Corpus Christi, London. Big game. So good luck to everybody playing this weekend. Gerald plays Port Isabel.
Should be a nice week. It should be a nice night for football, too, on Friday.
Should be crisp.
Mm-hmm.
Crisp.
It won't be windy and as cold as last week. I don't believe. It's just beautiful. Beautiful this time of the year to play.
Here's a texter that says, my neighbor is a counselor at New Braunfels High. Said the guys were daring him to climb the pole.
There you
so
go.
He did.
As I said, doing kid things.
TikToking probably.
No.
I heard someone was filming it. I heard the whole thing was filmed.
Oh.
Kids doing dumb kid things.
And obviously the shock made him fall, right? That's not good. And he grabbed the electrical cord or the wire.
I mean, he was up that kind of pole all the way up there?
Well, 20 feet in the air, that's 2 stories.
He climbed an electrical pole.
Well, okay, just look out that window at the
He's
break.
lucky he's alive.
Look out that window at the break and look at the electrical pole that runs. We're on the 4th floor.
Right.
It comes right up to about the 2nd floor.
And that's about it. Yeah, you're right.
Remember when we had the squirrel that got up in that thing and went to
Fried
chomping on
everything?
it? He just knocked our power out, and he didn't last. Fortunately, the young guy did. The young quarterback, the junior.
Very fortunate.
Oh, man, that's beyond fortunate. Glad to hear he's going to be okay, but obviously he won't play against Westlake this weekend in that ball game. So good stuff. There's your flex. It'll all get cranking up. You got Snoop and the team. Of course, they're going to have you covered, man. Those guys lock it in with the coverage beginning at 6:30 on Friday. And then when you're at your game, you can actually fire it up and keep up with all the scores from around Central Texas as we have 21 teams still cranking here at all levels. 6A, 5A, 4A, all the way down to 2A, continuing to win in the high school state playoffs. Are you planning to go up to Jerry World, regardless of whether Lake Travis is going to be in it or not?
I may see who the teams are that play in it. I'm used to going up there. You're absolutely right. But this game, for me, I want to see how Lake Travis really handles this one. This first game against Steel E they had some wide receivers. Lake Travis had to make a comeback just to be in that thing. They didn't lose by much, I think by a touchdown. But the receivers at Steel can absolutely fly. And in game 1, before the ball was thrown, they had guys 7 yards past the defenders.
That was a very different Lake Travis team, though, early in the year.
Oh, well, yeah.
Young quarterback.
It doesn't mean the guys still aren't fast on the other team.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they lost. Have they lost a game?
No, they're undefeated, 11-0.
There's a reason why, because they got some outstanding and fast son of a guns on that team. They can absolutely get it, and they can get by you in a hurry.
Good football coming your way this weekend. It's high school on Friday, college Saturday with the Longhorns, and then the Cowboys. Let's not sleep on that game. That is a marquee matchup in Minnesota with an 8-1 team. Somebody said this is not on Dak, but the coaches. Why did they change the game plan once Dak came back? They had the correct formula to win with that D, and he's back, and it's a different approach. Look, I think we'll put that on the table coming up next hour and talk about that with the Cowboys, because Cooper Rush certainly had a game plan for Cooper. Can take care of the ball, play the field position game, run the ball with Zeke and Pollard. I know Zeke's been out, but the third string back's playing well. And Dak, you can say what you want about Dak, that those interceptions weren't on him, but those interceptions lead to fewer possessions and more possessions for the opponent. They lead to fewer points. And if you look at the rushing stats, the defensive stats, they're all down since Dak's come back.
Yeah, when I look at the defensive stats of the Cowboys, Micah Parsons has not been healthy since I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago. They had that time off. I thought he'd get better, but when he plays inside, he's different than he plays outside. Obviously, I think when they see him inside, they rather run the ball than when he's outside. He runs things down from behind. He makes plays at the point of attack, but he's still getting used to playing. When he's inside playing that position. I think he's still getting used to doing that. I know he's the great Micah Parsons, but he just doesn't play the linebacker inside as well as he does as a guy who can just rush, get you from behind, and play at the point of attack. He's strong at the point of attack, but he gets kind of weirded out inside for some reason.
He overcommits sometimes.
Yeah, he's still learning to play linebacker.
Yeah, he's still
level.
and you can tell that. And people will run, and people run at him that way.
Sure.
They don't tend to run at him when he's out there at the end because he's such a good athlete. He'll stuff your tackle and stuff whoever you're trying to lead block him with for some reason, and you don't get outside of him. He just runs it down. But I would say he's still learning inside. I think most teams will get their yardage when he plays inside. And they've played a lot of him. He's played more inside lately. I don't know if it's because of the injury.
Well, Anthony Barr's been out. Leighton Vander Esch was banged up. The other guy they have in the middle is Damone Clark, who's coming off a spinal injury.
But if you see that, don't you think it hurts them more when he's inside than when he's outside?
Yeah, I mean, when we drafted him, the idea was for him to play inside a middle linebacker. And then last year he had to play defensive end out of necessity and ended up being so good that that's where he's playing a majority of his snaps when guys are healthy. But, I mean, I'd rather have him coming off the edge. I think it depends on the matchup. If you're playing a pass-heavy team that's going to drop back a lot, of course, come off the edge. But if you need him working in the run game more, yeah, play in the middle.
All right, come back. We'll put the Dak question on the table. Also, I don't know the Micah Parsons. That's a guy you I don't think worry about. But you're right. He's still learning to play that position at this level, and teams are going to challenge him they want to get him playing run defense, not rushing the quarterback.
Right.
That's pretty obvious. We'll be back. We'll also load up your blitz 447-3776. Little gossip first, Craig. Oh, it's Salacious Gossip. It's brought to you by Bud Light, and the weekend is here. You got NFL and college football tonight. Who's going to win the MVP in the American and National League? Probably Aaron Judge, of course. In the AL, you can sit back and have a nice cold Bud Light watching all that this evening unfold. Also, the weekend is right around the corner with great live music, and including the new Matthew McConaughey single that they put out last night, In the Mood. Matthew McConaughey's now got a charting, it's not in the charts yet, but one of these days will be a charting single about the Moody Center and the Longhorns. So look for that with your ice-cold Bud Light. Of course, Bud Light is the official domestic beer partner of those Texas Longhorns and the Texas X's, and it's a great weekend for it. Make sure you're ready to go. Be safe and smart, but do it with an ice-cold Bud Light, the world's favorite light beer. All right, Buck, another big sporting event starts on Sunday. That would be the World Cup.
Yeah.
In Qatar. And
go USA, beat Wales.
We told you last week that Sepp Blatter, the former head of the World Cup, who was a part of, he voted against it, but he was a part of Qatar being awarded the World Cup. And then he has come out ahead of this thing and saying it was a mistake. They're not ready for this. They're not big enough as a country. And, well, we're about to find that out because this weekend is when fans are going to arrive from all over the world for the event. You ever hear of a festival called Fyre Fest? Did you ever see this documentary on Netflix? You see this one, Ty?
Yes.
Incredible. Now, Fyre Fest was a music festival that was held in the Bahamas. And it was put on by a con artist named Billy McFarland and a rapper named Ja Rule. And they put this on, and they charged luxury ticket prices to fly to this island for this music fest. And it turned out to be garbage. People were sleeping in tents. They were serving sandwiches. There was no food. It was a total disaster, and fans were furious. They didn't have the money to pay anybody back. The documentary is great. Well, there are a lot of people on the global side thinking this World Cup could go a lot like that.
A bunch of fraud?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at video of the people already there, that the fan village, where fans from all over the world are coming to stay for, how long is the World Cup, a month?
Oh, my goodness.
They're tents. These are like cargo equipment trailers.
These are what you put up if you're doing a little bed and breakfast somewhere.
Well, I saw a video this morning of a Danish news reporter who was in a public space filming, and they had Qatar security come up to them and threaten to destroy the camera. They're like, "What are you talking about? We're in a public space. How can we not film?"
Look, the fans are going to get there, and they're going to be sleeping side by side, up against each other in shipping containers.
You're also not allowed to drink there.
What?
Oh, let's not mention that.
What? Wait a minute.
Drinking is against the religion there in Qatar, and so alcohol not allowed. Unless you're in a certain drinking zone.
But I in the stadium, I don't think you can drink at all.
At the World Cup?
Yes.
At a World Cup for a month.
Wow.
Look at that picture I'm showing you. This is where the fans are going to sleep and stay. Those are, a trailer park is nicer. Those are shipping containers with a bed and a door. This is going to be unbelievable. Oh, man, let's hope the soccer's good because it's going to be a mess.
The air conditioning is good because it's hot. That place is hot.
Size-wise, land mass, how big is Qatar?
Oh,
not big. Well, it's big.
Compared to what state in the U.S. you'd say how big it is?
Let me look that up before I say it, but it's not. I mean, we know it's only 3 million people.
I always think of Rhode Island.
I mean, the entire population of the country is smaller than that of Houston. And they don't have the infrastructure to do what they're doing and put on this world global event, yet they're doing it.
Because somebody got paid.
Because a lot of con artists got paid, much like this guy at FTX, this crypto company, Sam Bankman-Fried. He's a con artist. He's cost people billions and billions of dollars with his fraud, trying to take out a one jar to pay for another, and then all's gone belly up. Not good. Not good. Don't trust a con artist. Let's get to your blitz.
The Bucky and E Blitz.
There's no cussing allowed. Man, that is some BS right there. All right, first blitzer, you're up.
I didn't get an invite to Ty's sausage party. Can I at least have some leftovers? This is homeless Trey Elling.
You get some Thai trip, whatever you were making.
Some duck sausage?
Duck sausage.
Next Blitzer, you're up.
Hey, I will wish you guys over there and everybody in Austin a very, very happy Thanksgiving. Have a great, great holiday.
Stay safe, Sal. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very, very much. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Morning, gentlemen. I've been listening the last few months, and I failed to realize y'all hired back Tyler Coe to be the producer. Hey, Tyler, you sound a lot more mature, and you sound like you're older for your age.
Ty Henderson.
Ty Henderson, not Tyler Coe. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Hey, sorry. That's what year 2 should look like.
He's talking about basketball. Very early, still in basketball. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Hey, morning, gentlemen. Today's
Morning.
National Take a Hike Day. Hey, I don't know. I know yesterday was International Check Your Wipers Day, and that got me to thinking.
Check your wipers?
Where's Tavo?
Check your
Where is
watch.
Tavo?
Wow, great. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Mr. Positivity here. Fuck on to the hoop team. Fuck off to all you turd polishers. You know who you are.
You know who you are, turd polishers. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, this is Major Applewhite. Yeah, hey, Ricky Williams, happy National Unfriend Day.
Oh, great.
Here we go. Dallas Cowboys football. Qatar is our topic. Also, this guy says, I saw the video you're talking about and said, I had better housing on my 3 deployments to Iraq and Oman.
Man.
And by the way, with the fan festival, with fan air, they're paying for this. Like, they're paying good money. That's where they're going to. It's like you're thinking you're getting hotel accommodations and, oh, no, you're staying in a
Railroad
shipping
car,
container.
Shipping container, nice.
Unbelievable. Unreal. And as someone pointed out accurately, in Firefest, the fans burned down the stage and the whole place.
Oh, we'll get the World Cup. It'll be back here 2026.
Well, this one's got to happen.
Yeah, this is going to happen this week.
This month. Hey, listen, don't burn down the stadiums.
USA. Ty, we got some numbers on the USA? We got a chance?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll be back. We roll on your buck-ons and buck-offs. That's certainly a big one. Big buck-on to the Longhorns last night. What a performance against Gonzaga. And yes, Barry from BetUS joins us in our next hour. It's B&E on the Horn. Specs, folks. Listen, Specs Wines, Liquors, and Finer Foods. And you know I've been over there quite a bit. We've got a wedding coming up on Sunday. My oldest, is getting married. And, we need all the accompaniments. We need everything that we need for that. And that's why Specs, and right across from our house there in South Park Meadows, has been great working with Lori and Cody and the team over there. Because, we need the stuff. You need bottles of wine for dinner. You need some drinks at the bar. You need some drinks. And that's what it's about. That's what Specs is all about for a big event like we're having with a wedding. We're also hosting a rehearsal dinner at our house. And so you got to get all that. It's got it for you. They're ready. Plus, beyond that, and this weekend is the holiday, right? Thanksgiving. They've got all the holiday recipes you need. Specs has that best whiskey pecan pie you'll find in Texas, I promise you, when we talk about the Finer Foods area. But all the wines, all the drinks, the specialty cocktails that you want. You know, Specs has been a family-owned tradition in Texas since 1962. They're a 4-time National Retailer of the Year award winner. And that's really where the fun begins, right? The fun begins. You're always going to be safe and smart and make good decisions. Be an adult with your adult beverages and wine and spirits. But it all starts at Specs. That's where the savings begin as well for your event and the holidays. Do it at Specs. Find the location nearest you. And check out that website, specsonline.com. They got all kind of cool stuff in there with recipes and special events that are coming up there, holiday recipes and mixes. It's all there. SpecsOnline.com. It's Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Food. It's where the fun begins. Buck-ons and buck-offs on a Thursday. That's your day. Of course, buck-on to the Longhorn Hoops squad. What a performance last night. That's an indication of where this team can go, ceiling very, very high. Just one game, but, man, they beat Gonzaga down. Depth, athleticism, guard play, defense, points off turnovers. It was everything you wanted to see. And the Moody Center checks a big box, too. The Longhorns indeed have a home court advantage. We'll let you hear Matthew McConaughey's new hit single that came out last night in conjunction with that big ball game. But the Longhorns certainly lived up to any preseason hype and maybe a higher ceiling than their number 11 ranking because they beat Gonzaga down. Remember, Gonzaga just won that game on the Air Force Carrier.
Oh, yeah, a comeback.
Beat Michigan State, and Michigan State turned around and beat Kentucky. Really, Gonzaga will play Kentucky this weekend. Gonzaga's going to host the Wildcats up there in Spokane on Sunday.
Yeah, we all know that it's early, but that's a good start for the Longhorns.
And it's just one game, but at the same time, there's just it's a much improved team from a year ago. They are so much more dynamic. As Jerry Hamilton talked with us last hour, they've got three guards who were point guards last year in the tournament.
That's right.
Because Jabari Rice was the starting point guard at New Mexico State. They advanced. Obviously, we know Tyrese Hunter and Iowa State were in the tournament, and he was the Big 12 Freshman of the Year, and Marcus Carr was running point for Texas last year. And so you got three guys that dynamic to go with, a healthier Dylan DeSue to go with Christian Bishop. That duo is really talented. They're kind of interchangeable. Bishop more the rough and tumble guy doing the interior grunt work, and DeSue, showing you he can step out and nail a three. He can stretch it out a little bit, bring some athleticism. They did a nice job, along with Brock Cunningham on Drew Timme. Thought that was impressive, and boy, Brock Cunningham bringing it in. Then there's Dylan Mitchell, who just plays on top of people. I mean, he just jumps over everybody, and he had 4 or 5 dunks last night and missed one right out of the half. They had the nice play design, and he didn't get the dunk down. Kind of blocked himself with the rim, but other than that, he never did that again.
Oh no,
he was getting up above it. So there you go. Also, in our salacious gossip segment, we were talking about the World Cup, which is coming up, and we hope the soccer matches are great and the drama is compelling. But you're just fearful of what this thing could turn into. You ask how large Qatar is. Qatar is the size of Connecticut. As far as a state in the United States would go. So it's
bigger than Rhode Island, just barely.
Barely, which is the smallest state. So it's a tiny little place with a small population. They were awarded it because we know it's a bunch of corrupt officials who lined their pockets.
Somebody got paid, yeah.
But you feel bad. And look, I don't know if there's going to be huge problem, but just that shouldn't be the fan experience when you go to a World Cup. You shouldn't be staying in a shipping container. Somebody said it looks like one of those areas looks like under Ben White. I don't know if it's that bad, but that shouldn't be the fan experience. And we also know that in the build-up to this, once awarded, Qatar was have a very big migrant crisis because they don't have enough population to build the infrastructure.
Oh, yeah, they had to bring people in.
From all over the world, and a lot of them just disappeared. Like, where did they go?
And where's their money to the ones that got there?
Like families who, because, look, they were putting the call out for people, anybody all over that area to come to Qatar to help, make money and help build the infrastructure. And then they never came home, and no one could find them. And of course, you're dealing with the religious side and the corrupt government and everything that goes on. It could get. Let's just hope, because it should be about the soccer and the world's best country. World's best soccer, one of the best events in the world every 4 years.
Well, they try their best to make it about the soccer, not about the politics of a country. But that's.
Well, if you go over and you're sleeping in a tent and you can't drink beer.
Oh, I'd be pissed.
And you can't have a beer. It's like, oh, man.
And I can't cuss? What are you,
crazy?
Doing
here?
Come on now.
That'll obviously be a storyline. And that, it could. Remember when Russia had the Olympics, the Winter Olympics, and Putin pretty much bankrupt his,
for the Olympics, yes.
Yeah, they built all the facilities and set up. It was almost like a big TV set, and it went off okay, but the athletes were sending out pictures from the Olympic Village and just how terrible the construction was. And it's this could be worse than that, big picture. And I'm assuming they have all the teams set up at nice hotels and the nicest parts. But, it's fans, media, visitors coming in from all over the world to be a part of that. You got to deal with that
Friends
as well.
and family.
Friends and family. Okay, so that's a buck off. Longhorn basketball, a buck on, without a doubt. Justin Verlander, huge buck on. His third Cy Young. It was unanimous. Good to see him. And now the report is out that it's good how his agent got that out there right ahead of his winning the Cy. It came out that, he's looking for 3 years. He's looking for a Max Scherzer kind of deal. 3 years, 150-ish, 140-ish for Verlander. He'll likely get it. Will it be the Astros becomes the question. We'll certainly follow that conversation.
All right, E, let me just play this bet off so we can not have Jake get after us anymore. Riff Ram Bazoo.
Hold on. Let me set you.
Let everybody know. We lost the bet.
We lost a bet to our grass guru, student loan payment Jake.
Yes.
Student loan payment lawn care. Now listen, I'm part of this bet too. So I guess we bet him that we would sing the TCU fight chant.
There's really not much to it's not a song. I don't know. It's like a hymn.
It's a hymn. Riff Ram Boo.
Just look out. Be careful now.
Riff Ram Bazoo. Lickety lickety zoo zoo.
Hoo-ah, hoo-ah.
Give 'em hell, TCU.
Give 'em hell, TCU.
Riff Ram Boo. Okay, Riff Ram Bazoo. Lickety lickety zoo zoo. Hooah hooah. Give 'em hell, TCU.
There you go. How's that?
Let's just play this. Let's play McConaughey instead.
Doesn't TCU have one of these?
Turn that up for Matthew. It's the new hit single. Feeling that mood?
This is just the chorus, by the way.
Now, they actually play this song at the Mood? Is that blaring?
I hope not.
It's live.
It's live. Shut up. It's
live.
You got the band
lit.
there and everything playing it.
That's lit. That's all lit. I love it. So, yeah, we paid off our bet.
We paid off our bet, and it's not Zoo Zoo, Halbanik, Kanik, Canoe. No, it's not that. Sorry about that, Jake.
It's a fight chant.
Is it not? I thought that was actually it.
No.
Look,
I got a big hole in my canoe. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that at all.
And remember, Jake bet us on the money line. He said, I'm taking TCU to win outright. Screw your 7 points.
And he would have been there to cut that grass.
And he would have been there.
And so we've paid off our end right there.
Yeah, and I'm fighting for TCU.
I am too.
I bucked off Stephen A. Smith and those clowns on ESPN earlier for claiming that TCU hadn't played anybody and they don't belong in the playoff, even though their strength of schedule, according to ESPN owns Power Poll, their football percentage index is higher than even Georgia as far as the strength of schedule go. So let's get the facts straight. Let's not let facts get in the way of a good argument. You may not know TCU as a brand. You may not know them as an Alabama or a Georgia or an LSU, but at the same time, give them their credit where the credit is due. They've won 10 ball games.
And they're playing Baylor in Week 11, unlike some of the SEC teams. Who's the Aggies playing? UMass. They're playing the Minutemen.
Yes.
Is it that time of the year for
game? That 12th game, because we know the SEC only plays 8 conference games, so they always play that 12th game as a.
So some of the others in the SEC are playing some chumps this week too. Then
this week or next?
I think Florida State's the only
decent game
out of the SEC.
Oh, rivalries are the last week, right?
Yeah, rivalry week.
Okay.
So it's almost like a second bye week.
So the Aggies have the Minutemen of UMass. Really?
Yeah.
Is Dr. J playing still there?
Give me UMass plus 30.5.
Wow.
I mean, I really shouldn't comment on Stephen A. Smith talking college football because I know it's exactly what they want. They want people talking about it. Look, Mad Dog Russo and Stephen A. Smith, are there two people on major television that know less about college football than those two? Like Stephen A. Smith's a basketball guy who's now become the highest paid, talking head at ESPN. Chris Russo is the Mad Dog. He's baseball. He's Big Apple. He's New York.
Oh, yeah, he does.
They don't. If you go back, you've been to back east. They don't know anything about college football. They don't even follow college football.
Well, I guarantee the Mad Dog's been following Syracuse in their early season.
No, it was Yankees. All about the
He's
World
a Giants
Series.
guy. He likes the Giants and the Jets.
Yeah, football. I'll give him the NFL. Pro teams in New York, I'll give him. But don't come in and talk about, TCU doesn't belong. If TCU wins out, they'll be in. And those are the kind of narratives you got to get ahead of, because if they do win out, you've already got people saying they don't belong. That's bogus. Let's dispute the facts with the facts. And
all they have to do is win them all. They'll be there.
They will. But you know how that SEC go, because Paul Feinbaum was there too, and he was agreeing with Stephen A. about the Big 12. Not very good. Oklahoma's not good this year. Oak State's not having the same year. You got to fight back against that kind of stuff if you're not careful. Because all of a sudden they'll stick a 2-loss LSU team in there.
You know how bad they want that.
Yeah. We'll see. And remember, with the USC side of this thing, USC has 3 ranked teams to play the rest of the way. So USC is a team. Now, they're a 1-loss team. But don't wait for this national narrative, and maybe even from the college football establishment, because it's a bigger market. But consider this. USC does not have a strong strength of schedule now, but they play UCLA this weekend, who's a 1-loss or 2-loss ranked team, top 15. They play Notre Dame next weekend in rivalry weekend, and then they would play the Pac-12 championship game,
Right.
and likely a rematch with Oregon. They win those 3 games, their strength of schedule balloons gets much stronger at that point. And, there will be some push. And now I think if TCU wins out as a Big 12 conference champion, they will be in. But at the same time, if they're already talking about the TCU is weak and the Big 12 is weak, you gotta argue that immediately.
So if you go to Qatar, I mean, no alcohol, no cussing. Is this a bad place to be hooking up with Qatar women? I mean, do you have to be careful of that too?
There's women there?
Oh.
Yeah, women aren't treated very well there.
Wow.
Yeah, no alcohol, no cussing. Wait, what are these Euros that are rolling in there to support
what do you
their
think
teams
those dudes are going to? I mean,
like to
really?
live in the pub, the Ted Lasso crowd. I mean, that's not going to go. This was such a bad, and the real truth is this was a terrible idea at the beginning, and people said so, and now here we are on its doorstep, and it might be worse than we thought, because when you're seeing the video and these pictures of where fans are going to be accommodated and staying for weeks, they're not going there for one game.
And if you're thinking about 2026, which I have been, and trying to get reservations and rooms, you better have started a month ago.
Oh, to try to get tickets? Well, yeah. I mean, the United States, a big established country can handle the World Cup. That's where it should be. It should be where it's in big cities like L.A. and New York and Houston and Dallas, and you're going to big stadiums and they have beautiful hotels. And
and if you know more about World Cup play than we do. Now, I like soccer, but I don't know enough about World Cup play except for I was there in '94. Is the World Cup is not played on turf? You have to have natural grass. Is that true?
Correct.
And so I'm still trying to figure out what they're going to do in Arlington, except for Jerry's going to do everything he can. It doesn't matter because he knows how much money he can make from that a couple games there. And Jerry's, well, I don't care if you roll it in that day and roll it out.
He's got 5 years to figure it out.
5 years to grow it?
And what he's going to do and what the World Cup will do. We'll take your thoughts on that. Also, normally this is the spot where we do our Pluckers picks, but Dave Paul had something come up this morning, so we're not going to make our Pluckers picks. We'll get into some of the big picks of the weekend, picks that Ty and Buck and I like as far as the top fives. Do want to tell you about Pluckers. If you don't like their wings, they'll give you the bird, but you're going to be there tonight. Maybe you don't have that Amazon stream cranked up. We'll get out to Pluckers. They'll have it, so you can watch the Titans and the Packers tonight. You can watch the college football with a ranked Tulane team against SMU. All the sports, all the time at Pluckers. Best wings you're going to have, whether you like them really blazing hot or even down to the mild and sometimes naked. You get the naked wings. Those are good, too, if you're trying to enjoy that. Also, the great menu, the great drinks, the great Bud Lights and fun at Pluckers. 7 or 8 locations now. One coming online in my area, South Park Meadows, in the coming year or so. We love Pluckers. Become a member of the Pluckers Club and the Pluckers Club app down to your phone so you can save your place in line virtually. You can get great savings and discounts and become a member at Pluckers.com. Remember, at Pluckers, if you don't like their wings, they will give you the bird.
Ty, you didn't have any Pluckers last night. You had straight up turkey. I mean, straight up the big bird.
My first time cooking a bird by myself, and I smoked a honey ham. It's nice.
See, there's where my skills. I mean, that's all you have to do is tell me.
I was basting
what I can stuff in that thing.
Oh, I made my own homemade stuffing.
Did you put it in the turkey?
Yep.
You stuffed the turkey yourself?
Yeah.
Nice. I've never been a part of that. I've always been told, get out of the kitchen, whether it's at home with my mom or grandma.
It's not a pretty sight.
It's not a pretty sight. It's always, get out of there. You're touching the wrong thing. Don't put your hand on that. Go sit down. Go watch football. Leave us alone. We'll call you when it's ready. I've never been an actual part of I know, because you have been a baker before. I mean, you have, of course.
I don't do a lot of baking, no. I do a lot of I cook, but I don't do a lot of baking.
When Oprah was having her day and you were picking up the kids and you were the cook, the main cook.
Cook dinner.
Yeah.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I'm good. Baking,
no?
Nah.
No,
not that often.
Hot apple pies?
Not all that often. I'd leave that to the wife, for sure. By the way, it says with the sex ratio in Qatar in 2021, 300 males per 100 females.
Oh, that's a fight.
That's a fight.
Sounds like my house.
That's
last
simple
night.
math. Yeah, you were 4-0.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that was
4-0. Yeah, not good. It says
only
not
fight
to
there was over the remote.
Because, guys, not to mention the 57 people, although they suspect many, many more died, that admit that they have died during the construction of the facilities.
So we got some inside of the construction area.
Oh, yeah. Well, and a lot have just disappeared, like their families.
Like Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah, their families are saying, my husband left to go make money and build and never came home, and I can't find him.
He's in row 1.
He's underneath the stadium. I don't know.
Wow.
That's not something to laugh about, obviously, but it's such a such a corrupt thing. Can I give a big buck on right here? Do you know that they broke ground today on the biggest Buc-ee's in history?
Oh, no.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it will not reside in the Lone Star State. Do you know this? You know the Buc-ee's? Everybody loves the Buc-ee's and the gas and the Bucky Bites and the Bucky Balls and the bathrooms. The new store. Oh, no, that's not true. So Texas had lost bragging rights when a 74,000 square foot Buc-ee's came online in Tennessee. But this morning they're breaking ground on a new store in Luling that will take the rights
there you
back
go.
at
Bring it to Luling. You're right.
75,000 square feet.
Great.
75,000.
Great spot, too.
The great state reigns supreme once again. Also on the college basketball side, it is the great state. Are we home to 3 of the 5 best teams in all of college basketball, maybe more? A lot of people believe Houston, U of H. You know the Houston Cougars with Kelvin Sampson have the best odds to win the national championship right now in Vegas, 6-1. 6-1 with that dynamic backcourt, the depth, the local product, Sasser, running the show there with 3 great guards. Houston, 6-1 to win the national championship right now. Baylor is not far behind him, and I think with Texas' performance last night, they put themselves into that conversation with the length and the depth and the guard play. Maybe who else would you put in there, Ty? If those are 3 of the 5 or 6 best teams in college basketball, who else do you see in that mix?
Isn't Duke going to be Duke?
I saw them play Kansas the other night. They were okay. They're not great.
You got to put Michigan State in there, right?
They're not even ranked.
I know, but they beat Kentucky.
Gonzaga just beat them.
Yeah,
on the aircraft carrier.
I don't know. I really haven't watched that much college basketball yet. It's really too early to tell. I don't think the rankings really mean much at this point.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about rosters. And this is whatever Texas, that win last night doesn't mean any more than the UTEP win or the win over Houston Christian. It's a win in the non-conference. But what you saw was what makes team, the roster is deep, it's experienced, but it's also got this youthful, mix with guys like Arterial Morris and Dylan Mitchell flying over people. They got guard play. I mean, that's what you're looking at. Those are things that win come March. I don't know. I watched Duke play Kansas the other night. Kansas has the kid from Westlake. What's his name? KJ Jeffrey? No.
KJ Adams.
KJ Adams, the kid from Westlake. Kansas expecting big things from him in his junior year. They got the kid from Denton, Jalen Wilson, who's a really good player. He scored 25 points the other night in their win over Duke. But, man, I don't think Texas takes a backseat to anybody. And obviously, the exciting part is they're going to get to play Baylor twice. They're going to get to play Tech and Kansas twice. The Big 12 is going to be pretty darn incredible. And, Houston Cougars beat Texas Southern last night by 50.
Oh, they beat them up badly.
And now Texas does not play Houston in the non-conference. The next big test for the Longhorns ahead of conference play in late December will be Creighton. Creighton on December the 1st here in Austin at the Mood.
Yeah, I think Coach Beer likes these non-conference games where they're really good teams. They'll get to those kind of games.
This says Arkansas is the real deal. Yeah, no, I think Arkansas is a team.
Oh, yeah.
But, again, they're going to be relying on freshmen. Whereas Texas is freshmen, I don't say they're.
Yeah, but the championship's not until later on in the year. I mean, as you said, this is only a couple of weeks into this, couple of games into it, and that Arkansas team won't be the same team.
Sure, no, they're going to get better, but again, they're dealing with freshmen. Do freshmen hit a wall typically when you're in the middle of a?
If you don't have anybody to back them up, you have a problem then.
So Texas has the luxury with all the experience. 5 rotational guys are back, plus the additions of 2 key transfers who are experienced. Brock Cunningham's your 8th guy off the bench, that they're freshmen, and the key ones are Arterial Morris and Dylan Mitchell. They don't have to be stars. They can just be role players, and they can just come along and get better and better as the year goes on. I think that's the exciting part. And if they do that, to go with the experience and the guard play, they're going to be – Texas has a very high ceiling. But, it's a long season, and one win does not a season make, but you like the pieces. And we liked the pieces in the offseason, talking about it. Man, what a roster they built. And when Dylan Dessou announced he was the last piece, he said, "I'm coming back." That was exciting because now you have another.
It's just so nice to see him move around freely.
Sure. And so again, you liked what the roster looked like, and then last night And if you add last night to the 30-point beatdown in the exhibition game over Arkansas, which they had, you really like the makeup of this team. Can Chris Beard continue to grow it? And can they get better as the weeks and the months go on? Will be the question for the
Longhorns. Can this
Longhorns.
football team beat Kansas on Saturday? I mean, is Kansas going to throw the same defense up at the Horns?
I would, until I see Quinn Ewers step in and make throws.
But hasn't Bijan had really good games against Kansas? Hadn't he had outstanding?
Sure. We'll pick that up on the other side. Talk Texas football. Also, Barry from
Barry.
BetUS will be with us as we roll on. It's B&E on the Horn.
Folks, Tony C's Pizza and Beer Garden now open at Anderson Lane right near Shoal Creek, and of course in Round Rock at the Dell Diamond. And the reviews are in, and it is absolutely going on, serving that New York-style pizza and authentic Ciola family Italian food. Thank you, Mr. C. Few things go together better than New York-style pizza and ice-cold craft beer. 30 beers on tap for you, and of course there's wall-to-wall TVs. Tony C's Pizza and Beer Garden, best place to catch all your football watching, of course, the Longhorn Network, the SEC Network, and the NFL Sunday Ticket. See all the games at Tony C's Pizza and Beer Garden, where, as I said, the atmosphere is nothing but fun. Tony C's Pizza and Beer Garden now open for lunch and dinner in Round Rock, of course, in front of the Dell Diamond, and in Austin at Anderson Lane right near Shoal Creek. I'll join you at Tony C's Pizza and Beer Garden.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
B&E on a Thursday, the Buck-Ons and Buck-Offs. It is...
I'm bucking myself off, E. I had to tell Ty yesterday because, I went to see my grandkids on Saturday, and, I'm getting a theater put in at my house, and thanks to AB Consultations and Tom McKay, of course, there's nobody else I'd have do that but those guys, as a matter of fact. But you know me, I have not seen, I'm so far behind in stuff like Frozen, and, I've never seen Toy Story. And I told Ty the last time I think I was at the movies was it Little Mermaids with my girls?
1989.
89, he told me. 19. I'm like, seriously? Am I that far behind? What have I missed? I've never seen the entire Lion King.
That's
have you?
That's a good one.
Of course.
Is that a good one? Going the entire one?
Yeah.
To sit down and watch the entire Lion King?
We'll teach you something.
You'll cry.
But I did tell him the one that I did see on TV that I just love. What the
Minions?
No, I hate the Minions. That's my wife's favorite. The Minions. I don't want anything to do with the Minions. Nothing to do with them. But what was the little paddle feet or whatever that?
Oh, Happy Feet.
Happy Feet. I did like
Penguins.
Did you see the Penguins with Happy Feet?
I did.
You've seen them all. You had babies then, no?
I had kids. I've seen all of them. Well, I saw all the kids' movies, but any movie that came out between 1997 and about 2005, it's a good chance I didn't see it.
But you saw all the Toy Stories.
Little,
You've seen all that with Woody. I've never seen that all the way through.
I think I've seen all the Pixar movies. I think we own all the Pixar movies, or my son does, somewhere on a VHS.
So when I sit down with my grandkids, they're going to go, dude, we've already seen this. You're just watching this for yourself. Because we've had this, I don't know, Frozen 1, Frozen 2. I guess all that stuff matters.
I haven't seen Frozen 2, but Frozen 1.
I have not seen.
I liked Frozen 1.
It's catchy. The songs are catchy.
Well, you know what? I have not seen Frozen. That's true. That's accurate. Because my kids were older by then.
Right.
When that came out and blew up.
The only reason I saw it was I was in choir for way too long.
Hold on. Mr.
More news.
Cooked turkey dinner for the boys last night at the sausage party, and then... No.
It was a turkey party.
Hey, kindergarten to junior year of high school.
No, I was in the choir too. In elementary school, we used to go sing.
I'm happy for you, T.
My grandma.
Sam Ellinger was in choir with me. All the football players did it. It was a high school musical situation going on there.
Oh, cool. I like this.
He had all the solos. There wasn't something that he wasn't.
Sam
good at.
did?
Yeah.
You know me, E. My favorite.
Sam took the choir solos from everybody.
I bet I can pull up some stuff on YouTube. Maybe coming back from the break.
Oh,
Sam
sweet.
Ellinger, Sam Ellinger
so did you
solo.
ever sing in a musical?
Oh yeah, the Newsies,
Guys and Dolls.
What's the one with the Puerto Ricans?
I don't know.
West Side Story.
Yes.
Oh gosh,
I live with the Puerto Ricans, so I know West Side Story.
We did West Side Story.
Wet that
Les Miserables is my personal favorite. But
really?
Yes.
Well, can we
seen
hum
that
a
on
few
Broadway.
bars?
Well, I know
I can do any Russell Crowe, Javert.
Oh my goodness!
From
now we have talent.
By all means,
listen, folks. Listen to our listeners. Now we have real talent here.
Guy was a two-way star at the Westlake football team, and then he was in the choir with Sam Ellinger. So did you guys did you do choral performances, or this was just okay?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we
had
Christmas
specials.
You didn't go door to door at Christmas time, did you?
Down 360.
You guys never went out collecting money for UNICEF. I guarantee you that.
No.
Okay.
No.
What is UNICEF?
We did have some good performance. So I'll see.
I like this. Now, this was just part of your electives, right?
Yeah. No, we had Westlake has a great choir program. They make it fun.
Let's be honest,
UIL state champions 4 years in a row.
Really?
Yeah. They got state competition. We got a guy competition.
Oh, we had to learn how to read music, all that stuff.
I'm glad you did that. I did not know that. I would not have picked that from you, Ty.
I was not a good singer.
Or after last night's sausage fest.
Yeah, well, now we found out he's a good chef. I mean, he cooked dinner for his buddies last night and didn't invite his girl. It was all for the dudes. I like that.
Dudes night out. There's nothing wrong with that.
But sounds like your prom party back in the day, Buck. But this is great news. I didn't know not only were you in the choir, but you guys were a high-level choir.
Dude, you don't want stuff like prom parties and choir level over your head.
What was the initial impetus to join the choir? Was it to meet girls, or was it because you really liked it?
Well, so in elementary school, we were all just in it, because everyone did it. But
yeah, I did it in elementary school.
In middle school, when you get into sixth grade, you have to choose between orchestra, choir, and band. And I was part of the group that didn't want to play an instrument. I was like, that sounds like too much work.
We never called it choir. It was always Glee Club.
Well,
Glee.
It was close. It was close to that. But it started started then, and then my middle school teacher or director, her husband was the Westlake director, so it kept it in the family. I knew all the names, so it was a good
Very
time.
proud of Ty. There it is.
We are fans of the arts. We like
Yes,
pushing,
we are.
And we're losing a
Very
lot of
arts.
that.
That's where you are. Absolutely.
Well, round your body and your brain and your mind, and learn all the reading, writing, and arithmetic. But the arts are important as well. So it was required that you had to join one of those three.
For 1 year. So, yeah, in middle school, you're required to do one of those in 6th grade.
Did you have typing? Did you take up typing?
Yeah, we did. I had a keyboarding
I took
class.
typing.
Really?
I took typing.
I did too. I was really
Well,
good.
when Ty's,
My mother,
Ty's 25, they had computer.
by then?
They didn't have,
We had
it was
typing.
was
it typewriters?
It was not typewriters. It was
Right. Okay. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Mine was typewriters, and yours
And
was.
now he's a cook. I know he does home ec. He probably was in the home ec department. Did they have home ec then?
Yep, we did.
I'm liking more and more of this Westlake school. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure I had to choose, and I don't remember what I chose.
I was in Catholic school. You had to do typing. You had to be on a typewriter, period.
When I'm talking about the selection of one of those arts, right? You had to choose a band, orchestra,
I was in theater.
or choir.
I was in theater. I was
didn't
one of
do
the wise
theater.
men. I was obviously the only black kid in the school. I was one of the wise men. I was the black dude, bringing incense and myrrh and all that good stuff and weed.
See, I never performed in a play. My son, who's getting married on Sunday, he was big into the theater. He was, set designer and doing the lights and all that stuff, and ended up doing some performances at the end, which he loved a lot, which was pretty cool. It was a good spot for him. But good for you, Ty.
So Ty will be great in our Christmas Carol contest. That'll be coming up.
Somebody said Ty equals sus.
No, man.
He's just well-rounded. I like this. I'm
that.
learning. I would not have pegged you
He's
for the choir, but
rounded without being
and not
well-rounded.
just choir, but high level. But you're right. The Christmas Carol contest. We're going to start telling you about that. It's the annual B&E Christmas Carol contest. We need to bring it. We didn't do it during COVID. Remember, we had to COVID it out.
Yes,
but because we couldn't get everybody
We're
together
back.
to do the songs. But we're back with this, and I know that was a couple years ago now. But we're back and stronger than ever. And I feel like last year the suggestions and the Christmas carols we received were not. There weren't a lot of them. There were some really good ones, but there weren't a ton. We need to push that because now we have Ty here who can sing.
Now we're going to make a huge prize package.
And he can call his buddy Sam Ellinger. Maybe get Sam Ellinger a part of this. Do some rhythm sections, a little harmony, a little 4-part harmony up in here for the Christmas carol.
Somebody's playing an instrument in our midst too. Somebody's got to be an instrumental person, right?
Got to have one.
I can play the tambourine. Always wanted to do that. I'm good at that. At World Cup games, bring my little tambourine.
So I just saw this tweet break from our buddy Gary Parrish, who covers college basketball as well as anybody in my mind as far as the national college basketball guys. And I'm not saying that just about this tweet, but we've had Gary on several times. He does a really good job. He says, here is my Thursday morning updated CBS Sports Top 25, complete with some thoughts on Texas's impressive win over Gonzaga. Number 5, Gonzaga. Number 4, Kansas. Number 3, Houston. Number 2, North Carolina. Number 1, Texas, according to Gary Parrish of CBS Sports. So, interesting there. Texas. A lot of people that saw that game because they know that Gonzaga is a pretty damn good team, and Texas just dismantled them in every way last night. So, good stuff there. All right, Buck, you were asking about Kansas. I guess Barry from BetUS stiffed us this morning.
What?
Barry from BetUS was supposed
Can't
to lob
do
us a
that
call.
to us, Barry.
Barry from BetUS, and that was going to be 9:30.
And the people want to hear. They wanted to hear from him.
I was looking forward to that. But we know that Kansas beat the Longhorns in football a year ago, 57-56 in overtime, as the walk-on kid got the 2-point conversion and just crushed the Hearts of all.
NIL deal for life.
NIL deal for life. We know the game before that in Lawrence was canceled. Remember, the Longhorns game was canceled with Kansas the year previous. Didn't play it. Then the year before, Texas beat them 50-48. You remember that game? That was the Tom Herman's about to get himself fired game. Eventually he did. But that one was not pretty. They won it, survived. Again, they've had no business winning, really, if you saw it, 50-48. They won in Lawrence the previous year with Tom Herman, 24-17. Previous year here in Austin, they won 42-27. And, of course, in 20 and 16, they lost at Kansas 24-21 in overtime, which was essentially Charlie Strong's last game at Texas.
But Bijan has had good days against Kansas, I got to believe.
Well, I mean, the Longhorns scored 56 points last year and lost the game to Kansas. That was the problem. But I'm just saying this has not been a gimme for the Longhorns. And it's been a bugaboo, including last year. Tom Herman had his near miss. Charlie Strong really ended, because remember, when they lost to Kansas in 2016, Charlie Strong coached that Friday game with TCU. They lost, but everybody already knew it was over for him. That's when the brass went and hired Tom Herman that Friday night. Well, now here we are with Steve Sarkisian. Both teams 6-4. And look, this is the most improved version of the Kansas Jayhawks we've seen. This is the best version of Kansas the Texas has played in the last half decade without a doubt. They've beaten some good teams this year. They're banged up more than they've been, but they do get their quarterback Jalen Daniels back.
And they've got their running back.
Neal is a really good back. Big 12 loaded with him. But no, this is the Vegas line is what, 8? But I think at this point it's time to worry about Vegas lines in Texas. It's about can they win this game. The Longhorns were a set favorite last week. They've been favored in all these games. They were an underdog at Manhattan and went in there. No, were they underdog at K-State? Or were they favored in that game, T.Y.? You're the professional singing gambler.
They were favored, I believe.
Texas was favored in that game.
Yeah, I believe.
You're right about that. It was 3. It was 3. So Texas is, okay, Vegas has a high opinion of the Longhorns, and we have a high opinion of the Longhorns when they play well. Can they go play well in this game? Can the defense do, again, what they did last week and play great against a pretty dynamic offense and a spread option that they run? It's really the triple option and the spread formation, what they run. You got to defend the dive. You got to defend both guys on the pitch, and then they can throw off of it. You got to be on point when you get into this game.
Got to do your assignment. Can't get out of your
football.
lanes. Assignment football.
All right. Well, we also mentioned in our headlines that Bijan Robinson is a semifinalist for the Walter Camp Award, Nation's Best Player. Obviously, last week was not great for he or the offense in general. See if there's a bounce-back game in his future coming here against the Jayhawks. We'll be back. We'll pick up these conversations. We'll tee it up for the rest of a busy Thursday here on The Horn. It's all part of the show of the people. There is no show without you, the people. So we appreciate it. B&E on The Horn. Grande Equipment, folks. My buddy Wes Murray and his team, they'll be fired up for a big-time college and pro football weekend. I always tell you with Grande, they're just a family of local Texans, Texans through and through that run a great business and a great company there at Grande Equipment. They've moved down to San Marcos, New Braunfels area, kind of in between. They got a great new spot there. But really, when it's a project for you, right, whatever the size of it, for a construction company that you have or a project, a bid that you've won, and you need heavy equipment, you have to go with the Grande, man. They're the best people. They're independent. They're locally owned. They don't, earning your business is just the start of this relationship, because that's really what they're in my mind, and that's what Wes tells me all the time. We're not in the equipment business. They're in the relationship business. When you need that right piece of equipment or pieces of equipment for your project, it's always going to be there to you on time, job site ready, no hassles, ready to crank it out, because they know your reputation and your budget is what's on the line. You got to get that thing done. Get it done on schedule, and they're going to get that equipment to you and be a partner with you on the deal. Major manufacturers like Caterpillar, John Deere, Komatsu, Volvo, and more, they know as an independent they're not locked into any one, so they can get you what they want, makes them very nimble and playing in the big leagues in a big way. Heavy equipment sales, rentals, and attachments. Also, Grande has the renewable energy sector, supporting solar projects all over the country. They specialize in that pile driver application with both new and used equipment, the capability of renting statewide and nationally. They're great people. Absolutely phenomenal. Get to know Wes and Weston and the team at Grande Equipment. They're online at grandeequipment.com. They don't overpromise. They overdeliver.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
Says Buck on the tie for that UGK instrumental. What's UGK?
Underground Kings.
Cool. Is that last break coming back?
Yeah, it's some H-Town hip-hop stuff.
Underground Kings with Ty, who we found out was in the high-level choir at Westlake High School, along with Sam Ellinger, which is interesting to me. Also, Buck on to our former producer, because I saw this. I don't know if you saw this, Ty. Our former producer is now midday host Isaiah Collier, correct? Along with Chad and Zay through your midday.
He committed yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, I saw top basketball recruit Isaiah Collier is committed to USC. Hey, way to be there, Zay. Come on, man. I thought his eligibility from Houston Tillotson was over. The heck happened? No, this is a different Isaiah Collier, obviously. 5-star guard. Chose USC over Michigan and Cincinnati. So there you go. Isaiah Collier, not ours, but that one. So that's a buck on and a buck off. Are you buck on or buck off to this, TY? It says here in the recent poll, 12% of people claim they've literally never hurt a fly. Never hurt a fly. That is 1 in 8 people, essentially.
I could see that. There's people in this world that just stay in their house and don't do anything all day.
But you think they really have never hurt a fly?
There's people that like trap spiders and won't kill them and just let them outside.
No.
Stuff like that.
I guess if you warded it not knowingly, like everyone, you never know what you step on or see. You know, you're not even trying to, but you do, right? You hit something. You run over a squirrel with your car.
12% of people?
Yeah.
Where is the study being conducted?
Oh, see, now we're going in depth here. But it's... Let me find this. U.gov. U.gov. Yeah, you can go there and check that yourself. 12% of people say they never heard a fly. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's true. Maybe not knowingly hurt a fly, or like you've inflicted pain or damage on something.
Have you ever driven a
point.
Car?
Yes, exactly.
There's
you've
a windshield.
run over something. Yeah, you've hit a fly with your windshield. But I know what they mean. I'm being very literal with that. We've got college and pro football tonight. If you're looking for it, could be some snow flurries in the forecast tonight with the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field playing the Tennessee Titans. Ty, do you have a professional gambler's pick of the week? Pick of the night here?
You know, there's no Maction tonight, so I'm not super confident.
Oh, you thrive on the Maction.
Yeah, but with Jeffrey Simmons being out, I feel like that's huge for Tennessee, and I could see, even though I don't want it to happen, I could see Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers covering that 3 points.
You know what? Here's my gut. And this isn't professional gambler stuff, that Packers are favored by 3 at home. That's about right. It is an even matchup. Ryan Tannehill is back for the Titans. You know, the Titans won their game last week over the Broncos with a flea flicker. You see that? Like, they handed it. I mean, it was a 14-10 game, I think, at the end. And they ran this flea flicker, handed it to Derrick Henry, and of course everybody collapses on him, and they pitch it back to Tannehill, and he hits a guy deep, and he ends up in the end zone. That was really the difference in the game. But for Cowboys fans, and I'm not trying to keep picking the scab there, but you lost a game against a team you were better than. That's really the point of the fact against the Packers. Cowboys were better than the Packers in that game. I think if you watch the whole game, you know that. Yet they lost, and I know it's football and it can happen. But my fear would be that the Titans are going to go in there at 6-3. Mike Vrabel is going to hit. The defense is going to stop that run game. They're going to put it in Aaron Rodgers' hands, and we're going to end up with, kind of an Aaron Rodgers, Ryan Tannehill game that's going to end up being a pretty low-scoring ball game, maybe even under the 41.
That's the trend for primetime.
Yeah, Thursday night primetimes. Now, typically, if it's a divisional game, which this is 2 separate conferences, which is kind of fun, they go real under. Yeah, and that's the disappointing part for the Cowboys, that they couldn't stop the Packers' run game. That's a big part of the reason why the Packers had lost 5 in a row, is they weren't able to run the ball, which put it all in Rodgers and an inexperienced receiver core's hands, and the Packers were able to run the ball, and the Cowboys off their bye week. I think the Titans will stop that run. I think we have a field goal game either way, under 41. Who wins Tulane and SMU? Is that a Tulane easy win tonight? Green Wave off their first loss in a while?
Hey, the Ponies offense has been hot recently, so we'll see. Tulane's pretty good at defending the big play, but I'd take the over in that one. I think it's 65 points.
Ooh, it's in New Orleans. They still play in the Dome?
Yes.
All right, then indoors, no worry. Hey, enjoy the games tonight. Obviously, tomorrow will be a Friday edition. We'll preview all the big games, make our Supreme Lending picks, more great guests and conversation into the 11th week of the NFL, the 10th week or 12th week of college football, and, of course, area round of the playoffs. So Friday will be jam-packed tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. Miss any part of today's show, including our good conversation with Jerry Hamilton of Inside Texas. That's at hornfm.com on the podcast.
Tower. Your daily look around the world of sports. With Horns 24/7 insider Jeff Howe on your live, local, and independent home for sports talk in Austin. The Horns.
So that's going to do it. The Longhorns are going to win this ball game by 19. Chris Beard applauds the fans for their efforts on this. And how about the effort by the Texas Longhorns? They not only beat number 2 Gonzaga, they blow them out. Final score tonight here at Moody Center. Texas 93, Gonzaga 74.
Light it up on a Thursday edition of Light the Tower on the Horn. We are live, we are local, we are digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Wherever you're listening, however you're listening, we just thank you so very much for being a part of today's presentation. Hi, I'm Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7. That's where you can find my work, including my recap of that win over Gonzaga for the Texas men last night. We'll talk about that plenty today. Getting you ready for Texas and Kansas on the gridiron. Talk about what's in our insider report at Horns 24/7. Horns247.com is where you can get all of the latest and greatest Longhorn team news, notes, and nuggets, the best recruiting coverage in the Texas market with Mike Roach and Hudson Standish. It's all there for you at Horns 24/7. Don't forget about the Longhorn Blitz podcast, too. Myself, Matt Butler, and Rod Babers can get you ready for the Kansas game this weekend, a big picture view of where the Longhorns are right now. You can get that at Horns 24/7 or anywhere you get your podcasts. Search Horns 24/7, Horns 247, no dashes, no slashes, no spaces. Click that follow button, get every episode of the Blitz when it drops on Tuesday. Craig Way out today. Craig is having his, as everybody knows, I think by now, and I know me personally and everybody at the station, Craig is in our thoughts always of late, and I'm sure everybody knows by now that listens to this program. Craig's mother passed away last week, and the services are today. So he'll be out today. He'll also be out tomorrow, getting ready to travel to Kansas for the game on Saturday. It's a 2:30 kick. That means 4 hours beforehand we get you started with Longhorn Game Day presented by Bud Light. That's Aaron Hogan, Mike Harge, and Rod Babers, leading you up to the network pregame an hour before at 1:30, and then at 2:30 it's Craig, it's Roger Wallace, it's Will Matthews from Lawrence with Texas and Kansas on that broadcast, and you can hear it here on the Horn all across the Austin Radio Network. Get to hornfm.com, the Horn app to get the streaming. Just a couple of clicks, not a big deal. Just you can find it there, but you can stream it also if you're unable to listen on the radio. So Craig not in today, but we do have behind the glass. He's really the MVP of Light the Tower. He really is, because he's here every day, unless you are a Austin high school area football team playing in a state championship game during this time slot. Mm-hmm. That's the only way he'll miss a show. He is the publisher, curator, otherwise major domo of everything FlexATX. FlexATX.com at FLXATX on all of your social media platforms. He is the legendary, and I do mean legendary, the one and only, our erstwhile producer, the great Snoop Daniel. Snoop, you didn't go to Moody Center last night, did you?
Yeah, I did.
You made it out?
Bro, I was the most lit time I've ever had at a Longhorn athletic event.
Man,
easily. It was so much fun.
That sequence where you get the Dylan Mitchell dunk off the lob from Marcus Carr, and then they get the steal, and then the Jabari Rice lob to Dylan Mitchell. Man, I could feel it felt like the building was shaking.
There were so many good moments. I couldn't even – it was like overload good.
I mean, Gonzaga had that 10-0 run at the start of the game, and then Texas kind of chipped their way back into it. They couldn't miss last night. 3 straight games now. Texas has shot over 50% from the floor, and the Longhorns get it. Definitely, it's the biggest win Texas has had since you got to go back to Shaka Smart's last year. And granted, it was the COVID year, so it wasn't like the full tilt Allen Fieldhouse experience. But when they went to Lawrence and put it on Kansas back in 2021, this is by far the biggest win since then. It's the most significant win. You can argue getting over the hump and winning an NCAA tournament game for the first time in almost a decade was huge, but it's the most notable win, let me say that, on a national scale for Chris Beard in his time as the head coach at Texas. So just a phenomenal night of basketball at Moody Center. We'll talk about that. We'll definitely be getting you ready for Texas and Kansas. We'll do that coming up here in just a little bit in addition to our basketball talk. It is Thursday. We do have high school football playoffs starting tonight. Did you get everything squared away, Snoop, for the Thorndale game?
I do. Well, yeah, I do. I still might go to the Flatonia game.
So you're undecided?
Yeah, I'm still undecided.
So you got two options. You just don't know which one.
Because Marion isn't bad. It's kind of like out the way and not like you got to take 35, but then you take a detour.
Yeah, I know where Marion is. Yeah.
I've only been there once for a Georgetown softball game. So anyway, thinking about it. But yeah, 3 tonight and full slate tomorrow and Saturday. Drip. Let's go.
No doubt. So we'll talk high school football. We've got our weekly coaches conversation. Those are brought to you by Texas Truck and Trailer. Vandegrift head coach Drew Sanders joining us. Really tough. Snoop, I don't know what superlative you want to put on it. I mean, Lake Travis's win over Round Rock was probably the most impressive by district win for anybody in the area. But if you're going to go with like maybe an impressive win that flew under the radar, dude, Vandegrift beating Bowie is nothing to sneeze at, man. That's Bowie's playing some good football this year.
It was 21-14 before Vandy tagged on that final touchdown to pull away.
So we'll get Drew Sanders, we'll get Coach Sanders' take on that, and then moving on, the Vipers due to the area round. So we'll talk to Coach Sanders. We got a Longhorn Notebook coming up, like I said. Inconceivable. We'll close out hour number 1. Hour number 2, we'll continue the Texas football and basketball talk. Snoop will get you ready for the playoff weekend with his Flex 30 update. Anything specific for
just
Flex 30 today, Snoop?
Postseason, and I'll give volleyball a little love because they're playing in a state championship tomorrow, so 2 of our area teams.
There you go. I love what this texter says. Specs text line is open 337-3776, and in addition to everything we're covering, we're also taking your feedback. Texter says, Craig did a heck of a job last night on the call, as he always does. Said, I mute the TV and listen to him. That's the way you should.
You know what I was doing? Eddie, will you go get a drink? Which I had 3 Love Streets. That's why I have a headache this
What's
morning.
in a Love Street, Snoop?
It's good. It's a very good beer. I don't know.
I thought it was a mixed drink.
Okay. No. But then I did have I forgot I had 4 drinks. Oh. Well, anyway, I forgot about that 4th one. I was having a great time. It was so lit. Anyway, I could gush about it. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So I'm out there getting a drink, and you can hear Craig. They have his call on outside.
Yeah,
so it's really, I'm like, Father. Not really, but.
So is Love Street, is that like a local brew?
You know what? I out of ignorance, I don't know. So
you're just going to plead ignorance on this one? Okay.
But it is.
That's fine.
It's a nice can.
There you go. Let's go ahead, Snoop. Let's go ahead and do it big. We talked about basketball. Let's just do it now. We'll talk basketball and football here in the Longhorn Notebook.
Jeff Howe's Longhorn Notebook.
Brought to you by Aaron Bowersock, your home loan expert. Let Aaron do for you what she did for Craig. When Craig made the move to Georgetown, man, she made it so easy for Craig and Linda to make that move. Let her do that for you. BowersockTeam.com is where you need to go. It's Aaron Bowersock, your home loan expert, sponsoring our 2 Longhorn Notebooks on today's show. So, Snoop, you know what? I'm going to start the Longhorn Notebook with you today, Snoop. I'm going to give you the floor. All
right.
Just give me your thoughts on this game last night, because I was watching it from a different vantage point. You actually got to watch it. I'm watching and then I'm writing, so I'm just kind of in this tunnel vision during the game. I can't really enjoy it like a fan can. So give me your thoughts from the seats last night.
Everybody was into it. People were standing up, and the people behind them weren't getting mad. It was a game where everyone was standing.
That's a rarity.
They were standing, like, they were into it. It's such a night and day between the Irwin Center and what this is, that unless you experience it, you can hear people talk about how awesome the new Moody Center is and how it's a cool basketball venue, but you have got to do it.
As Longhorn Bear says on the Specs text line, Texas finally has a real home court advantage for a basketball game. Like I said, Gonzaga made that 10-0 run at the start of the game, and then Texas really stemmed the tide. The whole game changed.
They knocked down jumpers. That's what I want to say.
The whole game changed. If you go back to Gonzaga making that 10-0 run, right before the under-16 media timeout, right before the first timeout of the game, Nolan Hickman knocks down a 3 from the wing and then gets called for a technical foul going back down the court. Jabari Rice makes those 2 free throws, so then it's 10-5. at the under 16 media timeout. Out of the timeout, Christian Bishop gets a steal and a layup, and the whole game just completely changed once that happened. If you start looking at it, Snoop, when you break down the numbers last night, there's a couple things that stand out. One, Gonzaga turned the ball over 20 times. Texas got 27 points off of Gonzaga turnovers. Fast break points for Texas in this one. Longhorns had the edge in fast break points. I think it was 12-4. I'm trying to pull it up. They're 12-2. Texas had a 12-2 edge last night in fast break points. You realize, Snoop, as much as we talked about tempo and Texas playing fast through the first 3 games, and granted, UTEP should be a solid mid-major team by the time they get everything, all the kinks worked out. And one was against Houston Christian. Texas in fast break points through 3 games, they've got a 53-3 edge in fast break points on their opponents through the first 3 games. So they are getting out and running because they're getting live ball turnovers on defense and they're scoring. When you hear Chris Beard talk about we want to score off of our defense, that's what he's talking about. Force live ball turnovers, push the ball, look for easy buckets in transition. And that's what they got last night. Like I said, with the fast break points, 27 points off of turnovers. All of that leads to a number that I think is going to be really key for Texas this year are the number of possessions they get per game. Chris Beard teams typically average somewhere around like 65, 66 possessions per game. That's 74 possessions last night. 1.26 points per possession for the Longhorns last night. You're going to win a lot of ball games doing that. And Snoop, what's fascinating about this team is you look through the first 2 games, they didn't shoot the ball well from 3. I mean, they were 3 for 22 from 3 against Houston Christian. They still shot over 50%. That just shows you they've got the ability to score in multiple ways. They don't just need to be a team that relies on a 3 ball. When you have a night where you shoot 13 for 33 from deep, that helps. Tyrese Hunter was on fire last night. I asked Chris Beard about this in the post game.
He's a G.
And Tyrese Hunter?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll get to the guard specifically here in a minute. Well, actually, we'll get to it right now because he ties into the point I want to make. Along with Jabari Rice, who I've already mentioned. We talk about Dylan Mitchell getting the 2 dunks. Arterio Morris gave Texas some solid minutes. When I looked at that team last night, specifically Tyrese Hunter, I was just kind of not blown away, but it really stood out to me how the moment last night wasn't too big for him, and it wasn't too big for Jabari Rice, and it wasn't too big for Dylan Mitchell or Arterio Morris. And I think this goes back to the way Chris Beard has put this team together in getting Arterio Morris and Dylan Mitchell. He got 2 guys that won at a high level in high school. Tyrese Hunter helped Iowa State get to the Sweet 16 last year in the NCAA tournament. Jabari Rice helped New Mexico State pull a first-round upset of UConn. Those 5-12 matchups we always talk about in March, right? New Mexico State over UConn was one of those last year, and Jabari Rice was a big reason why. And he's played in a lot of high-leverage games. The New Mexico State program's a good program. He's played in a lot of high-leverage games for them. And I asked Chris Beard about it, and he did say, yeah, he's like, those guys were poised, and they held themselves accountable on the floor. Man, that kind of stuff can go a long way. That took Texas a long time to find last year with so many new pieces, and they really didn't find it, Snoop. I don't know that they really found it until the win over Virginia Tech and then the Purdue game last year in the NCAA tournament. I think that's when they kind of really started to figure out roles and playing off of each other and how this whole thing fits. I think they, bottom line, I think last year they figured it out too late. It seems like they've already crossed that bridge. They're already good as far as the chemistry goes, everybody understanding their roles. I just thought the poise, the experience, the winning experience of those 4 newcomers, I thought that was so big last night in helping them overcome that early surge by Gonzaga, get back in the game. If you remember, Snoop, I think you remember the play. Texas as the game, things are kind of going back and forth.
They never got past within 3, correct?
Yeah, they're kind of going back and forth in the early in the first half.
Yeah.
And then Texas took the lead. It was a 21-20 lead coming out of the under 12 media timeout. Christian Bishop has that drive. Defense collapses on him. He goes block to block pass to Dylan Mitchell for a dunk. Texas never trailed after that point. I like the way Texas shot the ball. Again, Mark Few said the biggest difference was the ball pressure Texas got last night that really negatively affected Gonzaga. And Texas dominated the guard matchup last night. When you look at what Tyrese Hunter, Marcus Carr, Jabari Rice, those 3 guys in particular, what they did against Gonzaga last night, I mean, Hunter, talk about Tyrese Hunter going for 26. You realize Marcus Carr had 7 assists to 1 turnover last night while scoring 16 points. And then Jabari, man, Snoop. I know I say it all the time, man. My favorite player on this team might be Jabari Rice. I just love the juice that dude brings off the bench. He's one of those guys that, man, like I said, you look at him in warm-ups and you're like, well, this dude doesn't look like he's much of anything.
Right.
And then you put him in the game and he's diving for loose balls and he's driving to the bucket and he's knocking down shots and he's locking people up on defense. That is an impacts winning kind of guy is Jabari Rice. Jabari Rice had 11 points off the bench last night. Those 3 guards, man, Gonzaga's guards just did not play well at all. Nolan Hickman had 4 turnovers last night. Rasir Bolton, when Texas made that run, they outscored Gonzaga early in the second half. It was 14-5. That's when Tyrese Hunter really got hot. Dylan Dessou had a 3, and I'll get to Dessou in a second. Dessou had a 3 in that run. Rasir Bolton got the game to the under 16 timeout when he drove down the lane, and I think drew a foul on Christian Bishop, went up, got the and one. I was like, Rasir Bolton's had a quiet night. That was his first field goal. Rasir Bolton didn't make a field goal in this game when the outcome was still in doubt. Shot 3 for 9 from the floor. Hickman was 3 for 6. Like I said, 4 turnovers for Hickman. Drew Timme had almost as many turnovers last night as he did field goal attempts, and that was another big thing. I know we talk about the guards, but the job that Dylan Dessou and Christian Bishop and Brock Cunningham, and I think those 3 guys specifically, I think you go back to the NCAA tournament, and I think the fact that they had to battle so hard with the size disadvantage against Purdue. To me, I think that group of forwards, I think, really turned a corner and really took a big step forward, because at that point, with Purdue's size, and granted, Drew Timme's a different animal, but you kind of stare the devil in the face, so to say, when you face Purdue, the kind of bigs like Purdue has. I think that group took a big step. We're seeing what Dylan Dessou looks. Snoop, I know you saw Dylan Dessou in high school when he was healthy. We're finally starting to see what he looks like when he's healthy. Brock Cunningham, at one point in the first half, had the 7 points in a row. And including that great pass was a bad pass by Hickman. He knocks it away from Timme, takes it down and lays it up. You had the play towards the end of the first half where he and Arterio Morris double team Timme on the block and get the turnover. I thought one thing Texas did, if you look at Drew Timme's touches early in that game, and I'll go back and watch the game at some point to double confirm this. If you look at some of Drew Timme's touches early, it seemed like he was catching the ball way too close to the rim, getting way too deep on his initial touch, and it's really hard to defend him when he's got the ball that close to the bucket. After that, they did a really good job. I thought the guards did a good job of making Gonzaga set their offense pretty high up, pretty close to midcourt. That pulls Drew Timme away from the basket a little bit. It's easier to double team him if he's catching the ball at the elbow as opposed to right down on the block. I just thought Texas did a really good job, much better, like infinitely better job defending Drew Timme than they did last year in the game in Spokane. So we'll continue to talk Texas basketball throughout the show. Before we take a break, I do want to get to a couple of things that are in our insider report at Horns 24/7, just a couple of football nuggets. There's been a lot of talk this week about Xavier Worthy. That USC portal transfer rumor is out there. Nobody's oblivious to that. But our insider report at Horns 24/7 this morning leads off with the fact that Xavier Worthy is engaged and connected with his teammates at Texas and doesn't appear to be focused on anything other than helping the Longhorns win. So you can get over to Horns 24/7 and read more about that. Two other interesting nuggets. Kelvin Banks apparently has been working through a hand injury. That could be one of the reasons why Texas hasn't run to the left side all that much. Apparently it's been a little tougher for him to fit his hands to run block as opposed to pass block. So maybe that's something, maybe that's nothing, but keep an eye on Kelvin Banks. If that hand starts to heal, maybe they start to run to the left side of the line a little bit more. And as bad as Kansas is on defense, you should be able to do it. But I digress. And then Deshaun Jameson still trending in the right direction to be able to play on Saturday. But again, you've developed some depth at that corner position with Terrence Brooks coming off of a really, really strong performance against TCU. I mean, I think it's good for the young corners. He had a rough game against Iowa State, but Austin Jordan, you go back and watch Austin Jordan against Alabama. He was in the high teens, low 20s in terms of snaps. So you've gotten some good reps this season from the two young corners, but it looks like Texas is on track to get Deshaun Jameson back for the game on Saturday. All right, we'll take your feedback on the Specs text line 337-3776. We'll take your feedback throughout the show. But right now, we got to take a break because Drew Sanders, Vandegrift head coach, will join us after the break for our weekly coaches conversation brought to you by Texas Truck and Trailer. We'll do that when we come back on Light the Tower on the Horn, live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Craig out today. It's Jeff and Snoop. You'll hear some Snoop Daniel coming up here in just a moment. Got the Whataburger Top 5 with Snoop. Top 5 road trips this weekend for high school football teams in and around our Fairburg. It's a playoff, Snoop, so everybody's on a road trip of some sorts.
Unless you're Cuero.
Big night of high school football tomorrow night on the Austin Radio Network. All 3 of our ARN teams are playing tomorrow. It's Snoop and the crew with an extended flex pregame starting at 6:30, leading you up to the pregame shows at 7:15. You've got Lake Travis and Steele here on 104.9 The Horn. You've got LBJ and Port Neches Groves on 105.3 The Bet and on 101.9 at AM 1260 from the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. It's Vandegrift and Converse Judson. Joining us right now on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline for our weekly coaches interview, brought to you by our good friends at Texas Truck and Trailer. It is the head coach of the Vandegrift Vipers, Drew Sanders. Drew, it's got to be good, just that good feeling down in the cockles of your heart to be playing football beyond the practice field, getting ready for a game this close to Thanksgiving.
Yes, yeah, that's the goal. Everybody sets out to, in the heat of August, to be practicing when it's cold, and we're getting to do that. So we're really pleased with where we are and not satisfied, but pleased to be playing.
Drew, you got one last game at Monroe last week against Bowie. We talked about it. You know what you're getting into when you play a Coach Abel's Coach Bowie team. You're going to get physicality. You're going to see speed. Your team saw all of it and came out with a 2-touchdown victory.
Yeah, I mean, it was, like you said, it was exactly like we expected. It was a all-out war between 2 great teams, and we were fortunate to come out on top. It was a 7-point game pretty much the whole entire time, and then we were able to close it out. Our offense had a tremendous 6-minute drive in the fourth quarter to finish the game, and just all runs, and was able to close it out and get to 28-14. But much respect to the Bowie Bulldogs. They have a tremendous program.
Drew, that's one position group I wanted to ask you about this week was your offensive line. We know some of the big names you've got, but it's more than just the pieces that make a good old line. That thing has to come together. It's got to gel. It's got to work as a unit. How would you assess the play of your offensive line to this point in the season?
Well, I am pleased with our offensive line. You know, I thought early in the year, I didn't think they were playing up to their potential. And Coach Mauser, my offensive line coach and coordinator, and myself kind of made that known to them. And I thought they took that personally and have steadily gotten better throughout the year to where, you know, we feel like that it's become one of our strengths of our team, which we thought it should have been. And we think it's now starting to get to where we feel like it should. You know, when you have 2 Division I linemen on the same line, I mean, that's never happened in Vandegrift history. Mm-hmm. You ought to be pretty good. In addition to our other 3 guys are really good players also and big and strong. So I've been pleased with their answer to the call that we put out to them.
Vandegrift head coach Drew Sanders joining us here on Light the Tower on the Horn. Jeff Howey and Snoop Daniel.
Coach, will you say those other 3 linemen's names besides Ian Reed and besides Blake Frazier, of course, which are the D1 bound guys? Like, who are those other 3 on the line?
Well, we got Sam Perry at left guard. He's a junior. And then we have Gage Garrison. And Gage Garrison also is a junior. So we have 3 of these guys coming back next year. And I think both of those other guys I just mentioned, I think that they'll be getting some offers in this offseason. And then we have Ryan Jeffries, who just got a walk-on offer at TCU. He's a senior. And so we're pleased with all those guys and the work they've done this year.
Yeah, it's great to hear those guys' names called because they aren't often. I don't know if I've asked you about Beck Ormond yet and how he's like quietly really emerged as maybe the number 2 receiver. I guess he's doing really well. Can you kind of talk about his growth?
Yeah, Beck Ormond has done a tremendous job, senior, and you know he's kind of waited his turn, and he made a tremendous over-the-shoulder catch. I don't know if you saw it, guys, but in the second or first drive, it was 3rd and 7, and you know he got one toe in. I mean, it was just a tremendous athletic play, and he's a big kid. You know, I think a lot of people underestimate him. He's probably 6'2", and 185 pounds, and he's done just a tremendous job of being patient. And then now he's making big-time plays for us.
Drew, defensively, you know, again, you hold Bowie to 14 points. We know how just multifaceted they are on offense. So when you went back and watched the film, what'd you like about what you guys got done defensively last week?
Well, we adjusted well, I thought. You know, they did a couple of good things we were trying to take away some of their stuff in the flat to number 25, Max Barnes. Y'all know him well. He's a really good player, and they're so well coached. They answer some of that stuff that we were doing, and so we had to kind of adjust. So I guess to answer your question, I loved how I like how we answer the call on adjustments. Like we had to make some adjustments during the game, and we were able to tell them on the sideline what we're doing, and they were able to execute it. And you guys know how hard that is. And so it was I was really pleased to see it. And then I also thought we were very physical up front.
Coach, okay, I want to ask you about two more guys that we don't really hear about much, but Connor Freeman had an outstanding game last week. And Alex Foster, I don't know if he's always been this vocal, but it really feels to me like he's kind of like emerging, even though he's just a junior, as like that guy that people are rallying around. And it's really interesting to watch. Can you talk about those two? Yeah,
Connor is a pitcher also on our baseball team. I love having the young men play multiple sports and support that. And so, he could have easily gone straight baseball. He's probably going to be a college baseball pitcher, but he loves his teammates, much like my quarterback, and just had a tremendous year. Had a key interception to kind of finish the game off, and then played the screens well. So I'm very, very proud of Connor. And then Alex, he's a lacrosse guy too. Talking the two sports stuff, he'll have all kinds of offers in football and lacrosse this spring, and he has become more vocal. I think he's getting more comfortable. And the guys are looking at him because they know he's averaging about 10 tackles a game, and he's all over the place. So I think he's proven that he belongs to the way he plays. And so you're right, he is kind of taking over some of the defense and doing a tremendous job.
Drew, when you look at Judson, you see a 5-6 record, but I'm sure when you look at their personnel and you and the staff watch the tape, they don't look like a 5-6 football team. What's your take on Judson just off the cuff watching the film?
Yeah, well, first of all, they're 6-5. They had to, forfeit a game. So actually they have won 6 games. So that's number one that some people may not know. And then number two is they've changed their quarterback. So if you look at the success they've had since they changed to their sophomore quarterback, they have gone with him instead of their senior. They've won majority of their games. And so they've kind of figured out who they are. This coach, Coach Soto, just got there this year. And so, it's taken him a bit to figure out his team. And so they are humming. They are hitting on all cylinders. And I'm telling you, they've got speed everywhere, especially at receiver. And then they've got one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen at their defensive end. Y'all have to see how big this guy is. It's unbelievable. And so they're Judson, right? And so they're going to bring their A game. And so we better show up.
Yeah, Drew, I know that defensive line for Judson, Johnny Bowens is a Division I prospect, and to kind of circle back to where we started, it's got to be a real good challenge for your offensive line, just kind of knowing what they're getting into this week.
Yeah, you got to. If I'm one of our tackles, my two guys have either committed or been offered. This is a great chance for them to show what they can do. They've got a big challenge there across from them. And I think hopefully they're taking that challenge seriously. It's going to be that. That is the matchup to watch. If I was a fan and just wanted to watch something, I would watch their big DN versus either one of my tackles.
Drew, I've asked our other coaches that we've had on this week because I'm always fascinated by this stuff at playoff time. Everybody's trying to find stadiums that are available and get officiating crews and sort everything out.
Right.
How tough was it? How easy was it? What was that process like of getting to settle in on Kelly Reeves and playing tomorrow?
It's always every week's different. It is. I'm with you though. I've done this for years, and it's one of my most favorite times of the year because you truly don't know what's going to happen, and then it all comes together literally within 30 minutes. It's pretty funny. But the coin flip was my favorite part of this week. We do a telephone. We do basically a telephone book flip, which you use zip codes, and basically it's a way to flip a coin without being in the physical presence of the other coach. And so for the fans that don't know, you pull out just basically a coach's directory, and one coach says the name of a random town, and another coach says odd or even. We go by the last number of the zip code. And so, if we were to say Mahia, where I'm from, it's an odd. And so I say Mahia, and if he says even, well, I win the flip. So it's pretty epic. It's a lot of fun. And like I will say to the other coach, listen, you got to say it immediately. You're not going to be Google searching his name, And so I'll say Mahia, and if they don't say odd or even quickly, I'm like, no, that doesn't count. but every coach is good, and they say it immediately, and it's actually really fun, and you kind of get your juices flowing almost like a game, when you're ready to flip. It's pretty fun.
It's going to be 7:30 tomorrow night, Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex. It's Vandegrift, it's Judson, and you can hear that. Again, 6:30 pregame with Snoop and the Flex Crew, 7:15 pregame for Vandegrift Judson, leading you up to the 7:30 broadcast.
My hands started sweating when Coach started, describing that scenario, because if I were doing it, I would be like, wow. I mean, okay, sorry, Coach. It did, but my hands are sweating.
I'm with you.
Vandegrift head coach Drew Sanders joining us on the show. Drew, always good to talk to you. Best of luck to you and your kids tomorrow.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Snoop.
Bye,
Enjoyed
Coach.
it.
There he is, Vandegrift head coach Drew Sanders. I've never heard of that kind of flip, Snoop.
Wow, literally that. That was a weird. My body reacted to him telling that story. Weird.
That's just weird, kind of what triggers us.
Gamble is gambling. That's what it is. I mean, that's a straight gamble. Like DeSoto, odd or even. Say it, Jeff.
Even.
I win.
It's
7-5-1-1-5. I get the home game, bitch. Oh, sorry. Let me say that. Oh, dumb.
Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Easy killer.
Sorry.
I think that goes out over the app anyway, doesn't it?
Sorry, app. I love you. I didn't say anything too wordy, dirty.
No. Let's just go on to the Whataburger Top 5.
Oh, yes. Whataburger Top 5. Oh, it's coming.
Now, it's time for the Whataburger Top 5.
Okay, prepare to receive.
Today's edition.
Here we go.
Top 5 road trips.
Yeah, you just called me a bee on the air. You better give me some vuvuzela.
No. But not you. Was it you?
I know. It's the royal me.
The royal you. All right. Well, let's talk about royal road trips. Okay, so we got a 3-way tie at number 5.
Decent segue, Snoop. I give you an A for effort.
Thank you. 3-way tie for number 5, and all 3 of these guys play tonight, and it's Thorndale, Flatonia, and Geronimo Navarro. They aren't exactly in Austin proper, but they're Austin-ish for sure, and Thorndale has a trip to Bastrop, which isn't really that far because they're actually out on 290, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Thorndale's out on 79.
79.
You go past Thrall, leave Williamson County, and Thorndale's one of the first things you see once you leave.
Wilco. GPS. Flatonia headed to Marion. That's actually not too far either. They're already down south, and Geronimo Navarro heading to Jerdington. My number 4 road matchup is the Westlake Chaparrals going down the street, I-35 to Rattler Stadium, taking on New Braunfels. I think that they'll take care of business pretty
down in my neck of the woods.
Oh, yes. Are you going to go?
No, I'm getting on a plane tomorrow afternoon to go to Kansas.
Go to Lawrence, Kansas. All right, Georgetown is my number 3 team. By the way, Georgetown, your mixtape is coming today. We had a little technical difficulties. I love our reporters. It's coming. It was an epic win last week. And in fact, somebody said that I should have mentioned that was probably because we talked about Lake Travis beating Round Rock. Was Ann Jarrell at a 4 seed beating Bandera. That was significant, but that was a really good Canyon team that Georgetown beat. And then they're going to be back on the road. They will be in Magnolia, taking on Magnolia West. That's a true road game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fair. Anyway.
Depends on how the flip goes, Snoop.
Yes. You say your city, and I'll say odd or even.
Florence.
Odd. What's your zip code?
Yeah, you're right.
I win?
Yes. I had to think about my old zip code. I haven't used it in a minute.
Okay, I'm
goofy. It's 76527, right?
Yes, that's odd. I said odd, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I get the home game. Anyway, Liberty Hill, my number 2. They are headed down to Gustafson.
Just say Gus.
Gus. They headed to the Gus. Gus Cordova. Shout out to him, super sophomore for Lake Travis. They head to the Gus, Liberty Hill, and then my number 1 game. Number
1 road trip.
Road trip is LBJ because they had the furthest. They got to go all the way to Katy, man.
Oh, Road Stadium.
Port Neches Groves.
You can just say PNG.
Okay. But I do want to say the whole name so I get it right. A lot like I was saying Liberal Arts and Science Academy. See how it just rolls off my tongue now?
You, Snoop.
Nlasa. But yeah, PNG. Port Neches Groves. Naked, not naked. Neches Groves. Going down to Katy, Road Stadium, LBJ. Whataburger number 1. Go get them, Jags.
Thank you, Snoop. You know there's a difference between being naked and being naked.
Naked. What article of clothing is?
Well, if you're naked is when if you're getting out of the shower, dry it off. That's naked. If you accidentally lock yourself out of the house If I just run out and do something real quick, nobody's looking, and you lock yourself out of the house and you're in a panic, now you're naked. Naked's more of a state of mind, Snoop, than a physical presence.
It's the physical, yeah, okay.
That's how I like to think about
Psychological nudity?
Well, it's physical. It's both physical and psychological. How about that?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Naked.
It's a little bit of both. We'll talk. That's a decent enough segue to get us ready for Inconceivable, which is coming up next as we close out hour number 1 on Light the Tower on the Horn, live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Zip code flip. Snoop, San Marcos.
Even.
You are correct.
Oh my God, I got 3 home games in a row.
78666. The 666 always freaks people out whenever I give it to them, like I'm filling out paperwork at the doctor's office or something.
And that's another thing. Like, how do you know? Like, you're really taking a gamble on if the coach knows the city.
Yeah, you might pick some random town, and it might be their hometown.
Yeah, their hometown. Yeah, so if that the guy who texted on the text line was like, "My hometown's PNG." I was like, "Port Neches Groves," even, and like they would get it. Oh, that's so fun.
I've got 2 today, Snoop. Nothing outrageous. Okay. Do you want a story about the world's longest beard chain or an election being decided by 2 pieces of paper?
Let's end it with the election thing. So, sorry, okay. I got 2 music beds going. I'm sorry. Live radio. Yes.
Got a lot going on back there,
Beard chain,
Yeah, facial hair enthusiasts claim to have set a new world record for longest beard chain during an event in Wyoming last Friday. Participants gathered at Gaslight Social, a bar in Casper, where they stood side by side and clipped their beards together to create a hairy chain that was measured at 150 feet long. According to the Casper Star Tribune, that's more than double the Guinness World Record of 62 feet 6 inches set in Germany in 2007. To participate, people needed to sport a beard at least 8 inches long, according to the Star Tribune. The event occurred on the sidelines of the National Beard and Mustache Championships, which took place Saturday at the city's Ford, Wyoming Center.
Wow. That is interesting.
I would not be in the National Beard Championship.
Does anybody up here have a beard? I don't think anybody at this station has a beard. Craig will grow one a little.
I think Craig should grow his back, like just full on, just let it roll.
It's probably up to Linda.
Oh, it's definitely up to Linda. That's why I can't grow my facial hair out, because my wife will put the kibosh on that.
A beard chain.
You know, Aaron Hogan's probably, of the on-air staff, Aaron Hogan's probably got the closest thing to a beard. I mean, we got...
When I think of E-Hog, I think of him clean a baby.
Yeah,
face.
But Aaron Hogan, Aaron can do the no-shave thing for a little bit, and Aaron can keep a decent beard.
You know, I was just thinking, you said 150
Like I said,
feet.
the closest thing we have to a beard.
With the beards?
Yeah.
That's like the Tom McKay jumbo screen of
150 inches. Shout out Tom McKay, AV Consultations.
Oh, 150 feet and 150 inches. That's different.
150 inches, yeah. But if you're talking about a 150-foot screen, I don't know, maybe Tom McKay can do that for somebody if they need it. Shout out to AV Consultations.
In Jerry World.
Snoop, just glad this was beards. You know what, though? This got me thinking.
Ooh, look at that text. Haha.
There's got to be a Guinness World Record for somebody doing this, making a chain with the hair that grows in the nether regions.
No.
Somebody, somebody's thought of it. Somebody had to have done it.
No.
I'm just saying, man.
No, what are you going to... Oh, no. No, fam. I don't care. You get that record on your own.
I ain't gonna be I ain't gonna be involved in setting that record. I'm just saying that probably somebody somewhere, some group of people somewhere, figured out they can set a Guinness World Record, and that's how they can do it. To each their own. I ain't judging. I ain't here.
Never mind.
Don't hate, congratulate.
I actually cleaned up recently.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Good for you, Snoop. It's good hygiene practicing
for myself.
Yeah. All right.
Obviously.
Council race in Michigan town settled by 2 pieces of paper. I like this. I don't know if you just Rochambeau for it or what, but in Rogers City, Michigan, the election to fill a city council seat was settled by drawing 2 pieces of paper from a bowl days after the voting was tied 616 to 616.
Wow.
The new council member in Rogers City, Tameen Adair, whose paper said elected. Brittany Vanderwall's paper said not elected. There were hugs by the pair Monday and no hard feelings. Quote, I told people either way, Rogers City wins, Vanderwall said before the drawing. Adair said the election day tie meant the northern Michigan town population of 2,800 should be satisfied with both candidates. The people have spoken, and they said, either one, Adair said. Vanderwall's already looking ahead to the next election. Congrats, she told Adair. Do good work. I'll see you in 2 years. It's got to be rough to... Running a campaign is hard, man. I don't care what you're running for. And to have it come down to just drawing a piece of paper out of a bowl, it's got to be rough, man.
I ran for vice president for student government at Navarro Junior College. It was a lot of
Did
fun.
you win?
I did.
You were wait.
For vice president.
Vice president of student what?
Student government.
Student government. You were VP of student government at Navarro College.
Robert's Rules of Order, all that.
Look at Snoop. Look at Snoop getting involved in the political process.
They should have done the zip code thing. Rogers City. Odd or even?
I'm going to say even.
4 home games for me in a row.
You looked it up?
49779, Rogers City, Michigan.
Well, you're having all kinds of fun with this. We should thank Coach Sanders. He's giving you like your bit to do. You know what? This would be a great game for you to play with Craig.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. He'll know he's cheating. He knows it too much. You have to have play with a normal person. Not normal. Not normal.
I got to look this up. So a texter texts in and says, Hayes County just elected a 19-year-old who works at a gas station with no political experience. The 19-year-old spent $0 and put zero effort into their campaign. I got to look and see what office this was. Hopefully this wasn't like city council or something important. Hopefully it was like, I don't know, trash collector or something. No disrespect to folks that collect trash.
That's right. They the real MVPs. And you know, like if you don't pay tax or whatever, like they can choose not to pick up your trash. Did you know that? Because I know somebody whose situation is like that.
Like your city taxes?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's if like the city is in charge of your waste disposal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a little.
I didn't know you knew that. So see, look at Snoop. Snoop's dropping all these factors. Why don't you drop all these fun facts when Craig is here?
I'm too intimidated.
Well, get unintimidated.
No, I'm not intimidated.
We might get that sponsored. The Snoop Daniel Fun Fact of the Day, brought to you by blah, whatever.
Blah.
All right. I'm going to look up this Hayes County bit during the break.
I got 4 home games in a row. 2 more I'm going to win. I'm going to have home games all the way through state.
Hopefully I'm better than the Texas football team on the road.
Damn.
I can win a few of those. Texas looking to get a road win on Saturday at Kansas. We'll talk about that and much more. And hour number 2 of Light the Tower on the Horn, live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Hour number 2, Light the Tower, Jeff Howe, Snoop Daniel. Yeah, so this was in My Fair Burg.
The kid?
Yeah,
The guy
Avery Anderson. He's a 2021 Dripping Springs graduate. Ran for county clerk in Hayes County. Just ran as a Democrat and won.
Lit. So what does he get to do?
Beverly Crumley. She was the incumbent Republican, 30 years experience in the district clerk's office.
She's not happy about
Well,
this.
no, not at all. Because I think it's just people going down the ballot and checking. I honestly do this. I don't know if people do this. If I don't know enough about a race, then I just won't vote in that race.
Oh,
like there's
you can
some-
leave your ballot unchecked as far as this? Okay.
Yeah. I do that with some. If I don't know enough about it, I just won't do it. I mean, obviously, like the big ones in state, like governor, lieutenant governor, senate, whatever. I know those. My state reps, all that fun stuff. Some of the county stuff. I don't live in the San Marcos city limit, so I didn't have any city initiatives
The county
on my
jail.
ballot.
Say the county jail.
So yeah, that's something, man.
Well,
Spent his whole campaign, Snoop, was standing outside the courthouse and talking to potential voters.
sometimes that's all you need. My big thing that I thought got me elected was my poster. I put Biggie and Tupac on it, and I said if they were alive today, they would vote for Jonathan Daniel.
You weren't Snoop yet.
Yeah, well, I was, but I tried to ditch the nickname Snoop because, of course, Snoop Dogg. Because kids always called me Snoop in high school, and I guess it was just easy to remember. I tried to ditch it in college, but Snoop is just such an easy name to remember. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, well, I guess and now, like, more and more years away, I feel a little less, I don't know. Like, Snoop Dogg he's an icon, but I don't feel as. I'm not biting. But
How did you get the Snoop?
It was
nickname?
it was more like because I just like Snoopy.
Okay.
And that's it. That's really as lame as that sounds. It's
Man,
what it is.
I gave a guy a nickname in high school that stuck with him to the point that now in his adult life he works at a hospital. Like he uses that instead of his
Booger
Christian name. No, so he was a guy. He moved to Florence from Oklahoma, and like during football practice, there's like 6 dudes on the field named Jeremy. I'm like, I can't keep track of all these Jeremys, and he was in the offensive line room with me. And I'm like, I can't call you Jeremy. There's 95 Jeremys. I was like, you just moved. You're from Oklahoma, right? I'm like, you fan? He goes, yeah. I'm like, Boomer Sooner. You're Boomer from now on. And
Boomer.
People start calling him Boomer. And now in his professional life, everybody just knows him as Boomer. I don't think anybody knows his real name is Jeremy. So
that's a fun name.
yeah, sometimes things stick. Specs text line is open 337-3776. Thank you, folks, for the feedback on the Specs text line, letting me know before I looked it up about that was a county clerk's race. Nate, is there a place to sell all those 80s, 90s collectibles that you recommend? Here's the deal. I'll go into some quick card talk, and then we got to get to the Longhorn Notebook. We got Snoop's Flex 30 segment also coming up at the bottom of the hour. Here's this deal with 80s and 90s stuff, especially cards. If you probably once you get past most of the time for baseball, it's going to really be like from 81-ish on, unless you're talking about big time rookies. And even then, probably anything I'd say pre-86. That stuff is going to hold some value. Post 86, it's got to be in really good condition to hold value because there was just so much of it printed. And especially in the 90s, there was so much of it printed. Like, man, if you're holding a box of like 1990 Donruss baseball, you might as well just go ahead and rip that open because it ain't going to hold a ton of value. There are warehouses with cases and cases and cases as far as the eye can see of like 90 Donruss baseball or whatever. So basically, you just got to look through, find key rookies, Hall of Famers, inserts. I know for like 90s basketball, some of those 90s basketball inserts can fetch a pretty penny. So, I just stick with collecting what I like, and I just don't invest a ton of money because I just don't want, like, Snoop, you saw what happened to the crypto market recently.
Yeah.
I just don't want to tie up a bunch of money in alternative assets, if you will. You know what I mean? So like I bought I think the last card purchase I made, I bought a Zion Williamson rookie, just his hoops base rookie. SGC graded 9.5, same as that 52 Mantle. And that Luka card I brought in to show you and Craig, it's the same grade. I think I paid like $20 for it. So if it depreciates in value, about $20, I spend almost that on dinner some nights. So
yeah,
it's no big deal. So yeah,
you're right. And the ball, like Tom Brady gave that dude a Bitcoin, and like Bitcoin is down. It was 67,000 at that point, and that wasn't that long ago. It's down to 16.
Okay, so apparently this is a big deal with Tom Brady. Have you heard this, Snoop? Like apparently he and Giselle, a lot of their
is in crypto
wealth, was tied up in crypto.
It's been rough.
Yeah, man.
I mean, even like, like my E-Trade thing, because I do invest a little bit, but I've just lost money. Everything that I've invested, I've lost, but it ain't as bad as crypto.
Burnt Orange Yeti, thank you for that Instagram selection. Yeah, so like my personal collection, I like guys that I was a fan of growing up. Like I've got like for basketball, right? I got like a Tracy McGrady rookie. And I bought these in like the PSA 9 slabs just because they're a little bit cheaper. Tracy McGrady. But it's not like the most valuable card. Like it's like what looks cool to me, right? Like I think Tracy McGrady, like his Topps Chrome rookie, I just think it's an ugly card. I love his Fleer rookie because he's like in the lane going up with one hand for a dunk. Like Allen Iverson. I don't think his Topps Chrome rookie card is all that great. So what did I buy? I bought his Collector's Choice rookie card where he's holding up the jersey on draft night with the hat.
Yeah.
Same thing with Kevin Garnett. I've got his Stadium Club card like that instead of the Topps Finest because the Topps Finest is really expensive. So I like that. Emmitt Smith, obviously, is a big deal for me. Ken Griffey Jr. I've got all the Ken Griffey Jr. rookies now. I need to get my upper deck card graded. So, yeah, Griffey.
I got Griffey on my desk. Thanks, Jeff.
No problem. I got some, I'm really trying to get into vintage baseball. Like I finally got a Willie Mays card, a 61 Topps Willie Mays. I got some 70s Topps. Obviously, I get the 68 Nolan Ryan rookie.
You talking about real vintage?
Yeah, some Pete Rose stuff. Yeah, just I'll tell you what's cool, man. I bought it's not going to grade very high. I just want it in a slab to preserve it. Shout out Card Traders of Austin, by the way, Walt and the crew over there. I bought for like $3 or $4, Snoop, 1973 Topps baseball card number 1. It was a home run chase card, like showed the home run totals. And the front of the card has Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, and Hank Aaron on it. I'm like, that's a cheap card, but man, that's the kind of vintage stuff I like. Like, where else are you going to get a vintage card that has Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, and Hank Aaron on it? So I like stuff like that. So enough with the card talk. Potato Head says, I think a lot of the stuff from the 70s and 80s held value. Skateboard stuff from the 70s is nuts. Yeah, it depends on what it is. Somebody said, yes, this is another card that I have. 1980 Topps Ricky Henderson rookie. I have one of those. Depending on what grade it's in, it can still fetch a pretty penny. I don't think the one I have will grade all that high, but I got a really good deal on it. So
I am the greatest now. Is anybody ever going to steal 100 bases again? No, probably not.
The game has changed, Snoop.
Yeah.
It's just not that kind of game anymore. Actually, you know what? Let me look that up.
Him and Vince Coleman, like, that was pretty exciting. And I want to say, like, the only guy that I think they felt had an opportunity to approach those kind of numbers was when he was just coming into the league, Billy Hamilton.
Kenny Lofton was one of those guys.
Yeah, Lofton.
Let's see, stolen bases.
Hamilton was, God, I don't even know if he's in the league anymore, but he was so fast. They're like, we'll just teach him just to put the ball on the ground. He's so damn fast. Like,
yeah, 41 stolen bases, Snoop, was your leader this year
no way.
in Major League Baseball. Yeah.
41? Well, I didn't realize it
John
got that low.
John Bertie of the Marlins was your leader with 41 steals.
No more 40-40 seasons, I guess.
No, Cedric Mullins stole 34.
For the Orioles, yeah.
Randy Arozarena, 32. I didn't realize Bobby Witt had 30 steals this year.
This is fun. Oh my God, no way. He's not number 3 all time.
Who?
Billy Hamilton is? Shut up.
He
is. That, like, just shocked me. Because I was talking like he flopped, and he's number 3 all-time stolen bases. He has 914. He's,
Are you serious about Billy Hamilton?
Yes, dude, I'm looking at it right now. He's only trailing, unless this is incorrect. Ricky Henderson is the king, right? 14 plus.
And then Lou Brock.
Billy Hamilton is right behind freaking Lou Brock. I can't believe it.
How is that possible?
I'm looking at it now. He passed Vince Coleman. He passed Tim Raines. I know I'm getting nerdy. I know this is not where the conversation was headed, but that just blew my mind. Way more than Otis Nixon, way more than Kenny Lofton. Billy Hamilton, I apologize. I was just saying he was a failure.
Man.
Look at that. 914. I knew it. Anyway.
I once watched Willie Tavares in a Texas League season in Round Rock steal 56.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, Willie Tavares, excellent base stealer. Loved me some Willie T. Okay, one last thing on the card talk because we're getting a lot of texts on it. Specs text line 337-3776. What would be a good set to get as a starter pack? Depends on what sport you like. For baseball, your top Series 1, Series 2. Update's going to be a little more expensive this year because you've got those base rookies in it. Julio Rodriguez, Bobby Witt, Spencer Torkelson, Jeremy Pena, some really good base rookies in Update. But yeah, tops for baseball, top Series 1, Series 2, Update. That's some stuff. Some of the Panini's not licensed. They got the Players Association license, but not the league license. So like Donruss is a fun rip. Chronicles is out right now. Doesn't really hold the value that the top stuff does, but you can get, some numbered stuff and some parallels on a hobby box. Probably about Chronicles. Chronicles hobby probably goes for about I'd say in the 125-ish area. I could be wrong about that. So I would look for stuff like that. For basketball is so tough. You're probably looking at maybe like a product like Hoops, although you can, I think, if you go to Target, I think you can get some retail Prism basketball right now at retail price, which is kind of unheard of. Football is a different animal, too. It's better this year with the rookie class, but Donruss football is typically one that you can go for. Prism's going to be really expensive. Optics going to be really expensive, but Donruss is one of those products that you can get in on for football and it's licensed.
So the Billy Hamilton I'm seeing it was a white dude. I was like, whoa.
Okay, so not the Billy Hamilton for the Reds.
Yes.
Different Billy Hamilton.
But he did have a lot. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I keep saying I'm going to stop talking about this. Whatever happened to Carl Crawford?
That would be a good question for Craig because that's former Dodger great Carl Crawford. Didn't he have didn't he have an injury? I thought he had like a really bad injury.
And I thought it was something personal, like a bad marriage or something. Like it was something personal.
Houston native Carl Crawford, by the way.
Because he's top 50 all time in stolen bases, as is Jimmy Rollins. I didn't realize he stole that many bases. So sorry about that.
That's a former MVP you're talking about, Jimmy Rollins. All right. Enough of the card talk, enough of the baseball talk. We're going to talk a little Texas basketball and football. Let's get to the notebook.
Jeff Howe's Longhorn Notebook.
Brought to you by Erin Bowersock, BowersockTeam.com. That's where you need to go. She is your home loan expert. Let Erin do for you and your family what she did for Craig and Linda when they made the move to Georgetown. Helped them out big time. Got lightning fast approval. You can get the same BowersockTeam.com. Erin Bowersock is your home loan expert. Continue talking about the basketball game. Texas, historic win last night over Gonzaga, 93-74. It's the fourth time in school history Texas has beaten the number 2 team in the AP poll. Texas technically does have a win over a number 1 ranked team when they went to Pauley Pavilion and beat UCLA that 07-08 season. UCLA was number 1 in the coaches poll. They were number 2 in the AP poll. So Texas technically hasn't beaten an AP number 1 ranked team. They have beaten a number 1 ranked team. But if you're talking about the AP poll, this is not only the 4th win Texas had over a number 2 ranked team. This is also the largest margin of victory Texas has had against the number 2 ranked team. Snoop, did you know Texas handed Gonzaga their worst loss in almost a decade? The 2014 NCAA tournament against Arizona was the last time Gonzaga lost a game this bad. We talked about the guard issues Gonzaga was having. Again, 20 turnovers, Texas 27 points off of turnovers. And again, I just like the way that off live ball turnovers, this team pushes the ball. And the fact that they got so many guys involved on offense, the fact that, yes, they shot the 3 well, but it's 3 straight games they've shot over 50% from the floor. Snoop, you saw Dylan Dessou a lot in high school.
I did.
And I love the fact, like I talked about this after the UTEP game, like he was able to score in some different ways, right? Like he can score off the block. He's got good feet. He can, depending on what the matchup is, he can put the ball on the deck and maybe get by some guys. And then he can stretch the floor. And we saw that last night. He hit a couple of long 2s, knocked down a 3 at a critical point in the second half. So Dylan Dessou was big for Texas last night, coming through in his starting role, 12 points. Only grabbed 1 rebound. Texas did have a -4 edge on the boards, but they didn't need it as well as they shot the ball. Fouls were a problem for the Texas forwards too, but those were competitive fouls, I thought, for the most part, because you're banging down low with Drew Timme. Dessou finished with 4 fouls. Brock Cunningham finished with 4 fouls. Christian Bishop finished with 3. And you had Marcus Carr with 3 also. But basically, other than Timmy Allen, Timmy Allen had 3 fouls. So basically, your most productive front court players spent the night in foul trouble. The athleticism of Dillon Mitchell, man. People have been texting in, asking about the environment. I've never been at a Texas basketball game where it was as loud as it got when, again, you had that sequence where Marcus Carr hits Dillon, finds Dillon Mitchell on the lob. He dunks it. You get the turnover, and then Rice lobs it to Mitchell, who slams it home.
Wild.
It was wild. It felt like the building was shaking. Everybody was on their feet. I saw people standing for most of the game.
Yes.
It was just like somebody texted and said earlier, man, Texas now has a legit home court advantage in basketball. And again, like Craig mentioned this the other day, it sounds like the plans for this season are to keep the upper deck panels closed. But who knows, man, if this season can be one to remember, maybe for big games down the road, you can open up the upper deck and get some seats to fill those seats for a team like Gonzaga or some of your big conference games. I like this. I love that this texter mentioned this too. Oh, this is one of my old middle school coaches, Coach Powell, texting us in. Texas Snoop, only 10 turnovers last night for the Longhorns, and on 34 field goals, you had 17 assists. So basically every other field goal you're getting an assist.
Great ball movement.
Yeah, the ball movement was good. I'll tell you what, my favorite play Tyrese Hunter made last night? We talk about the threes that he hit, and he was outstanding, 5 for 8 from deep. There was a sequence where Bolton comes down and gets a bucket. It's when Gonzaga was trying to chip away, and it seemed like every time they would start to get a little something going, either Texas would get a stop or they would hit a shot. It was one of those Bolton makes a shot, and Texas pushes the ball. Tyrese Hunter's in transition, and he looks like he's going to take a 3. And Bolton comes out like he's going to defend him, shot fake, puts it on the deck, little short corner jumper. Like, that's not one that's going to be on the highlight reel, but that's just a calm, heady play to get a bucket for Tyrese Hunter.
Yeah, they took, like, quality, like, organic shots. I know I'm not, like, a sports expert.
No, they didn't force a ton.
Right.
They didn't force a ton of shots last night. There were some, like, I know Chris Beard mentioned after the game, Jabari Rice had a drive where he got a shot blocked that he felt like if he had just jump-stopped and pulled up in the lane, you'd have gotten 2 instead of just going all the way to the hole. But, man, they took good shots last night. The ball movement was crisp. Again, the poise of Tyrese Hunter, I think just to be – I don't know, Snoop, from where I saw it, you were closer than I was last night. He looked like incredibly calm to be in that big of a game.
Yeah.
And what you got to remember with Tyrese Hunter, this is a kid that's been through a lot in his life, man. Lost both of his parents when he was younger, pretty much raised by his brother and sisters, and basketball was kind of an outlet for him. So he looks at, hey, if you're down, if the other team makes an 8-0 run, he's been through much tougher stuff in his life. Not all that different from Sam Ehlinger. I mean, Sam was the same way in terms of how you view football and life. Tyrese Hunter's got a really good story, and he's really good for this team. Again, just his poise, his control of the game, but the ability to push off live ball turnovers, man. Again, 50-33 edge Texas has in fast break points through the first 3 games. They're pushing the ball. They're scoring in multiple ways. And the defense last night, again, Mark Few said after the game in the postgame, man, the ball pressure Texas has. Like, yeah, Gonzaga did have some bad passes, and some of it was on them, he said, but a lot of their turnovers had to do with just their inability to handle Texas ball pressure. I'll say this about Gonzaga in the big picture. And, Drew Timme, you can look at it, 18 points, 9 rebounds. But Chris Beard even said it last night, man. If you told me going into the game Drew Timme was going to have 18 and 9, he said, I'd take that, especially after the guy had 37 at their place last year. They don't have – and Rasir Bolton's a good player. Hickman's growing into that point guard role. I think Anton Watson's a really underrated player. But they don't have that guy. They don't have it. There's not a Chet Holmgren or a Jalen Suggs to run with Drew Timme. They don't have that other guy that you can go to when the other team is really focused on stopping him. Maybe one of those guys emerges, but I think that, and again, the maturity of Nolan Hickman to run this thing without just being a turnover machine, that's going to tell the tale for Gonzaga. But again, I think John in the Bay sent me this. Gary Parrish at CBS released his updated top 25 and 1 at CBSSports.com. He's got Texas up to being the number 1 team in the country right now. You know, it's tough to put this in perspective, Snoop, a win like this, what it means. And I know people can think about Texas. Can they be a team that can go cut down the nets in April? Maybe. But how I view this win is I look at it from a conference perspective, right? Like now I'm thinking, okay, man, can Texas go win 12 or 13 games in a Big 12 schedule? I think they can. The thing that I like about the Big 12, man, you're going to be battle tested by the time that thing is over. I mean, we talk about the competitiveness in the league, top to bottom. You're going to get to play Kansas twice. You'll play Baylor twice. You'll play TCU twice. You'll play Oklahoma State twice. There's some really good teams in the Big 12 this year. So to me, I don't look so much from the national outlook way down the road, but from a conference standpoint, not that you're going to make 13 threes every night and be as clean as they were, but man, if you get somewhere in the neighborhood of that performance, you can beat anybody in this league. And when you're talking about teams like the defending national champion in Kansas, the team that won it all 2 years ago in Baylor, some really good programs. Kansas State's better under Jerome Tang. At least they look like they've got it together. I think this team, at least you can definitively say this right now, they look like a team that's capable of competing for a Big 12 title. And if you can win a Big 12 title, you put yourself in a position where you're a 1 or 2 seed in a tournament and you've got a really good track to go win a national championship. So it starts with the conference. I know it's a win in November. I get that. I know Gonzaga, you can look at them and say, yeah, maybe they're not as good as they've been the last couple of years. But at the end of the day, that's still going to end up being one of the better teams in the country when all is said and done. And again, that's as good of a win as Texas has had since Shaka's last year. That win at Allen Fieldhouse against Kansas, handing Bill Self his worst loss at home. That's one of those the COVID year. Best Texas has played since then.
Where do you have them now? As top whatever 5?
You know,
I mean 93-74 over the number 2 team.
It would be hard for me to put Texas over North Carolina, just knowing North Carolina's roster. I would probably put Texas behind U of H too at this point, just because I think the U of H backcourt is more proven playing together than this Texas backcourt is. This Texas backcourt is awesome, but I just like Houston's guards, just their experience playing together a little more than Texas at this point. So you can make an argument Texas is the 3rd, 4th best team in the country right now. You can make that argument. For me, I wouldn't put them ahead of North Carolina or Houston right now.
They got Northern Arizona and UTRGV.
Yeah,
up.
Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona is going to be a home game played down in the Valley in Edinburgh, and the next home game is a week from Saturday against UTRGV. That's the Gregory Gym game. The Gregory Gym game this year, Chris Beard said they're going to alternate it some years. Like last year, it'll be for students only. But because it's Thanksgiving week, if you're out in Gen Pop, you can get a ticket to that Gregory Gym game against UTRGV. That was really cool last year for them to play a game at Gregory Gym. Loved the atmosphere. It got loud. Everybody was into it. I would encourage everybody, man. Thanksgiving weekend on Saturday, you're done Black Friday shopping, or you want to get away from the wife or get away from the husband, take the kids and go to Greg and watch some hoops, man. That'll be a fun time next Saturday. You gonna try to make it? Oh, you'll be probably doing high school football playoff stuff.
Probably, but yeah, we'll see. Hopefully I'm doing a football game.
Yeah,
I'm going to see a lot of Texas basketball this year, man. I'm never going to forget what happened last night.
I don't think anybody will anytime soon, and I think a lot of people now are intent on following this basketball team. As good as they were last night, this is a team that's still got room to grow. Guys are going to get better, and again, put themselves in a position. They look like a team that can go compete with the best in the Big 12. And like I said, if you can compete with the best in the Big 12, you can compete with the best in the country. All right, we'll take a break, come back. Snoop's Flex 30 segment. You got some volleyball, Snoop?
A little bit.
Some football.
Football for sure.
A little bit of preps from in and around our Fairburg. And talk a little more Texas football when we come back on Light the Tower on the Horn, live, local, and digital, on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Jeff Howe, Snoop Daniel back with you. Snoop, I'm not going to lie. I'm running on fumes now.
Oh, wait. No, we're having too much fun.
I tried to juice myself up on caffeine.
Yeah.
I think I got to bed because I had to do some work when I got home from the arena.
A late game.
I think I finally got to bed about 3:15-ish. Yeah. So.
You should call me up. I'll be like, what's up, Bam? No, I get it. But that was – and I'm tired, too. Maybe it's because I had 4 drinks, but I feel like hungover.
Get your little drinky poo at the game last night.
It was just all the dunks. It was just so exciting. Like, I can't remember a Texas team going back-to-back oops. I mean, maybe it's happened in Greg Brown days, maybe Jackson Hayes
I don't know,
days.
man. It's been a minute.
I haven't – it was different. That's all I can say. Like, I've never – I don't want to get too excited because, like, I'm the king of,
like I said,
getting
it's a win
happy.
in November. Trying to balance it out, pull back and look at the big picture, not be prisoner of the moment. But, man, if that's – and, I think it was Coach Powell, maybe somebody else texted in talking about Gonzaga's tough schedule. Yeah, they did just play Michigan State. They got to turn around Sunday and play Kentucky.
Right.
A Kentucky team that just lost to Sparty. So – because Gonzaga doesn't really get pushed in their conference, so they got to load up on their non-conference schedule. I think they also have Baylor on their non-conference schedule. So Mark Few ain't messing around with that non-conference schedule. He's going to find out a lot about his team by the time they get to conference play. Snoop has been educated about white Billy Hamilton.
Yes.
The Billy Hamilton that was born
the white Billy
that was born less than a year after the Civil War ended. So
Holy
definitely,
Lord.
definitely not the current day Billy Hamilton.
Oh, wow.
Sliding Billy Hamilton stole 914 bases, Snoop.
Thank you. I learned something today. I was like, holy heck, Billy Hamilton's way up there.
And the other Billy Hamilton was born in 1990.
Yes, he has 324. And just for sake, the guys who are kind of in his arena, Mookie Wilson of the Mets, I used to love him. And who else did I know? And Willie Mays had only 10 more stolen bases.
Say hey, kid.
Elvis Andrews at 335. So good company for Black Billy Hamilton. That's so wrong.
Glad we got that confusion sorted out. Appreciate the card talk too. People texting in want to know about the card talk, so appreciate that. We got some Texas football to get to before we're out of here, but right now, got to get to Flex 30.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
Yes, join the movement. Oh, real quick, I do want to say congratulations to Lake Travis. Dripping Springs beat Lake Travis. Dripping Springs and Liberty Hill volleyball. 6A and 5A. It was Salado and, who was the other team? If they had carried their water, we would have had Austin representation at every level of the UIL state tournament for volleyball. But Liberty Hill, Dripping Springs, good luck. They both play on Friday. Tonight, triple header of action. Austin-ish schools featuring Thorndale, Flatonia, and Geronimo Navarro tonight. Kickoffs at 7 o'clock for Flatonia and Geronimo Navarro, and a 7:30 kick for Thorndale at Bastrop Memorial ISD Stadium. So if you want to go check out some local football, do so. Tomorrow, 6:30 pregame. We'll start for Lake Travis, Vandergrift, and LBJ playoff games. We'll be monitoring the following Austin area teams in area round action. Liberty Hill, Lockhart, Belton. Belton counts, right?
If you're counting Salado, you can count Belton.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. Well, and I like Belton. Westlake, of course. Georgetown, Lake Travis, Rouse, Davenport. Do we count? Nah, that's San. They don't like to be called San Antonio, so we'll shout them out. We will be monitoring them. Vandergrift, of course, versus Judson. Lago Vista will monitor as well, taking on Sinton. Smithville from the Bastrop-ish area, taking on Silsbee. They're unbeaten. Cuero, a home game against Sealy. And then, of course, on Saturday, Dripping Springs versus Brandeis. FLXATX.com is where you can follow along.
I'll give you another school on the periph to follow.
Sure.
Snoop. How about Harker Heights?
Oh, yes, we should. Harker Heights is dang good.
Jaden Chapman is a flex watch list offensive lineman.
Their running back is
Texas.
a stud, too. I forget his name.
Knights are 10-1, taking on Royce City in the area round.
Yeah. Harker Heights has given Austin trouble because before this year, they played Austin area teams all in non-district and swept every Austin area team. So their bugaboo is they've been running into DeSoto in the first round of the playoffs. But now, since Weiss took care of that, they're on to the second round. So we'll see about Harker Heights. I want to see them make a quarterfinals.
Yeah, Rashawn Sanford's the running back.
Yeah,
at
Sanford.
Harker Heights, committed to Houston.
That kid is dang good. So yeah,
he's got over 2,000 yards this year.
Also, Austin-ish. I didn't mention Llano. Llano football is they're also 10-1 on the 11-0 on the season, and they will be taking on, I forget, but I'll know here shortly. It's Goliad. Duh.
Okay. Yep. Texter also texts in and says you've also got Mason taking on Shiner in Hutto.
Oh, I saw Coach LaPlante. Hutto Memorial Stadium is beautiful. If you look on the outside, it really looks. It's the most modern looking stadium to me that I've seen, and the facilities are so nice. It's a great spot for playoffs.
I remember when Hutto used to have the little stadium over there. I think it's youth baseball fields now, but it was just like a couple rows of wooden bleachers. That was it, man. It was about as plain Jane, run down as you can get. But times have changed over in that portion
up a long way, man.
of Williamson County. By the way, I mentioned Harker Heights. Shout out to Coach Reb Brock over there, the strength coach. He was at Del Valley for a little bit, at Coppers Cove for a long time. He was actually one of my middle school football coaches at Florence back in the day. And when I was a freshman in high school, he was in charge of our strength program. So still, if he's listening, which I doubt that he is, I just want Coach Brock to know, up downs will still not perk me up at all, even at this day. And I still enjoy hearing the phrase telling someone to either A, drop the stinking trailer, or get the chili out of your pants, meaning run faster, play faster, be faster. So
nice.
shout out to Coach Brock. Let's go ahead and talk a little Texas football right now. We had the Longhorn Notebook talking basketball a little bit ago. Steve Sarkisian's on a Zoom call right now with reporters.
So you're normally on this one.
I'm normally on this, but I'm not today because I got to be in here. Talk nothing earth-shattering from it, but he did talk about he called Devin Neal, the Kansas running back, a home run hitter. He talked about getting ready for multiple quarterbacks. I think Jalen Daniels is going to be the quarterback Texas seen again. There was a report earlier in the week that he's expected to play. I was told to expect that report to be true. I think Jalen Daniels is going to be the guy returning for Kansas. Keep in mind, he got them off to that 5-0 start, got hurt in their 7-point loss at home to TCU, hasn't played since. Jason Bean did get them to bowl eligibility, but he's back, should be back. And Lance Leipold had his coaches show last night. I think it was last night, and said all three of their scholarship quarterbacks have gotten reps, but I do think it's going to be Jalen Daniels that Texas sees on Saturday making his return against the Longhorns. So again, Andy Kotelnicki, their offensive coordinator, does a lot of fun stuff, man. He'll mix up his formations. Heard Rod talking about it on Ball Don't Lie yesterday. That was a really good breakdown by Rod. You can go to hornfm.com to get that. Also, anywhere you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, you can get our playbacks on that. Rod B and Harge were talking about it on Ball Don't Lie yesterday. I mean, they'll go everything. They'll go some empty formation. They'll go the Maryland eye. They'll do some diamond formation. They'll just run some wild stuff. They'll go to stuff that obviously they've got triple option principles in their offense, especially with Jalen Daniels, with his ability to run the football. It's a little bit different from Jason Bean. So they can do a lot of different things. Jalen Daniels really unlocks that offense. Andy Kotelnicki, by the way, is on the nominees for the Broyles Award. I think there's 55 coaches, assistant coaches that get on that nomination list, and Andy Kotelnicki is one of them. Kansas got one of the best offenses in the country, one of the most explosive. Again, they're one of the worst defenses in the country, but their profile, it's Kansas, and you don't think of them like this. Their profile is not all that different from TCU. Especially with Daniels at quarterback, Devin Neal in the backfield. They've got some capable receivers, averaging over 7.3, about 7.4 yards per play. Kansas is. They're a top 20 offense in the country in scoring offense, so they can get the job done. Sark was asked in the Zoom call about facing that 3-down, 3-high look. To me, I don't know that applies that much this week because Kansas really doesn't do it. That's one thing I'm interested to see. Do they run some of that 3 safety stuff? And Sark talked about the challenges with it. I think, again, going back to the Monday show, reacting from the TCU game, Sark just has to be patient when dealing with that flyover defense. I just don't think he's been patient enough. There's stuff in the quick game. There's stuff in the short game There's stuff down the seams that you can take that look will give you. You just got to be patient enough to take it. It wants to take away and eliminate your vertical game. That's what it's designed to do. And I just don't think Sark has been patient enough. So we'll see if he's patient, if Kansas does show some of that 3 high stuff. They've got a pretty solid safety group, as bad as they are. Kenny Logan, and they've got a really good safety group. Kenny Logan leading that group. Sark mentioned Jatavian Sanders has stepped up as a leader. Keelan Robinson also taking on some of that leadership role, saying he's learned a lot from Roshan Johnson and Bijan Robinson. Ryan Watts has stood out in terms of his leadership. Good week of practice, kind of some of the same stuff you hear from Sark on a Thursday Zoom. Again, the plan on preparing for quarterbacks doesn't change a whole lot, but again, I'm expecting it to be Jalen Daniels at this point. They've still got a chance to play for the Big 12 title, but the message is more focused on what they need to do in their immediate future. That's something he talked about on Monday. He talked about Barron Sorrell emerging as a force on the defensive line. And he was asked about the immaturity of the team. He said their lack of maturity showed in the TCU game. He said to change battle the immaturity issues or the maturity issues, you got to lean on your more experienced players. How about getting Bijan Robinson more than 0 targets in the pass game for a start? That would probably help a little bit. Defense prides itself on minimizing explosive plays. They've done a fairly good job of that, Sark feels like. This week needs to be the same way. Yeah, TCU it's not like they got a ton of explosives. They just made the ones they got, they made them count. Quentin Johnston had the one catch on the third and 16, 3rd and 18. They ended up attempting a field goal on that drive. They missed the field goal. Johnston then had the touchdown catch on the busted coverage, and you had the Kendre Miller touchdown run. So TCU, not a ton of explosives, but they made them count. Again, talking about Xavier Worthy, we mentioned it in the Insider at Horns 24/7. Sark was asked about Xavier Worthy. He said he's been impressed with what he brings to the table on a daily basis. We've heard Xavier Worthy is locked in, focused on helping Texas win ball games, so that's where that's at. So Quentin Ewers has done well against the blitz. He said there's always plays where they want to do it better. It starts with protecting Quentin Ewers better, and then he needs to have the awareness of where of the blitz beater throws and where those are as he goes through his reads. Said part of the growth and maturation for him as a young player that will come with more experience and reps, and that's about it for Sark on this Zoom call. Snoop, you got anything else you want to throw out on the high school front before we take this break?
I want to see us, win as many games as possible. I don't know. I'm looking towards the quarterfinals. I know that's wrong because Craig broke it down yesterday that there probably won't be a Valley week, which is so disrespectful anyway. But the fact that, it's not likely that Lake Travis or Westlake will be playing Los Fresnos or something like that. And again, that sounds so wrong, but they'll probably be playing a San Antonio team, which will probably stand a better chance to be more competitive. So I don't think you can just pencil in that Lake Travis will play Westlake in the quarterfinals or that Vandergrift will play Dripping Springs in the quarterfinals. But, obviously that's what we're hoping for. Right. But it has to start this Friday or Saturday in Dripping Springs' case.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, I'll run down all of our programming going on this weekend when we come back. We got a Friday show, so you know how we do it with the Longhorn Notebooks on Friday. 3 key matchups to watch, 3 keys to a Longhorn victory. We'll have our conversation with LBJ head coach Jamal Fenner ahead of their game against PNG. We got our picks in the Spring Lending Pick'em contest, visit with Mike Roach. Snoop has a Flex 30 update tomorrow, so a bunch of stuff coming up tomorrow. But after the break, we'll close down today's edition of Light the Tower on the Horn, live, local, and digital, on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Snoop freestyled this, didn't he, Snoop?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure he did.
You can't see me, the D-O-double-G, because that be me.
This might be my favorite thing Snoop has ever done, honestly.
The Shiznit.
Mm-hmm.
I love this song, yeah. The whole Doggy Style album, front to back, even the interludes.
It's a classic,
It
man.
is.
It is a
Every
classic.
song. I like the Stranded on Death Row was on the Chronic. I'm trying to think. What's the other one?
What's My Name?
What's My Name? Oh, there's Ain't No Fun if the
Pump,
homies
Pump.
Pump, 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 pump. Dun, 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 dun. They had Molly Mall. You remember him of the Illegals? I think that was the name of the group. I still am into rap, but I was really, really into rap. As much as I was into sports, I had all the Source magazines. I had the Source in one hand and Beckett in the other.
That's a great way to live.
Yeah, it was.
Those Beckett price guides, man.
Mhm.
I like that we're getting people into the card talk, man. I love the hobby. Like I said, man, my dad ran a card shop in Georgetown when I was a kid, and just loved it, man. It was weird getting back into it, Snoop, because like Panini and Topps run everything, and I'm like, where's Upper Deck not making any football cards? I'm looking for like Topps Chrome football. Like, no, Topps is baseball only. I'm like, huh? Where's Fleer? Oh, they went out of business. Huh? So it is so overwhelming, man. Somebody texted and asking about sets. If you're gonna buy a box set, I would go like for football and basketball. I would go get Optic. I think Optic does sets, so that's a pretty good. Optic's a good product. Want to get to something real quick. Sark was talking on the Zoom call again. I haven't listened to it. I'm just going off the tweets, and Taylor Estes blogged this for us at Horns 24/7. But Sark talking about Quinn Ewers being good against the blitz. Yes, for the most part, he is 21 of 51 when he's been blitzed this season. But he's thrown for 292 yards and 6 touchdowns, no interceptions when he's been blitzed. So I think that's where Sark's talking about. He's been good, but NFL quarterback rating of 99.5. That's actually, if you look at Pro Football Focus, they do NFL quarterback rating when you're kept clean, under pressure, not blitzed, when blitzed. That's when Quinn Ewers has his highest NFL quarterback rating, is when he's been blitzed. So he's been good in that area. But I think the improvement needs to be getting the completion percentage up, and that's where Sark's talking about he needs to recognize those blitz-beating throws. I'll give you a great example. Go back to the Texas-Alabama game. The throw Bryce Young made to Jahmyr Gibbs on that drive that started Alabama's drive for the game-winning field goal, that was a blitz beater. They brought Jalen Ford. They ended up dropping Ovie Ogofu, but he didn't drop far enough, and Young ended up finding Jahmyr Gibbs for a big game that got that drive started. It's an example of a blitz beater. It's quarterback, you've got to feel it, and I think that comes with experience. It's a big week for Quinn Ewers, Snoop. Like, he's, played good for the most part in the K-State game, but then was not good in Stillwater and was just flat out awful the other night. So he's got to bounce back. We'll see what the weather is in terms of the wind being a factor.
Well, he's due, you would think.
You would think. You'd like to get Bijan back on track. It's just a really big week for Quinn Ewers and that offense. And, again, if Kansas rolls out any of that 3-down, 3-high stuff, are Sark and Quinn Ewers, are they both patient enough to take whatever the defense is going to give them? All right. Chad and Zay coming up next at the top of the hour. I do want to remind you, all of our high school coverage tomorrow here on the Horn and across the Austin Radio Network, across the ARN Network, across all of our ARN stations. You get Snoop and the crew with the Flex pregame starting at 6:30. That'll take you up to 7:15. Then that will send you to pregame for the 3 games on our airwaves. On the Horn, we've got Lake Travis and Steele, 7:15 pregame, 7:30 kickoff. Mark Honig, Bucky Godbolt, sideline Stu Myrick from the field in Pflugerville. On 101.9 and AM 1260, we've got Vandegrift taking on Converse Judson at the Palace on Palmer. That's with Merle, Scott, Hank, and Jack. The 7:15 with the pregame, 7:30 kick. And then Rodney Rodriguez and Zach Lucero will have the 7:15 pregame, 7:30 kick. LBJ in Port Neches Groves, that's down in Katy at Rhodes Stadium. So get to hornfm.com, check out all of that. But on the Horn, on 101.9 and AM 1260, and on 105.3 The Bat, all of our teams, all of our stations that house those teams have games going on tomorrow. But don't forget Saturday, Bud Light pregame starting at 10:30. That's with Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, and Mike Harge, leading you up to the network pregame at 1:30, and then the 2:30 kickoff from Lawrence. Snoop, Outstanding job today, man.
It was fun.
It's fun. It was a great job by you back there twisting and tweaking and making sure that this thing
Rafael
stays
Furcal,
afloat.
340. Whatever happened to him? I'm obsessed with these stolen bases.
I expect.
I'll bring this into tomorrow too.
You know what? Find me some fun facts with stolen bases.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got you.
So stolen base fun facts from Snoop Daniel coming up tomorrow on a Football Friday. Big thank you to Vandegrift head coach Drew Sanders for joining us tomorrow. Horns 24/7 recruiting editor Mike Roach joins us. LBJ head coach Jamal Finner joins us. Longhorn Notebooks, Flex 30, Inconceivable. Hey, Snoop, tomorrow for Inconceivable, it's Friday, so what's that mean?
Flaccid.
Yes, we go to the most flaccid state on the map in the lower 48 and grab that low-hanging fruit from Florida.
Super flaccid.
On a Friday. Plus our picks in the Supreme Lending Pick'em Contest. All of that is coming up tomorrow. For the absent Craig Way, for Snoop Daniel, I am Jeff Howe. Thank you so much for listening, and we will be back tomorrow to light the tower on the Horn, live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.